Ready?
Yes.
Maybe if I could find a iPad, I could even know.
Do you need an agenda?
Slide me an agenda, that'd be lovely, thank you.
Oh, look, you can just have this one, because that has your sticker
Oh,
on
it's
it
got my
already.
sticker,
But
thank
it's
you.
not in the right place yet.
That's okay, we'll worry about, that later.
We got this.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'm going to call the City Council meeting for the City of Alameda to order. Tonight is Tuesday, March 18th, 2025, and we are about to go into closed session. But before we do, I will ask the City Clerk, Laura Weisinger, to please call the roll.
Councilmember Spoler.
Here.
Pryor.
Here.
Mayor Izzy Ashcraft.
Here.
3 present, and hopefully Councilmembers Daysog and Jensen will be here shortly.
And for the record, that was Vice Mayor Pryor.
Oh, yes.
And Madam Clerk, do we have any public on closed session items?
Let me just double check, but no, we do not.
Neither in person nor remote. All
Nope.
right, then we will move on to adjourn to closed session to consider the following items, which I'll ask the city clerk to please introduce.
3A is Conference of Labor Negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city negotiators are the city manager, human resources director, general manager of Alameda Municipal Power, a senior human resource analyst, two of them, and the deputy city attorney. Employee organizations are the Alameda City Employee Association, Alameda Police Management Association, Alameda Police Officers Association, non-sworn. There's 2 of those? Alameda Police Officers Association, Alameda Police Officers non-sworn. Okay. Electric Utility Professionals, UPA, International Brotherhood of Electric Workers, and Management and Confidential Employees Association. Under negotiation are salaries, employee benefits, and terms of employment. 3B is Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The position evaluated is City Clerk, myself.
All right, thank you so much. So with that, council will adjourn into closed session to consider item 3A, and we will be back before the public at 7 p.m. So everyone involved with item 3A, come on back, and we'll see you soon. I'd like to say if James is ready, we're all ready. All right. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Alameda City Council meeting. Tonight is Tuesday, March 18, 2025. The council has just returned from closed session. And so I would like to ask the city clerk to help me report out the actions, if any, that were taken in closed session. Madam City Clerk Laura Weisinger.
So for item 3A, which was labor negotiations, staff provided information and council provided direction with no vote taken. And for item 3B, which was public employee performance evaluation for city clerk, the mayor is going to announce that part.
The city council determined that the same process for evaluation, employee evaluation, would be followed for the city clerk as was followed for the city manager and the city attorney before her. And with that, I will adjourn the special, the closed session, and I will call the regular meeting to order. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Spoler.
Here.
Daysog.
Here.
Jensen. Here. Pryor.
Here.
Mayor Izzy Ashcraft.
Here.
5 present.
All right. And so, Madam Clerk, agenda changes.
Yes, so tonight we will not hear item 7D, which is an economic development update. Staff is going to go ahead and withdraw it and bring it back on April 1st since we didn't quite anticipate so many speakers and we don't think we'll get to it.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, where is the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, you can do that now.
Okay.
Sure. Let's do it now.
Well, we'll just add a missing agenda item. May I ask the Vice Mayor, Michelle Pryor, to please lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please rise if you are able. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And next we have proclamations and special orders of the day. And this month, the month of March, is Women's History Month, and we do have a proclamation, which I am honored to read now. March is Women's History Month, and the 2025 theme is Moving Forward Together, Women Educating and Inspiring Generations, which highlights the collective strength of women dedicated to education, mentorship, and leadership, empowering others to achieve their fullest potential. Women like Marie Curie, the pioneering physicist and chemist who discovered radium and polonium, was the first woman to win a Nobel Prize and the first person to win a second Nobel Prize for physics in 1903 at the age of 36 and for chemistry in 1911. Dr. Curie refused to patent her discoveries because she believed this knowledge should be freely available to benefit humanity. Closer to home and closer in time, Dr. Jennifer Doudna, a biochemist affiliated with UC Berkeley, won the Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 2020, along with her colleague, Canadian scientist Emmanuelle Charpentier, for the development of CRISPR gene editing technology, which led to breakthroughs in the treatment of sickle cell anemia, cystic fibrosis, Huntington disease, and HIV. In March 2020, 5 years ago this month, Dr. Doudna led other scientists to develop tests and treatment for a newly discovered virus called COVID-19. Another woman who inspired other women to achieve their fullest potential is Sally Ride, an astronaut and the first woman to travel in space. Locally, we celebrate the transformative impact of women leaders on the broader community, demonstrated by Dr. Holly Joshi, Alameda resident and chief of the City of Oakland's Department of Violence Prevention. Dr. Joshi was recently named Woman of the Year for the 7th Senate District and the 18th Assembly District by State Senator Jesse Araguian and Assembly Member Mia Bonta for her years of dedication to reducing crime, advancing public safety, ensuring justice, and eliminating gender-based violence. Dr. Joshi is also featured in the documentary film Still We Rise that highlights her work as an undercover cop turned anti-trafficking advocate and educator. Throughout history, women have made extraordinary contributions across all fields, serving as powerful role models, educators, and mentors, yet persistent disparities in pay, underrepresentation in leadership roles, and ongoing discrimination continue to challenge women's full participation in society. Nonetheless, this enduring legacy of achievement serves as a blueprint for future generations to build bridges of opportunity for all women in society. Now, therefore, I, Marilyn Ezzy Ashcraft, Mayor of the City of Alameda, hereby proclaim March 2025 as Women's History Month in the City of Alameda and encourage all Alamedans to celebrate, explore, and share the rich history and remarkable achievements of women by visiting the Alameda Free Library and its website, where you will find resources highlighting Women's History Month. Earlier this month, the library hosted an event titled Radical Girls of Skate Culture, I love that, empowering young girls who are redefining traditionally male-centric spaces in the sport of skateboarding, and hosted an author talk and art activity with our local famous author Kate Schatz and Miriam Klein-Stahl, celebrating the achievements of radical women throughout history. This Saturday, March 22nd from 2 to 3 p.m., the Bay Farm Island Branch Library will host a career fair for third graders and older at the Lydecker Event Center to connect young people with inspiring local women leaders, including the mayor, and showcase diverse career paths in the arts, engineering, law, science, and coaching. Happy Women's History Month, everyone. And I have the honor and privilege of presenting this proclamation to our very own Dr. Holly Joshi. Please come up, Dr. Joshi. All right. So with that, we go on to oral communications. But before we do, I'm going to read the City Council just rules of conduct because we have a big crowd. I know you're going to be respectful and civil, but it just helps sometimes to have a little reminder that a City Council meeting is a business meeting. We're here to conduct the business of the people of the City of Alameda, of which you are a part. But it's not theater, it's not a sporting event, so we did just applaud for a very impressive woman. That's it. No more applause, please. As I like to say, applaud in your heart, but silently, because if you applaud, boo, cheer, jeer, do the wave, it's really off-putting and upsetting to people. It's intimidating. And for many people, public speaking is one of the most stressful things they can ever do. And some people just choose not to even get up and do that, put themselves out there. I don't want that to happen here. This is a safe space. I want to keep it that way. So I ask all of you, I know we have some issues that are contentious. We might not all be of one mind. We don't have to be. That's what democracy is. But we should be civil, and the weight of your words and what you have to say will not be measured by the amount of sarcasm or what have you. Just share your voice, share your thoughts. Anyway, that's my ask. And also, there are young people in the audience. Let's set a good example. Let's show them what civil discourse should look like. And sometimes they might not be in the room, but they might be watching. It might be a class project. So let's be good examples. And then if you have signs, that is your First Amendment right. My only ask is don't hold them all the way over your head and block people behind you unless you're sitting in that last row, but hold them where they can be seen. Just don't block anyone. And then something that I need to, but hope I won't have to use, is to read this language from the California Penal Code that says, California Penal Code Section 403 states it is a criminal offense for any person to, without authority of law, willfully disturb or break up any assembly or meeting that is not unlawful in its character, other than an assembly or meeting referred to in Penal Code 302 or Elections Code 18340. First violations will receive a warning, and continued violations will require additional action, which could include police intervention. Close quotes. I don't think we'll need that, but I'm just required to read it. So with that, I would like to open oral communication, and this is for items not on the agenda. So this is where speakers will have 15 minutes at the top of the agenda now to speak in regard to any matter not on the agenda over which the council has jurisdiction. And then if we don't have enough time for everyone to speak in those 15 minutes who wants to, there's another opportunity at the end of the regular agenda. So Madam Clerk, do we have speakers under oral communications, item 4?
We do, and we should be able to get through all of them, and they'll get 2 minutes each. The first is Jessica Sheld.
Come on up, Shelf? Did you say?
Sheld.
Sheld, okay. Speaker Sheld, item 4. Come on up, and come on up. Welcome.
Okay. Hello, Mayor Ashcraft, members of the City Council. My name is Jessica, and I live on one of the slow streets on Santa Clara by 5th. And I'm here on behalf of several of the residents that live there. There are a number of us that would like to request the removal of the barriers due to some of the issues that they've been causing on our streets. For my part, I frequently have to turn right to get home, and with the cars blocking my view of oncoming traffic, we get a lot of cars sometimes blowing through, swerving around the barriers, and with the cars parked and us being forced into oncoming traffic, a lot of times I have to slam on the brakes to avoid an accident from someone just coming out of where they should be and where technically I should not be. A few years ago, we also had a DUI accident on our block where in the middle of the night, thankfully, someone swerved around the barrier and hit several parked cars. Thankfully, it was in the middle of the night, so no one was hurt. But we're all concerned that it's just a matter of time before it is not during night. And maybe some of the bicyclists that this was designed to prevent will get hit. It's causing a lot of frustration with the drivers. Frustrated drivers do stupid things. So we're just trying to make things more peaceful for everyone, and with the added stress of the construction, it just seems to make things worse. We just want to make things easier for the drivers, safer for both the drivers and the cyclists and pedestrians. I have some statements, well, in 10 seconds.
You know, you can keep
I think
talking.
we got
I was
the
saying,
idea.
you can also give your statements to the city clerk, and they'll see that they
Okay.
get to all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker,
Jennifer Rakowski.
welcome, Speaker Rakowski.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I am here today to advocate for a permanent memorial bench for Mario Gonzalez. A memorial would be a powerful symbol of healing and restorative justice. For the last 4 years, community and family have cared for Mario Gonzalez's memorial altar. It is overdue for the city to also recognize it. While expressions of grief and protest took place all around the island, the clear focus has been on the parklet off of Otis. We have gathered for his birthdays, for his angelversaries, for important holidays, and other quiet moments of reflection. The very first vigil was the same night that the police reform task forces were celebrating wrapping up their formal work with the city. Some task force members, including myself, skipped that celebration or left it early to join the vigil. The case surrounding Mario Gonzalez has garnered both national and international attention. Families such as Stephen Taylor's and Angelo Quinto, who also lost loved ones to law enforcement, have gathered at the memorial in solidarity. Very few police-involved deaths get any form of criminal prosecution. In Mario's case, it went further than Eric Gardner, Tamara Rice, Michael Brown, Landro Castile, Alton Sterling or Breonna Taylor, and many of these also involved smaller civil suits. I urge the city to support a memorial bench at the parklet off of Otis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Savannah Cheer.
Welcome, Speaker Cheer.
Thank you. So yeah, just kind of want to echo what Jennifer said. For the listening public and for those of you who might not be aware, Public Works staff at the direction of, I'm assuming, Jennifer or maybe Amy, cleared out some of the really minor and small. Frankly, the altar, Mario's altar, is not particularly overwhelmingly large. It's just a few planters and beautiful kind of greenery that spruced up the bench that's already there. They actually took that all out a few weeks ago. And then what seemed like a very arbitrary deadline. It still has not been explained as to why that date needed to happen or why they needed to remove those things. So we're optimistic, family advocates and the family of Mario is optimistic that at the meeting upcoming, you'll explain that to Mario's mother and brother, and also talk to them very seriously about honoring his life and his memory with some sort of permanent memorial. For those of you on council who are interested in this, I just urge you to apply pressure to staff. There seems to be some sort of disconnect. And so it seems like to the public, maybe you don't care, but I'm sure you do. And so I hope that you'll consider, applying that necessary pressure where it is. Whether Public Works runs this space or Parks and Rec seems to be just a really trivial thing to overcome. That's like some very minimal red tape versus we're talking about a young man's life that was taken way too early and in a really violent manner that we should all be reflecting on and asking ourselves, what are we doing over Public Works versus Parks and Rec? That just seems really unnecessary. So please honor Mario Gonzalez's memory and support a memorial bench for his mother and family at the site. And for the rest of the community, don't forget Mario Gonzalez and don't forget the act of police brutality that happened right here not that long ago. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker,
William Morrison.
Speaker Morrison, welcome.
Mayor Ashcraft and members of the council, very quickly, just one of the things I would like to discuss is the fact that in the process associated with various activities resulting in staff reports, it's very difficult for a member of the public to ever address staff with questions, comments, or arguments or other ideas. And this is because I use as an example, the Transportation Commission. I went to that meeting, I had 2 minutes of comment time, and that was it. No other comment, no other action whatsoever. I think that your public has a little bit more capacity than that, and I would like to see whether the council can look at meetings of the various commissions to be certain that, shall we say, public input can be provided more, shall we say, to facilitate a better exchange of ideas in public at these meetings than what normally seems to happen. And addressing that to the council so that in the future, maybe for these various commissions, et cetera, there can be a little bit more input from the public. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker,
Susan Sperry.
welcome, Speaker Spearing.
Sperry, yes.
Sperry, oh,
Speaker Sperry. Susan, yeah.
yeah, come on up, it's your turn. Where is she? Oh, there you are. Hello. Hi.
Just want to say welcome to the
Do
new
you want to
council
bring
members.
the microphone down to your level?
Oh, okay. Like I said, I'm glad to see the new council members and hello to some of my friends. And I'm not going to go with the bike lane as I usually do. I do want to talk about the state of the roads in this city. It's getting to be almost like Oakland. You drive in there and you're about to have a flat tire. And I know there's a lot of things going on it's hard to even drive around the city because, you know, there's all kinds of road stuff going on. But I was hoping. Now, a long time ago, I live on Shoreline in Down Park, and I was so disgusted, it was so bad, I called up Public Works, and I said, you gotta fix this or I'm going to council. And it was fixed. Yeah. They're lucky I didn't come in there. Anyway, that's mainly my thing. And on another positive comment, I'm grateful to the city for the many opportunities that it gives me and the elderly citizens, which unfortunately I am now. And who knew, you know? So anyway, MASDEC, I'm a real participant, but it gives such wonderful activities. I do the exercise thing. I've done art there for many years, etc. So I just wanted to leave on a positive message, and you'll see me again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker,
Catherine Park Deacon.
Speaker Deacon.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm here to support the bench for Mario Gonzalez wholeheartedly. I am a resident of Alameda. I live a few blocks away. I remember when the incident happened, it was heartbreaking, and I don't think it's too much to ask to put a memorial in the form of a bench at the place where he was killed by our city. I also would support fully a plaque at the location, as well as something more meaningful and in line with the way that the family is grieving, with plants or flowers that are culturally appropriate. I want to thank you for listening about this topic. Thank you for the eye contact, Mayor. And as a performing artist, I know the value of creating community and how wonderful it is and powerful as a tool for healing. And all of my friends and family and neighbors already think of the park as Mario's Park. So I would also support fully renaming the location with his name as well. Thank you so much for considering it.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker,
Jonathan Mintzer.
Speaker Mintzer.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jonathan Mintzer. I'm honored to serve as the Senior Director of Government Affairs for the Jewish Community Relations Council, the largest collective voice of Bay Area Jews, representing over 70 congregations in the region. I'm here to discuss ways to engage with the Jewish community in the coming months. April 3rd, we will be hosting our annual Freedom Seder, where we'll have over 450 people to celebrate Passover and its message of justice together in an interfaith ceremony. You are always invited to many of our congregations, including Temple Israel here in Alameda, to celebrate Shabbat on Friday and Saturdays. And May is Jewish American Heritage Month, so we look forward to commemorating that with you. All of these things are so important right now because, as you all know, anti-Semitism continues to be on the rise here in America. According to our recent survey, 55% of Jews feel less safe than they did last year. 40% in the Bay Area have directly experienced anti-Semitic incidents. And only 15% agree with the statement that their local government is doing enough to understand the needs of their community. So there's a lot of work to be done here, and we can do this together. One other opportunity I want to give before I leave is that at JCRC we have trainings on Jewish identity and understanding our experiences with anti-Semitism. We'd be honored to bring that to you for your staff and for the council for free. We've been training so many amazing organizations, federal, state, and local, including many city councils, and we'd be honored to do that. I look forward to sending a follow-up email to all of you. I know you all receive my emails and read them diligently and respond immediately. So I look forward to that, and thank you so much for the opportunity to address you tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Lucas Newhall.
Welcome, Speaker Newhall.
Hello. I just wanted to speak in favor of the slow streets and the work you guys have been doing on like walking and biking infrastructure in the city. I'm really happy about that. I happen to be legally blind, and probably the most dangerous thing I do in my daily life is cross the street. And there's not a lot of like infrastructure in the United States for people like me. So I appreciate you guys working to push that forward. Also, I've just been talking with a couple friends about a random idea, and I thought I'd pitch it to you guys, which is to have a car-free day on 4th of July weekend, because 4th of July is highest drunk driving incident day. And maybe we could find a place like on the Navy base, put all the cars and have people like bike and walk around, have little like 4th of July cookouts on their block with their neighbors, make it like a city thing. Anyways, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
That was our last speaker.
Okay, with that, we will close oral communication, non-agenda items, and we will move on to the consent calendar. These are routine items that can be approved by one motion unless council members remove items for discussion. Removed items are called after the regular agenda items, and council members may speak for up to 3 minutes on consent calendar items. And so first, are there any consent calendar items the council wants to pull? And of course, we can always ask questions of an item even if it's not pulled, but any pulls from the council? Seeing none.
Yes, I have a question for the city attorney or the city clerk regarding the consent calendar, tonight's consent calendar, through the chair, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
On tonight's consent calendar, we have an item that is, well, first of all, let me get a brief summary of consent calendar, the consent calendar definition, please, for the audience.
Yeah, it's for items that are routine.
Okay, thank you. And on tonight's consent calendar, we have an item that doesn't appear to be routine. So I understand that sometimes there will be items that will be put on consent, and because there's not really an awareness of how much the item would be of importance to our residents, and we have an item like that on tonight's consent calendar. So I'm going to pull it, but I just wanted to be clear that it's not at any fault, any issue with regard to the fact that this is on the consent calendar now, but I'm going to pull it because it isn't routine or non-contentious, as demonstrated by the fact that we've had a lot of input.
Yeah, so, and I always love to have a discussion. Let me just throw out an idea, but it's certainly your prerogative to pull. One of the things we could do is we could vote to give ourselves more than 3 minutes to speak on the item, and we would still hear public comment. If we pull the item, it's going to be heard at the end of the regular agenda, which means that all these speakers will wait till the end of our regular agenda, which I think has some other speakers on a couple of other items. But is the idea that you want to pull it to show that it wasn't appropriate to put it on, or you wanted, because we can give ourselves more speaking. If we put it, if it gets pulled, it would still be 3 minutes unless we choose to.
It's 5 minutes if it gets
if
pulled.
it gets pulled. So, but what I'm saying is an option, but it's totally up to you, is we could hear it now, but give ourselves 5 minutes each of discussion time.
And I'm not questioning or suggesting that we should have more, regardless of the discussion time, and I would like to hear it sooner rather than later, of course, as you point out, if it is. And I wasn't suggesting, I didn't mean to suggest that it was erroneously put on the consent calendar. I think it was appropriate, and it was intended to be a pretty straightforward item, but there is a lot of interest from the community about the item, so that was why I was going to pull it to, if there is an option to increase the comment period, and I will have a number of questions regarding the presentation for staff and for the, well, I haven't even said what the item is, but I'm sure
I think
people in
we
the
know what it
audience
is.
probably know what it is.
So Councilmember Jensen, it doesn't happen automatically, and I don't have magical powers, but if 4 of us were to vote to give ourselves 5 minutes of speaking time on this item, but keep it on the consent calendar so it would be heard at this point in the agenda, that's how it could happen.
And so to be clear, then, if there was to be, if it's not pulled and it remains on the consent calendar, then we have an option, the council members have an option to either approve it or not approve it. It wouldn't be, we will not have the opportunity to give direction to staff with regard to this particular item,
We can do anything.
if it's not pulled.
Well, no, we're going to, the pulling part is just a matter of when it is heard. People will have to wait till we finish our regular agenda, and because that's where consent calendar items that are pulled go. Or we could keep it on the consent calendar, give ourselves a little more speaking time, and hear it now. I'm just cognizant of the fact that we do have some young people in the audience. You were a school board member. We've got a teacher here. You know what I'm talking about. But it's your call. Well, I'm sorry, and
I'll wait for Councilmember Daysog.
I have a question. A
Please.
question for our staff. Is there any reason, given the number of people who have expressed keen interest in the topic, particularly 5J, is there any reason why we can't pull item 5J? And because we have a process in place as to when pulled items go on the agenda, in order to deal with that we suspend the rules and then put item 5J as the first thing to be discussed as before 7A?
well, that's an option, isn't it,
Yeah.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
exactly right.
Okay.
Okay. So that's a possibility, if you want to do that. It's a little bit 6 and 1, half dozen
Yeah,
the
you're
other.
both saying the same thing. It's just
Yeah.
to crack an egg a different way, yeah.
And then I think what I would suggest, we can pull it and we can hear it at the top of the regular agenda. I would like to give us all 5 minutes, and I'd like to reset the clocks, because I think these are
That automatically
clarifying
happens
questions.
with pulling it.
Okay, back to you, Councilmember Jensen.
I'll pull item 5J.
Do you want to make a motion to hear it also?
Excuse me?
Do you want to make a motion to hear it before 7A too?
Oh, I thought that would be a separate motion.
No,
Oh,
no, no.
You can make a motion. yeah.
Okay. I'll pull item 5J and hear it as the first regular agenda item.
So that's a motion, and we have a second by Councilmember Daysog. Any further council discussion, council? All right. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. That was unanimous, right? Okay, that's what we'll do. So item 5J, is it?
Yes,
J
yes.
is pulled. We will hear it, but we're going to get through the consent calendar, the rest of the consent calendar first. So, council, do we have any questions on the remaining items on the consent calendar? Madam Vice Mayor?
I have a comment. Should I wait?
Wait for the comment, if you would, until we hear if we have any public comment. Okay, so I'm going to call for public comment on the consent calendar, except for item 5J, but we're coming to 5J very soon. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on other consent calendar items?
Yes, it's
Okay.
a remote, and it's Jay Garfinkel.
All right, so, and it's not on item 5J, correct?
Well,
You won't
he
know.
raised his
Okay.
hand remotely, so hopefully.
All right, we'll find out in a minute. Okay, welcome Speaker Garfinkel.
Good evening. It actually is about 5J, but it's not the content of 5J. It's the process. It's the process
Okay.
of how it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been pulled.
Oh,
He'll get another opportunity to speak.
yeah, he'll have to speak under it.
Yeah, because we are going to hear all the public comments, as in all the public comments on 5J.
Yeah.
Okay, any other public comment?
No,
On consent calendar? Okay, so now we go to council comments on the consent calendar items. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I would like to recuse myself from agenda item 5H.
H is, which one is 5H? The,
Radium,
Radium.
okay, City, oh, all right, okay, understood. Okay, all right. So with that recusal, any other comments, council? Comments, questions? Okay, hearing none, may we, okay, do I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar except for item 5J, which we've pulled, and noting that the vice mayor has recused herself from item 5H, and you have that look about you, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes,
sir.
Madam Vice Mayor, state law requires that the elected official very briefly state the basis of the recusal.
Oh, okay. Because of the Levine Act, I had received a donation from somebody at Radium, and and that is the short version. So I'm recusing myself for that.
Thank you, but she can stay in the room for the vote.
Yes.
Can she? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
because it's the consent calendar. Right?
It's consent. Okay, all right. Okay, anything else? That was simple. Okay, so do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Daysuk, seconded by Councilmember Jensen. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. Any opposed, except for the noted one recusal? All right, that's great. We have passed the consent calendar, and then we move on to, we have no continued agenda items. So this is where we will, before we start with 7A, we will hear 5J. Madam Clerk, would you introduce that item for us? And Communications Director Sarah Henry, come on up, please.
5J is adoption of resolution authorizing the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding regarding the formulation and implementation of sister city relations between the village of Wadi Faqih, Palestine territories, and the city of Alameda.
Thank you, and go ahead and introduce yourself if you would,
Yes.
please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Sarah Henry, Communications Director. Joining me this evening are Karen Fong, President of the Alameda Sister City Association, or ASCA, and Reverend Michael Yoshi, Chair of the Wadi Faqih Sister City Committee. Since 2009, Alameda Sister City program has been in partnership with ASCA, a local 501c3 nonprofit. ASCA is a member of Sister Cities International, an organization dedicated to fostering peace through mutual respect, understanding, and cooperation, one individual, one community at a time. Alameda currently maintains 4 active sister city relationships with Jiaoying, China, Dumaguete, Philippines, Yangdang-gun in South Korea, and Varazze in Italy. The village of Wadi Faqih would represent Alameda's 5th sister city and our first in the Middle East. In 2016, a group of Alameda residents and a community organization approached ASCA with a proposal to establish a sister city relationship with Wadi Faqih. ASCA reviewed the proposal and determined that a sister city relationship with Wadi Faqih aligns with the Sister Cities International model and would provide valuable cultural, educational, and informational exchanges for Alameda residents. In December 2017, ASCA presented a memorandum of understanding to the City Council for consideration. At that time, concerns were raised by the Israeli consulate, and the council directed the city attorney to review the legal implications. City Attorney Michael Rausch conducted a review specifically addressing potential conflicts with state law, Public Contracts Code Section 2010, and concluded that the proposed MOU did not violate this code, and that legal conclusion remains valid today. The process ASCA has taken to build a relationship with Wadi Faqih mirrors the established procedures used for previous sister cities, including the most recent establishment of a sister city with Varazze, Italy. In early 2018, members of the Alpicella Club in Alameda worked with ASCA to facilitate a dialogue and the development of an MOU with Varazze. Then in September the same year, the City Council approved a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign an MOU formalizing sister city relations between Varazze, Italy, and the city of Alameda. Ms. Fong and Reverend Yoshi are available to answer any questions you may have regarding the establishment of a sister city relationship with Wadi Faqih. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. And council will go to clarifying questions from the council before we go to what looks like a pretty hefty stack of public comment slips. Any clarifying questions? Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for Ms. Henry as well as for the Alameda Sister City Association. The first question for Ms. Henry is, why is this agreement coming forward at this time?
Sure. So in 2017, when the agreement came forth in the beginning, the council directed at that time for staff to go back and review it, for the city attorney's office to review it. That process was complete, but at that time, ASCA had switched gears and moved forward to bring Varatze as the next sister city. So that process, they're a small group, a mighty group, but they could only do one sister city at a time. So they brought forth Varatze, and then after that had planned to bring Wadi Fakin. We had a global pandemic, things got in the way, and so then they inquired in 2023 about when they should start bringing it back, and then gathered folks together in 2024, and now they're bringing it back now.
Thank you. And are there any limits to the number of sister cities that we could have?
No, not that I know of.
And what is the role of staff in facilitating the relationship of sister cities, including welcoming sister city leader visits and supporting Alameda leaders traveling to a sister city?
Sure. So as staff that would support the sister cities, it's been my pleasure to be able to do that for a number of different sister cities. We had a delegation come recently from China. They wanted to present us with some gifts and some documents, which was very lovely, and of course invite us to attend some of their regional festivities in China, which we were not able to do this year, but another year maybe. So we receive them regularly. We talk with them. We kind of exchange information with them. During the pandemic, we had our sister city in Korea donate. At the time, this was during COVID, and we were unable to get those N95 masks, and so they donated thousands of N95 masks to the city of Alameda. They sent them here, so that was a wonderful relationship. With Dumaguete, the ASCA, the committee within ASCA that is in charge of the Dumaguete relationship, they bring young people, young scuba divers from Alameda to Dumaguete to do those diving expeditions. They also bring a number of doctors from the United States, and specifically from California in this region, where they perform, they produce these like massive tent areas, and they perform cataract surgery. So this is all done with ASCA staff and with the committees that are doing. My role as staff is just to share the news and try to get people involved in understanding, promoting that kind of mutual relationship building. And yeah, right now we've been talking about how we can encourage more young people to participate. And so President Karen Fong and I are going to be going into the different high schools and chatting with young people about how they can be encouraged to join as well. So it's, I've taken groups to Tomatina for pizza, and I've done all sorts of things with them, but primarily it's this really beautiful exchange of cultures between two organizations, and it's been a lovely experience.
And did you want to hear from the Sister City Association too, or just staff?
I have two more questions for Ms. Henry. Would a sister city in Palestine require any additional work? You've explained what you've done so far with other
No, I
sister
don't believe
cities.
so. I mean, each sister city relationship does require a different level of work. I would not expect that this would require additional work. For example, our sister city in Korea, they twice were able to bring delegations of young people to Alameda. So we received them. I had worked with the Academy of Alameda because they were in 8th grade to host them. They attended school. They stayed at our hotels. I went with them to tours on the Hornet and things like that, brought them to Tucker's. So having those types of trips can be a little intensive in terms of staff time, but generally it's very, very limited on staff, and the pleasure is on ASCA.
Right, I was thinking, well, I can make a comment later about that. So and my final question for you, I asked you this already in writing, but can you just comment on how this would fit into Alameda's strategic plan, adopted strategic plan?
Yep, so when we built the strategic plan, we gave the illustration of an iceberg. And so the projects that were in the strategic plan were the tip of the iceberg, and that included a bunch of different council priorities. And then the bulk of the iceberg is what's under the sea, what you can't see. And so the sister cities relationship in that work, especially with those relations, would be in that bottom, the underneath part that you don't see. So staff work, that's not one of the new current council priorities.
And but there's no real area of the strategic plan that, or any part of our mission for the city that this fits in. It's just basic staff work to support a community organization.
Staff work to support a community organization, certainly, but also the city's vision, which is defined in the strategic plan, talks about having an inclusive community, talks about making sure everybody feels a belonging and all of that. So I think when I was looking at the strategic plan, I found that the staff work is probably in that bottom of the iceberg, but the results of a sister-city relationship would be more in that vision of the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So you didn't want to hear from the Sister City Association?
Yes, please.
Okay. If you had clarifying questions from them. Ms. Fong, I think you're, I thought that was what I understood you to say. Yeah.
Thank you, welcome, and thank you for bringing this forward. Can you tell me what's the difference between a sister city and a friendship city?
Basically, a friendship city is more like a handshake, and a sister city is more like a marriage, but you still have an official. It still takes council ratification.
So does it establish more opportunities or requirements or other?
Not really, but Sister Cities International really recognizes sister cities officially. Friendship cities are just sort of waiting in the wings type of thing. And then we have to go back to get them ratified again. So it's a little extra.
After 2017, when this came forward, but there was no action by the city council, did Alameda Sister Cities Association consider bringing it back as a friendship city?
We hadn't. It's kind of like taking a step backwards.
Thank you. Okay, and I have one more question. The cultural exchange, in this particular instance, the city of Wadi Faqin in Palestine is governed by Israel. It's governed, according to the Friends of Wadi Faqin website, by the state of, or the country of Israel. And so what I wonder is, would the cultural exchange, including visits between Alameda and Wadi Faqin, be subject to some approval or oversight by Israel, given the governing structure?
I couldn't really speak to that, but I can guarantee you we're not going to do anything dangerous.
Right. But I'm just thinking about the travel and the exchange and having part of the sister cities, as I understand it, is visiting between the cities and organizing types of events. And I just wonder, since Wadi Faqin is under full Israeli control, if that would be more of a challenge to establish those relationships.
I certainly should hope not. We actually work with Sister Cities International also, and they help with travel arrangements and things like that. But one of the things that Sister City, ASCA, Alameda Sister City Association, does is do sensitivity training also, so that we're not going to get ourselves into trouble when we go. I mean, we will secure whatever travel documents is necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Thank you.
That, I think, did that answer your questions? Yes. Okay, I think that's all we needed for now. Thank you. Okay, other clarifying questions?
I was just going to ask Reverend
Vice
Yoshi.
Mayor Pryor, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Reverend Yoshi, did you have anything to add? Because I know that you have traveled to Wadi Faqin.
Yes, I do. I was told that there were a number of questions, so I prepared some things and some slides to show you, and the clerk has my slideshow. And I would like to take the privilege for this moment to show you my T-shirt. It's a Wadi Faqin T-shirt, and some other folks here are wearing the T-shirts. Could you stand up just to show them?
No, actually, we have limited time, so yeah, it's lovely. Let's do the slideshow, Reverend Yoshi,
Okay.
to answer the question.
I just need to tell you this. The man standing there, his name is Yusuf Manastra. He was the sheikh of the village who gave me his prayer beads in 2014, became a dear friend whom we came to love. He passed away in 2017. When this first came to the city council, it was in 2017. He did not get to see this come before the council and have a discussion and have you vote on it. I would like to invoke his presence in the room today because I know that he's watching and he's with us, and he'd be very happy that you're having this discussion about his village that he loves so dearly, and also the fact that I didn't know him when I first went to Wadi Faqin in 2006, but got to know him, got to know members of his family, extended family in the village, and have come to love them greatly. And it's that kind of love that we're grounding our proposal for the friendship with people in Wadi Fukim. Here are the slides to clarify questions that people have been asking me.
Thank you. Do we have him? Okay.
Yeah. So we want to locate Wadi Fukim. Here's a slide that shows you the village. And then the next slide shows you the map of the West Bank. And you'll see Jerusalem down 2/3 of the way in Bethlehem, Gaza to the left corner. The next slide shows a very close-up of Wadi Fukim. You'll see the dotted green line, which is the internationally recognized border of Israel and Palestine, with Israel to the left on the west, Palestinian territories to the right. You see the municipality of Bethlehem also to the right in beige, and all of the beige is the Palestinian villages. The blue, however, are Israeli settlements, which are illegal according to international law, that are in Palestinian territory, taking their land. Next slide. This is photos of the village, just to show you kind of the landscape there. If we continue on, very much an agricultural village, and very much prideful of their produce, which gets sold in the Bethlehem marketplace. They have their own school there, but the big issue for them is the illegal settlement of Batar Elite. You can see in the left-hand corner, before it started getting built out on the hillside and then expanded in 2013, now populating about 65,000 settlers, again, illegal according to international law, and taking up Palestinian land, in contrast to the villagers who are populated about 1,300 or 1,500. Next slide, please. Here's again a photo of the masjid, or the mosque, in the center of the village. We can go back to that one. I just want to point out. And on the hillside is the settlement Batar Elite. This is a peculiar settlement in the sense that they are intentionally recruiting Orthodox Jews who oppose the presence of the Palestinians there in the village and juxtaposed to the mosque. In September of last year, and this speaks to your question, Councilman Jensen, about how we brought this back at this point in time. In September of last year, we were hearing from friends there that there were military raids going on in the village. And we were getting sent photos like this of military coming in 25 to 30 strong and raiding homes in the middle of the night, putting people out of their homes and then ransacking the homes. And that caused alarm for us. And we decided we needed to go there and bring some people. And we did something called a protective presence trip. And this was our group here. 5 of us went and we did homestays in the village. Our initial and priority was to help support them and stand in protection for them against what was taking place. See the next slide. We also interviewed people and listened to their stories, and we heard the stories of 2 gentlemen whose homes were demolished in November 16, 2023. Here you see photos of bulldozers, soldiers coming in to the village, and also a marble factory at the same time. Their stories were very excruciating, as you can imagine. And the last slide of this set shows what it looked like in January 2025 and how they couldn't do anything with that. Now, that is the part of the occupation, but our mission there also was to check in on folks on different things going on. And this was the real part of the sister city. That was a joyful visit we had with the soccer academy. And here's a photo of a field that was built in 2015. And then the next slide shows kids that were there in the village playing soccer. And then here's a photo of all the kids that were there that day with our group as well. And this was a great visit because we talked about this potentially being the focus of Sister City. And we asked folks there, particularly the soccer coaches, would you want to continue to pursue the Sister City initiative? And they said, absolutely. We'd love to bring a team, and that's where we wanted to center our Sister City activity. I've been asked to clarify questions about our compatibility as a sister city for the city of Alameda and also for Wadi Fukim, because Wadi Fukim is a small village and Alameda is a population of some 70,000 plus. And so we've highlighted 6 areas of compatibility to help you understand what we think are some ways in which we can come together in a meaningful sister city relationship. So these are the 6 areas. First of all, Wadi Fukin and Alameda both value family life. They have strong emphasis on development of children and youth through education, recreation, and special programs. Compassion and respect for the elderly, inclusion of those differently able are also echoed by many Alameda families and people in Wadi Fukin. And both communities also have this multi-generational family heritage, which people take pride in, and that extends to extended families and community networks. As I mentioned, our intention for this sister city is to launch it with a soccer exchange that will include young people, and as Sarah Henry was talking about, this is an emphasis we're going forward in sister cities here, but also with parents who can come and accompany them. This is a picture that was sent after we left in January, showing soccer jerseys that we helped them purchase. And so they're very excited about this opportunity to bring young people here and be ambassadors. And in fact, I attended a webinar a few weeks ago by Sister Cities International on sports diplomacy, as they are emphasizing sports diplomacy from everything from soccer to basketball to tennis to pickleball, of all things.
Pickleball.
The next one is spiritual traditions and customs. Wadi Fukin and Alameda both share rich spiritual traditions and customs. Wadi Fukin is primarily a Muslim community, and the recently renovated Islamic Center of Alameda knows Wadi Fukin. They're a strong supporter of the Sister City proposal. In fact, they wrote a letter to all of you to support that. And it's important for us to understand and kind of note today that we're meeting during the sacred season of Ramadan. Our Muslim friends here in Alameda have been fasting all day. Right now, they couldn't come to this meeting because they're breaking the fast. But it's the same thing is going on in Wadi Fukin. So they share that tradition and those customs as well. At the same time, Alameda is a multi-religious community with different faiths and different traditions. One of us, the United Methodist Church, which I am pastor emeritus of and served for many years, are longtime friends of Wadi Fukin. And so we have that interfaith relationship that we celebrate and that we observe. And sharing these spiritual traditions and customs are cultural practice that can educate and inform one another. I want to go back there and quote Paul Tillich, the theologian, who said, "Religion is the impulse for culture, and culture is the form of religion." This is not a religious sister city, but religion and culture are part of what we share together. Go to the next one. This is folks that were going on our trip in January, preparing to go to the mosque. And we actually went there and had prayers with them. Next one. We share also farm history and culture. Alameda has a history of farming in what is now known as Bay Farm Island, and we know that we have tours there to learn about the history of the farms in Bay Farm. And the desire for fresh produce is provided our farmers markets twice a week in the west end of Alameda. Urban farming and access to healthy produce is also embodied in the Alameda Point Collaborative Farm to Market program. In fact, we had somebody from Alameda Point Collaborative come on one of our trips in the past, and he wanted to connect beekeeping and the farming together in terms of understanding how we can learn from one another. Wadi Fukin, as I showed in slides, is a farming village, and we talk about farm to table here. Well, that's what they do in their lives, is farm to table. And Wadi Fukin and Palestine in general are also known for their high quality of olive oil and harvesting of olive trees. Here's a photo of a farmer that we met with in January, and flip to the next photo. You can see his farmland. It's subject to possible land confiscation if infrastructure of settlement grows out, and he's living under that vulnerability. But the beauty of his farming is something that we really admire for him. Go to the next one. Here he is with farm to table, cooking, picking vegetables from his garden and making some soup for us. Next slide, please. So the last two I'll do really quickly. So there's a historic relationship to the land and environmental practices. I'd like to note that the renaming of Jackson Park to Chochenyo Park on Encinal Avenue, when that happened, City of Alameda acknowledged the original indigenous people who lived in what is now Alameda. It was occupied by other people before this became Alameda. And indigenous practices of being in a relationship with the land are highlighted at the park and are part of a growing consciousness of environmental awareness in this era of climate change. The Wadi Fukin residents are indigenous to their land, and similar to Native Americans, they have a special relationship with the land. They understand the need to protect the natural environment and the desire to live in harmony with and preserve ancient ecological systems of flora, fauna, and native habitat. These slides were sent to me last spring by our friend in Wadi Fukin as the flowers were coming out, just kind of his excitement that springtime was coming. This is what they want to preserve. And finally, no, not finally, but almost finally, small communities in transition located near larger municipalities. Both Alameda and Wadi Fukin are relatively small, insulated communities living with unique identities in a larger municipal region. Alameda is an island community, and we're often proud of our unique identity amidst the Bay Area, but the Bay Area is identified internationally with San Francisco. Alameda is not known across the globe, but San Francisco is. Wadi Fukin is a small village located in the Bethlehem district and also near Jerusalem. Both of those cities are globally known, but Wadi Fukin is not. In fact, Wadi Fukin is not even known throughout the West Bank by other Palestinians. But both communities are in transition with relationships connected to military institutions and industry. Alameda is the former home of the Alameda Naval Station, which we all know, closed in 1996. The military is part of Alameda's history and identity, but our future identity is being reshaped by the redevelopment of the former naval base. Wadi Fukin currently exists under Israeli military occupation, but they envision a future free from occupation and full empowerment for self-determination and community planning. So there's intersecting histories and futures. And finally, we share with you that values of peace, justice, equality, freedom, and inclusion are values that we both embrace as communities in Wadi Fukin and in Alameda. But these are aspirational. We have not perfected this yet, but we're moving to the higher ground. And both communities can live in different contexts, and these differences can provide great opportunity for mutual learning and growth in terms of what it means to aspire to these values of peace, justice, equality, freedom, and inclusion. So those were the things that I was asked to prepare to answer in terms of questions. So I hope to answer other council members' questions as well.
Vice Mayor, did you have anything further?
No, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Clarifying question from Councilmember Bowler,
Yes,
please.
if I may, thank you. And I don't know if
Who
this
did
is,
you want to have answered?
someone from the association.
The Sister City? Okay, well, ask the question, maybe it'll present.
Yeah, it's just
the-
about, on the compatibility question, in October of 2017, the city adopted sister city guidelines that included compatibility, one or more similarities with Alameda, which may include but are not limited to population size, geography, culture,
I'm
industries.
sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, okay, oh, microphone, yeah. sorry.
Population size, geography, culture, industries, academic institutions, historic or ancestral connections, peace efforts, or other shared goals. Would it be correct that we're really focused in this particular example on the other shared goals because of the 6 things of similarities we just heard in the presentation? Did ASCA basically find that that was the main central points for compatibility?
Back in 2017, you're saying.
Ms. Fong, if you would use the microphone too.
I'm
No,
sorry.
I was just talking about the policy guidelines from 2017, but I'm just saying for the process for the association, did they basically find that other shared goals was the only category of compatibility, or were there other categories?
Basically, it's anything. I really can't stress that enough. It's basically anything. People-to-people relationships. What's going on in a small village compared to what's going on in a city like Alameda or a large city in Jianying. We're not talking about China. Sorry, I digress. How people see, life and everything, share cultural experiences. That's really there. Those guidelines are just guidelines, and it's really anything, any reason to be a sister city is out there. We have a lot of opposition that are saying that sister city shouldn't be a sister city because of this, that, and that. Well, I say that's why sister city should be a sister city, for exactly those things. I think that's your question.
In Wadi Fukin, what community-based organizations or private organizations are involved with this effort?
I'm sorry?
What CBOs, community-based organizations, or private organizations in Wadi Fukin are involved with this?
I'll speak to that. But first, Councilman Bowler, you had asked for something in writing, so I did put that in writing, and I'll ask the clerk to give it to you about the compatibility issues.
Be sure to speak into the microphone,
yeah.
Reverend Yoshi.
Yeah, he had asked for something in writing about this compatibility
Okay.
question. So I did put it in writing and want to give it to all of you so you have it in front of you. CBOs, organizations, Member Buller, there are different groups, and as you saw from my slides, there's a soccer academy. There's actually 2 different soccer organizations, but we met with one of them, and that's the one that's very interested in working with us and bringing a soccer team here. There's also a youth development program that we met with while we were there. There's a women's association. There are a number of different organizations that exist within the village, and our hope is that as we begin this partnership, you know, tonight you're voting on just whether to approve it, but to actually put it into place will take time. And we don't envision the soccer exchange to happen like in 2 months. It's going to take time for us to fundraise and to coordinate things and so forth. But what our hope is that as we work with the soccer academy on this, that there can be other things we work with in other associations. There's farmers associations, for example, and if we want to do farmers delegations, we can do that with a theme. We met with the imam of the village, who's very enthusiastic about what we're doing, and perhaps we can do an interfaith kind of trip that comes from Alameda Faith Communities. So there are different kinds of associations, organizations that we can work with as we get started on this. So I hope that helps your question.
Thank you so much, Reverend Yoshi. Can you comment, or perhaps someone else, whatever's appropriate, on, in the last few years, what is the level of correspondence with the highest ranking officials in Wadi Faqeen, if you could share with that, and if there's any recent letters or writings that shows their endorsement of this idea?
Well, Councilman Bowler, you can imagine in 2017, when they had gone through a lot of effort to put this forward, the disappointment that they felt when it was summarily tabled by the Israeli consulate. And imagine you were proposing something to another country, and then that, you know, there was somebody that intervened, and then it just got tabled. How would you feel? And so there's been a lot to talk about with folks there in terms of what happened. And it was hard for us initially to explain what happened, because we had to try to understand what actually took place. And did this council actually want to do this sister city? And the point of fact is, if it did get heard that night, we didn't know if the votes were there.
So to make sure that we're staying on track, Councilmember Bowler, if I understand your question, you're asking, is there some form of correspondence, actual written correspondence? Is that what you're looking for?
Or any other recent,
Well,
in the last few years?
part of where I was going is this, that we've been in constant contact with them about whether they want to continue. Initially, they said, forget it. You know, why do we want to work with a city that doesn't want to work with us? But over time, we've continued the conversation, because on our end, as a sister city committee, we never came to the place where we said, okay, let's just dissolve this, because the council in Alameda doesn't want to do this. So we kept it open here, and then we tried to keep conversations going over there as well. And you'll be interested to know that there was an election a few years ago where the sister city was part of the campaign, where people were considering whether or not to support a sister city. Just like it would be here, it wasn't the main issue for them in terms of their election, but they have 9 members on their village council, and out of them, you know, there were folks that were saying, we want to have the sister city, and we'll pledge to commit to that if things move forward. So we've been in constant contact, but more importantly, our friends there have been in contact with leaders there. And when I visited in January, and we had the conversation with key groups like the Soccer Academy, that's when I came back and I contacted Sarah Henry and said, hey, I think they want to go forward with this. Because we had looked at this back in 2023, and in fact, we had done a Freedom of Information Act request to get all the information about what happened in 2017, so that we had all the information to understand exactly what took place. And we know exactly what took place now. We're not going to talk about it, but we know exactly what took place.
To keep things moving forward, Ms. Fong, did you have something to add, and then we need to move on?
I did, and it kind of goes back to, I think it was Tracy asked Sarah why now, or why now since 2017? And that's a good question, because we've been Michael's been saying, Karen, let's go, let's say. I'm like, no, Michael, tell me that Wadi Faqeen wants to do this, because this is not fun, getting up here to do this. We'd rather go on and do the fun stuff, but he did come to me and say, okay, it's ready, they're ready to go. So I said, okay, let's go. We talked to Mayor Ashcraft, the rest is history, we're here today. Does that answer your question?
Back to you, Councilmember
Well, I guess
Bowler.
maybe I can be more specific. Do you know, in looking at Sister City International guidelines, it's very much an emphasis on the planning process, laying the groundwork, testing the waters, so to speak, for sometimes years at a time. And a lot of that is between the official leaders of the two communities. Has, for example, the mayor of Alameda in the last couple of years had any correspondence with Wadi Faqim?
I would say this, Councilman Bowler, Sister Cities is about people-to-people relationships and citizen diplomacy. It doesn't start with your elected officials. It starts with the people. If you don't have people in both communities that are wanting to do people-to-people relationships, then it doesn't happen. And
Well-
that's why the initiative has to come forward to the Sister City Association to move things forward.
I do recall in the past, and I don't remember what years it was, but Frank Mataresi and I were on the council. I wasn't mayor then, but I do remember having a meeting with some individuals from, well, was it Bethlehem or Wadi Faqim? I thought it was, yeah.
It
So,
was Mayor Sakor that came here.
the microphone, and then we can all hear.
Sorry, I believe it was Mayor Sakor from Wadi Faqim who actually was doing a tour of the United States, and he stopped in Alameda. And I believe in room 306, we had a meet and greet there. I
Yeah.
believe.
Okay,
And we're talking about 2017? 2017?
Yeah, I wasn't even on the city council. Let's see, I wasn't mayor, but it might have been 2017, because that was when Frank and I were both on the council. I don't have exact days, but,
That was in 2015.
okay.
They were here in 2015.
All right.
That's
So-
when they made the inquiry about Sister City. And that's when they met Frank Mataresi, because he was on the council and he was also part of the Sister City Association.
Correct. Okay. Did you get your questions
I do have another
answered?
question, if
Sure.
I may.
Please.
Thank you. Also, like under the Sister City guidelines, on the issue of the opportunity, that concept of mutually benefit to both communities, talking about all the different types of exchanges that can occur, it says that this will include an outline of potential Sister City programs and activities over a 5-year period. Has the association prepared a proposal that includes an outline of what would take place over 5 years going forward?
Technically, with Wadi Faqim, no, because that comes in the memorandum of agreement. We haven't got past that memorandum of understanding yet, but we will.
But do you understand it's under the criteria for establishing a sister city is what I'm quoting from the Sister City guidelines. So it appears that the intent is for it to be part of the planning phase before it's established. Is that the way you understand it?
Well, we have things in mind. We wanted to start a Sister City store, so to speak. We wanted to bring in some of the olive oil and olives that from Wadi Faqim and actually kind of even pair them against the ones from Varazza. This is sort of the type of exchange that we'd like to do. For instance, the soccer too. People play soccer in Italy, so we're thinking about having like a soccer competition along with the United States, of course, Wadi Faqim and Italy. And kind of just having like some kind of a sports summit. One of our Varazza people wants to do pickleball, and I'm trying to think if they do pickleball over in our other sister cities. So, I mean, the possibilities are endless. We don't know what we can do just yet. We have inklings. We haven't finalized anything. And like Sarah said, it's the tip of the iceberg. And kind of what I just said to my students that I just met at Encinal High School. I told them, I don't want to tell you what we want to do. I want to work with you on what we can do. Because we met with 35 students, and the teacher was like, what do you want us to do? What do you want from us? I'm like, well, no, I don't want anything from you, but we want the exchange. We want the opportunity for the exchange.
And given that Sister Cities International speaks to the notion of preferring a single city and a single country as a match, what consideration did the association give to other portions of Palestine and/or considering a larger geographical district that was less in dispute in terms of its land, including perhaps the Bethlehem district?
And we haven't. The reason being is that we have an organization, we have two organizations behind Wadi Fokeen, and that's what we see, that's what ASCA seeks, is something that's sustainable. And if we have people to support the sister city, like Friends of Wadi Fokeen, like the United Methodist Church, they will support it into the future. If it was just Karen Fong saying, I want to have this sister city with X, and I stopped to exist, or I just stopped coming, or just stopped participating, that sister city would disappear. And we have had that in the city of Alameda already. We've had Sweden and we've had, get this, Japan go away because the representatives in the city of Alameda were not in existence anymore. I can't speak to why, because it just happened decades ago.
Let me speak to this. Let me speak to what you just suggested. And I heard you speak earlier, about this idea of broadening it to maybe the whole Bethlehem district. And I think that's something we would support totally. But I think you need to start, a little bit at a time so that we can begin with what we're doing now. And like I say, even pulling together a soccer exchange will be a lot of work. And we want to do one piece at a time, and then we can move to doing, all of Bethlehem. We can do the whole West Bank if you want, So I think things can go incrementally, but I think we need to be prudent about the capacity and what we can do to begin with for right now. But thanks for suggesting that. It's a great vision. Councilman Bennett.
Anything further, Councilman?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you both. All right, Councilmember Desai.
Thank you. This is a question for staff or for any of the representatives here. So I think the question that I have is, if we just set aside pickleball or soccer, what do any of you, what do you have to say about the concerns that if we, as the city of Alameda, the city council supports Wadi Fokeen as a sister city, that we are taking a position on the settlement issue as well as on the military, Israeli military going through the town of Wadi Fokeen. What are your comments about that?
Our understanding from the very beginning around sister cities is this is not a political engagement, but it's a people-to-people cultural engagement. And so, but everything has a political context. The sister city with China has a context there of China's relationship with the U.S. And what we would do is do our best to do people-to-people relationships under the guidelines of what is prescribed for sister cities.
I think my question was, what is your response about if concerns raised that the city council would be taking a position on these issues that you yourself had highlighted in your opening of your presentation?
Yeah. I think the city council is free to do whatever it deems necessary to do in terms of its own business, right? But sister city relationship has its own guidelines around what we do together.
So is the sister city representatives here, is it your position that if we support the sister city relationship, the city hall, the city council is not explicitly or implicitly commenting, questioning, or criticizing the settlement issue or the state of relations between Israel and that part of Palestine?
In my opinion, it is not. It is not taking a position on particular issues. It is doing people-to-people relationships. If the council wants to do something like that, they could, but I don't think that's part of what Sister City is about.
Thank you.
Does that
Appreciate
help
it.
explain? Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councilmember Desai?
In additional questions,
Yeah.
for city staff or representatives, because I wasn't here in 2008 when Zhengjin, I hope I said that right, was, I guess, selected as a sister city, or when Yangon was. in the 5 sister city cases that are in the staff report, was there community support and I underscore, and community opposition for any of the 5 that was?
Sure. So the most recent one for Varatse, we had the community support from the organization Alpacella organization. So we had their support. Outside of the Alpacella organization, and then just a few individuals that were interested in, that had Italian roots, there wasn't a discussion. Because it's led by a community organization, it's not like a typical, agenda item where a city would go out and have, have town halls or things like that. It's much more of a community group-led item. And so for Italy, I did not see any opposition and just support from the small organizations. I think for all of the different organizations that have come forward, it's been supportive, but it's been supportive by these smaller groups that have come to present themselves to ASCA to hopefully get a relationship with the city developed, and over the years can figure out what those activities are going to be. Councilmember Daysak, one of the letters in the record that came in was from sister city in the city of Boulder, and their sister city with Nablus, and they talked to one of the things that you just the question that you just asked, which is another concern we heard about was the political naturing of sistering with Palestine. There are 6 other cities that have a Palestine relationship, Palestine sister city relationship. You will need to distinguish between political realities that all sister cities are faced with and political advocacy. As long as a sister city relationship is not advocating for political outcomes, there ought be no issues with political realities. So just
Can you read that phrase again? I want to get
Yes,
it
so
down
this
in
is,
there.
again, this was a letter that was addressed to the members of the council, came in today from the Boulder Nablus Sister City Project. It says, another concern we heard about was the political nature of sistering with Palestine. You will need to distinguish between political realities that all sister cities are faced with and political advocacy. As long as a sister city relationship is not advocating for political outcomes, there ought to be no issues with political realities.
One more question. Do we know anything about the mayor of Wadi Fakin or the town council when it comes to specifically whether or not they acknowledge the state of Israel's right to exist as a country?
Sure. So we did ask folks if they were aware of that, and nobody in ASCA, nobody on the committee is aware of that. Council member, I did my own online. I looked up Twitter accounts and things like that, and there was nothing that I could find in either supportive of either.
Thank you.
Support or not. Yeah.
Thank you both. Councilmember Bowler.
Ms. Henry, I have a couple of follow-up questions, if you don't mind. Thank you so much. Just in the issue of the community support, I mean, I've done some extra research. There are cities that have more robust guidelines. For example, in Dallas, Texas, strong community support is a criteria. It's been the experience of Dallas as well. There are other cities that the success of the sister city relationship depends in large part on broad-based community support from business, arts, culture, academia, the local ethnic community, et cetera. Support should also be distributed among individuals, corporations, civic leaders, and the local government. Did the city of Alameda or the association, to your knowledge, in the last couple of years do any type of outreach or workshops with the community to determine the level of community support to assess the sustainability of this?
No, not for Wadi Fakin, but it's not my understanding that the city has ever done a workshop like that for any sister city.
And it's also my understanding this is the first time there's been one that has so much opposition to it too. Is that true?
Yes, I believe so. I mean, the other earlier ones that we don't even know about, the Sweden and the Japan, I don't know if there was opposition with those, but in recent years, certainly we haven't seen this level of opposition or support for that matter.
Sure, good point. And you mentioned the city of Boulder previously. Did you happen to do any research on that? Because I looked at that and looked like there was some problems with politics that happened after its formation. And so that might explain why some of that language is in that letter of support.
Yep, I did not. I know that there were only 6 cities that have a relationship, a sister city relationship with Palestinian territory, and one is in California in Sacramento, and then the rest are spread out throughout the country.
And it's Sacramento, it's Bethlehem, right?
Correct.
Right.
I want to respond to your question. Has there been anything done in the last couple of years? In fact, our Sister City Committee did have an event. It was held at Twin Towers United Methodist Church. In fact, Member Jensen and the mayor was there because we were talking about bringing the Sister City proposal back that was tabled in 2017. So there was, I think, about 150 people there at that.
And that was specific to the Sister City proposal?
It was specific for us to let the community know that we were intending to bring it back.
But did the city residents have notice that this was about the idea that
It wasn't a city sponsored event, but it was an event that we sponsored as Sister City Committee. And we also had a dinner in which we brought people together at the was Indian Palace because we had friends coming from Wadi Fukin that were here in town.
And Reverend Yoshi, thank you. I think my colleague is asking for something different, a town hall or something. Is that what you're asking?
Or a workshop or something of that nature, right? Or some type of...
And I would rely on Ms. Henry's response that we've never done that for a sister city, but anything further?
No, thank you.
All right, any more clarifying questions? All right, let's go to our public comment. Madam Clerk, how many minutes will people get?
2. There's over 40 speakers.
Okay.
So if council wants to adjust the
So
time, you
once
could vote.
again, I'll remind you, and by the way, you get a 100% score so far, perfect audience. Let's listen to everyone, no cheers, jeers, boos, applause, because it just takes longer, and we'll just, will you call like 3 names so people can be ready to come up? And will you go back and forth between in-person and remote?
Yes, we don't have very many remote at this point, so I was
All
going
right.
to do a big chunk of in-person and then go to some remote.
Yeah,
Okay.
You do you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Susan Goldstein, Cynthia Minster, Ravi Moore.
Okay, and it is Rabbi Minster. So the first one was,
Susan Goldstein.
welcome Speaker Goldstein. Hi.
My name is Susan Goldstein. Many of you know me as Gigi. I'm a proud American Jew who's a resident of Bay Farm. I have also experienced anti-Semitism in this country and around the world. I'm here to ask you not to become a sister city with Wadi Fukin. It's near Bethlehem. It's located on the Green Line, which is the Israel-Palestine border. And it's located in Area C, which is thoroughly controlled by Israel. So it may have a government, but you're going to have to get approval from Israel for everything. The letter of agreement does not acknowledge the significant differences between the 2 cities. And as sister cities state, there needs to be some similarities. 74,000 people versus 1,300 people. Our geographics don't go along, and our city structure. This will not address the root causes of the crisis in the Middle East. When Israel is in the news, anti-Semitism always increases in the US. A recent resolution in Oakland led to a surge in anti-Semitic demonstrated by vandalism, hateful speech, and offensive posts. Matters of international affairs do not belong here, but belong in our federal government. Talk to your federal officials if you want to do this. I would like to know what I should do for my daughter who almost got caught in a hunt for Jews in Amsterdam. I want to know what Wadi Hakim is going to say about Israel and Jews. This is a complicated issue, and I think it would be incumbent on all of you to get a good history lesson. I do not want to see more people dead. Also, did that soccer team have any girls? How about any lesbians? Last but not least,
Thank
I
you, and your
suggest
time is up. Our next speaker is
Cynthia Minster.
Rabbi Minster.
My name is Rabbi Cynthia Minster. I am a homeowner and mother of 2 children attending Alameda schools. The Board of Directors of Temple Israel of Alameda approved me speaking on behalf of the congregation regarding the proposal of Wadi Fakin as a sister city of Alameda. I am a strong proponent of dialogue across differences. However, choosing to align the city of Alameda with the activism of the Buena Vista Methodist Church and its Friends of Wadi Fakin sends a clear message that only one side of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict is supported by this city. Wadi Fakin is unlike any other Palestinian community that already has sister city status with a United States city. The entire area is within Israeli control. Much of the land is on the Israeli side of the 1967 border, and its final status is part of ongoing negotiations. Alamedans could create a sister city with any number of Arab Muslim cities in peaceful areas of the world in order to foster deeper understanding of Islam and/or Arab identity. Choosing the village of Wadi Fakin is a political statement, declaring something wrong about the existence of the State of Israel. Moreover, even if the intent of the proposal isn't to make Israeli, Jewish, and Zionist citizens of Alameda less safe, that will certainly be the effect of making this border village a sister city. The rhetoric around the Palestine-Israel conflict in this council chamber and across our island has been heated and full of misinformation. Just as Reverend Yoshi claimed Arabs are indigenous to the Jewish homeland, is denying the reality of world history. If you vote for a sister city alliance with the village of Wadi Fakin, you'll be telling Israeli, Jewish, and Zionist citizens of Alameda that everyone belongs in Alameda unless you believe the State of Israel has a right to exist.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Raviv Moore.
Welcome, Speaker Moore.
Dear Mayor and Council members, I stand here not just as a citizen, but as somebody who was deeply impacted by the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. When I was just 8 years old, a Palestinian terrorist invaded my village, killing 3 innocent women, including my then 28-year-old mother, who was 4 months pregnant at the time. Despite all that, I became a strong advocate for peace and for the two-state solution. Today, I urge you not to support signing the city-city agreement with the proposed Palestinian village of Wadi Fakin. The organization backing this has a history of pro-Palestinian, anti-Zionist activities. The presentation you've just seen show that, right? It was not a cultural presentation, it was much more than that. Reverend Yoshi has a recording saying that Israel is using Palestinians as guinea pigs for the American defense industry. So it is not as naive as it's looked. You can also see that there's no real plans and no real fit for that city with us. And people from Wadi Fakin were brought or taken to DC for political activism. That is fine, but this is going to leak into this relationship in this town. And will further that political agenda. Regardless of how you feel about it, your decision to enter into this agreement will be seen as a political stance, alienating the majority of the Jewish community in Alameda, making them feel marginalized and further increasing tension in the area. It will also attract unwelcome national and international tension. I'm inviting you to reflect on your role as supporting this city, making this city better for everybody here, rather than making a political stance and then weigh the trade-off and make your decision. But this is the decision that you have to make today. Make no mistake about it. What I want to propose, if we want to go for peace, sign at the same time, at the same ceremony, a sister city agreement with a Palestinian town and an Israeli town. There's more than enough that are fit that.
Thank you, and your time is up. Our next speaker.
I'll call 3 more: CJ Kingsley, Mary Gold, and Roan Burns Sarno. And then after those 3, I'll call someone
Okay,
else.
you heard your names. Come on up in that order. Welcome, Speaker Kingsley.
Honorable Mayor and council members. Vincent van Gogh, as a social worker, worked and lived among coal miners in Belgium. He realized that the only way to cure their dire existence was to move them to another city. We Alamedans have no power to make the lives of the Wadi Fakin residents better, other than to show them what safety and security we have that they do not. There are other cities in the world that are prime candidates even South Vietnam or any other Arab city that does not have an open conflict with Israel. Do not vote to make Wadi Faqin a sister city. It will be throwing gasoline on the flames of current Jew hate in Alameda and current Israeli hate in Alameda. Do something constructive for the city of Alameda. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Mary Gold.
Welcome, Speaker Gold. And everybody should make the microphone their own, bring it to where you need it. Hello.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm not as eloquent as the previous speakers, but what I need to tell you tonight is about fear. I have several friends who could not be here tonight and to speak on this issue because of anti-Jewish activities and the fear that they feel in their homes and in public. And as CJ mentioned, this adopting a sister city in a politically unstable area is in fact throwing flames on a problem that already exists. And although you are wise, capable people, this doesn't seem to be the issue for Alameda city councils to address. We've heard many very established and articulate arguments, and I appreciate their concerns, but I fear for our children. I fear for another attack on Temple Israel. And I hope that you are wise enough to reject this particular issue and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Roan Burns-Sarno.
Welcome, Speaker Burns-Sarno.
Hello, my name is Rowan. I'm an Alameda resident, and I've lived here my whole life. I went to Franklin for elementary school, I went to ACLC for middle school, and I'm currently going to ASTE for high school. The children of Wadi Faqin are under attack. The land is being illegally and inhumanely colonized. We can't let that happen. With Sister City, we can learn and grow closer to people all over the world. We can show solidarity with the children of Wadi Faqin, and we can give them the childhood that so far has been stolen from them. We can do this through simple means like playing soccer, but also just by showing legitimacy for who they are and showing that we can grow together. We can build global cooperation, foster mutual understanding, and promote peace, the exact goals of the Sister City program. I urge you to support Sister City and to fight for a better world for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
We'll call three more. Trish Spencer, Robert Ratto, and Cynthia Bonta.
Welcome, speakers. Spencer?
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Council. I appreciate you taking the public comments on this item. I sent an email, but I know it was after the time that's been publicly shown currently. I do oppose this item. I was mayor when it came to us initially, and it did not proceed for multiple reasons, as we've heard. I want to thank the council members that asked, I think, very critical questions this evening. As you know, I'm assuming you know, the U.S. Has issued an advisory not to travel to the West Bank, not to travel to Israel, not to travel to Gaza, Just in January, that occurred. Why? Because of terrorism, armed conflict, civil unrest. So in regards to sending a delegation to Wadi Fakeen, I do not think that would be appropriate. I actually think becoming a sister city with Wadi Fakeen suggests to the community that it is appropriate to travel to Wadi Fakeen. Why? Because we have done that. I've led delegations to, we know that's right, South Korea, the Philippines, China, and other mayors have done the same. So it does suggest also to our business community that that is appropriate. The pain that we heard from the speakers in regards to anti-Semitism, it is real in Alameda. We know this. We've had elementary schools have graffiti. We've had high school Jewish students be victims of anti-Semitism. Recently in Oakland, right, they've had multiple events. Anti-Semitism in the Bay Area is alive. I myself was attending a menorah lighting when I was attacked by a man that yelled that he's Palestinian. It is critical that this council not take any action that will possibly exacerbate that. Thank you.
Our next speaker,
Robert Ratto?
Robert
Ratto.
Ratto. Oh, welcome, Speaker Ratto.
Hi. I'm a member of the ASCA board.
You want to raise that microphone a little bit, please?
I'm a member of the ASCA board. I'm also a member of the Apogella Varazza Committee. Little bit of news or update. Apogella Club was founded in 1941 as the United States was about to go to war with Italy. I need more. Okay, so the Apogella Club was founded in 1941 as the United States was about to go to war with Italy. It's an unfortunate situation. Countries draw lines. They want somebody else's land. They fight over what they think might be right or wrong. People get caught in the middle of it. I'm going to start crying. As sister cities, we're trying to eliminate that issue. We're trying to deal community to community, person to person. And what happens in this situation, we'll take the war that's going on now. There are walls being built, and people are saying everybody on that side is bad, and everybody on our side is good. And everybody on that side needs to disappear or die, and we need to prosper. Well, we know that's not true, okay? We know that's not true. There are good and bad people on both sides of the wall, okay? We attempt to build bridges is what we're doing. And to me, this is very simple. I'm not going to need much more time. The question I have for you is, do you want to build a bridge or do you want to build a wall? Seriously, do you want to build a bridge or do you want to build a wall? And as a member of Sister City, the best thing that could possibly happen is that Wadi Fakeen become a sister city, and then people in Alameda decide they want a Israeli city to become a sister city. And God bless us if that would happen. The best possible scenario would be those people coming together.
Thank you. And our next speaker.
Cynthia Bonta?
Welcome, Speaker Bonta. And you go ahead and adjust that microphone for you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Ashcraft and City Council members. Please approve our community's request to make Wadi Fakeen another sister city of Alameda. Thanks for this time to speak. I am Cynthia Bonta, founding chair of our sister city in Dumaguete, Philippines. I'm reading this because I know I might be over time. So I wanted to speak a little bit about the positive experience that I have experienced as a member of the Alameda Dumaguete Sister City. So I'm truly happy to say that it will be 10 years come June 5th this year that our sister cityhood has lasted and promises to get stronger with a renewed establishment or a newly established sister relationship between the Chambers of Commerce in Alameda, Dumaguete, and others throughout the province of Negros. But we ask ourselves, Has our sister city succeeded? What do we really get out of a sister city relationship? So I suppose I can name all the projects, humanitarian, educational, or economic, that we have accomplished, or even the mentioned ongoing ones, or even still to be, or to mention even still to be launched projects. But our success is finally gauged by the friendships and relationships of trust and acceptance between persons that are developed when we work together.
Thank you, and your time is up. You can certainly submit your written statement to the clerk. Our next speaker.
Actually sent you a copy of that.
Perfect. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Our next speaker.
I'll call to remote just to
Sure.
work some remote in. John DeBeat.
Spelled?
D-A-B-E-E-T.
Okay. Speaker DeBeat, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Hi.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is John DeBeat. I serve on the Sister Cities International Honorary Board of Directors, and I'm also the Global Outreach Representative of Country Palestine on Sister Cities International. Sister Cities is a peace-building organization. I'm sure that as a city, as individuals, and as organization, working together, building peace in our world is your priority. And what can be better than making Alameda, Wadi Fukin, as an official sister city relationship to achieve that? Every country in our world has its history, good and bad. Citizen diplomacy is the concept that the individual has the right, even the responsibility, to help shape U.S. foreign relations, one handshake at a time. So please, let us start that handshake between the people of Alameda, California, and the people of Wadi Fukin, Palestine. Each one of us can be a citizen diplomat and help build a better future. I genuinely, on behalf of Sister Cities International, hope that the Alameda City Council will approve this relationship and take the first step towards promoting peace and understanding. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity that I speak to you as the representative of U.S. Palestine Sister Cities International. Thank you, and I look forward to work with you in the future.
Our next speaker.
Maya.
Welcome, Speaker Maya. Is that remote? Welcome.
Hi, my name's Maya. I'm a small business owner in Alameda, Jewish, and I frankly am feeling a little at a loss for words this evening. I can't imagine why you wouldn't approve this. This is something that the people of the community are doing. This is not Alameda, City Council making a statement on a political issue. This is truly approving a community project to connect two places. And I think that I have incredibly strong feelings about the politics in this situation. And in this scenario, this is really just people coming together in like mutual aid and community care. And I cannot imagine another time when a sister city had this much opposition. And I can't help but feel a bit of the, racism in this situation too. I can't think of how, Italy would have had this same opposition. I think that it's really important for us to acknowledge that we need to set this aside, set the other things aside. And I've never felt unsafe in a situation as a Jewish person because other people supported Palestine, and this is a place in Palestine, and it deserves our support the same way any other place does.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to in person, and I'll call three at a time. Teresita Valeriano, Gabriel, and Imani Chen.
Come on up, Ms. Teresita. I think is the next speaker.
Yes.
Yes. And then if you heard your names, just be ready to come right afterwards. Hello, hello.
Good evening, Mayor Ashcraft and the council. I'm very grateful that the Wadi Fakin Sister proposal is part of our conversation today. My name is Teresita Ortita Valeriano. I'm an Alameda resident for the last 15 years now. I'm here also primarily as a member of the sister city, Dumaguete City, and I'm here to support the Wadi Fakin Sister City because I believe that all of the sister city relationships is about relationships. I am also a rostered leader or clergy of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, one of the mainland Christian denominations who are present also in the city. I'm also a spouse to an amazing woman, and together we parent an almost 12-year-old who attends one of our amazing schools in this city. My son loves people and eager to learn. I'm also a neighbor who loves to know our diverse community in this lovely city beyond sharing food, but especially valuing our shared humanity and to learn from one another. These relationships continue to form, inform, and transform me as a human being. Therefore, I believe that the proposed city program with Wadi Fakin will enable us to build these kinds of relationship here and beyond, people to people, human beings to human beings, which is very critical in our time. These kind of relationships promote peace and reconciliation, acknowledge each other's dignity, and further understanding of what it means to be compassionate neighbor, human being, and a member of community like Alameda. I believe we are capable of this kind of relationship, believing in our shared humanity. So please support.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Gabriel, and then Amani Chen.
All right, Gabriel. Gabriel? Okay.
My name is Gabriel. I'm an Alameda resident and see myself being so for the foreseeable future. It's, I believe, uncontroversial to say that America struggles with racism. The duty of the Sister City Initiative is to create bridges between communities and cultures that help dissolve the inverse outgroup mentality that underpins the fear at the heart of racist rhetoric. We are in a moment where in our communities, racism towards Arabs and specifically Palestinians continues to be fostered and encouraged by groups whose interests and politics align with that of a recognized apartheid state. As a Lebanese, it has been so important and grounding to have people in our community who I don't personally know express concern for my family and community in Lebanon and have curiosity for what information I can give them access to regarding them. But it should not be the burden of individuals to be a source of information for a community. We need projects like Sister Cities for this. We as Alamedans should be interested in the development and growth of our community alongside others. Differences across all aspects of a community are opportunities for understanding and development. Wadi Fakin has a community waiting and wanting to be connected with ours. We are committed to humanity, and we refuse to have the humanity of those in Wadi Fakin questioned or stripped from them, to be dismissed as a community not suited to be connected with ours. I support the Wadi Fakin Sister City proposal.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Imani Chen, and then Milo Chen.
Hello, hello. It's a school night.
Hi, my name is Imani and I'm in 5th grade. I went to Palestine myself when I was almost 3. One of the places I got to visit was Wadi Fakin. Even though I don't remember anything, I'm glad I went. I'm really excited about a sister city in Palestine. I hope people from there can visit us and more people from Alameda can visit them. They'll definitely get to eat a lot of good food there. Thank you and please vote yes.
Thank you. And did I hear Milo is next?
Yes.
I think this is the other part of a duet. Come on up. Just for point of reference, I'm a mother of twins. You're hearing from 2 twins, not mine, but welcome. Welcome, Milo.
Hi, my name is Milo, and I'm a 5th grader here in Alameda. When I was 3, I went to Wadi Fukin. Why I want Alameda to be sister cities with Wadi Fukin is partly because I have really close friends living there. I want to see them again. I want my friends here in Alameda to meet them, and I'm really excited to have Palestinian food. I heard that a soccer team from Wadi Fukin might be able to come if we have a sister city, and I'm excited to watch some friendly matches with Alameda's teams. I really hope that we can become sister cities. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. Our next speaker
is Ramsey, then Vathenik Hang, and Eve. Ramsey
I got the Ramsey part. You can help us with the rest. Welcome.
Hi, yes, my name is Ramsey. I'm an Arab American resident of Alameda of Muslim heritage. Ramadan Kareem to all who observe. I'm here speaking today in support of the proposal to accept Wadi Fukin as a sister city. I just want to place us in the news cycle that's going on all around the world, but also just in our country. The world is kind of a crazy place right now. We're seeing things on a day-to-day basis on the news I don't think we ever thought we would or could. And I think there's a natural reaction to turn away from it. I think there's a natural reaction to turn it all into something that lives on TV, something that isn't real. But there are real things happening, real worlds coming apart. And I think we have a responsibility to hold on to what and who we can while things come apart. The people of Wadi Fukin are a small part of Palestine, which is a small part of the Arab world, which is a small part of our whole world, just like Alameda is. Holding on to each other in this maelstrom is such an amazing way to lean into and support community. Right now, that urge to support community is important because I know it's a place that we're going anyway. But if we turn to community and only consider people on the inside, then it's very possible to lose people who are on the outside. Being a sister city allows us to be a community-oriented without becoming insular, reactionary, or hateful. In my mind, this should be pretty uncontroversial. The Sister City program is meant to create and strengthen cultural interconnections between people around the world. It is enriching to the soul to interact with people whose situations are different from our own. And the people of Wadi Fukin have already shared so much of that experience through the Friends of Wadi Fukin organization. The city of Alameda has an opportunity to strengthen and officiate that bond in a way that will benefit us all. It would really be a shame to pass up that opportunity right now in the midst of all this chaos. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker
is Vathenik Hang. Sorry.
Welcome. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members and community members. My name is Reverend Vathenik Hang, the pastor of Buena Vista United Methodist Church, aka the Beloved Community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of the Sister City relationship with Wadi Fukin. As a pastor and someone who was born and grew up in Cambodia and has traveled abroad, including Israel, Palestine, and recent visit to Cambodia, I've seen firsthand how global partnerships can enrich both community involved. In Cambodia, I witnessed the power of resilience and the importance of international solidarity. After years of hardship, communities there continue to rebuild, not just through economic development, but through deep relationships that transcend borders. What struck me most was how a relationship built on mutual respect and shared value create hope, even in difficult circumstances. This is precisely what a sister city relationship can foster. Wadi Fukin, like so many other communities worldwide, faces significant challenges, but through partnership, we have the chance to stand with them, learn from them, and engage in a meaningful exchange, culture, idea, and support. As a pastor, I believe that relationships are at heart of transformation, whether within the congregation, a city, or across the world. Our shared humanity calls us to act with compassion, to seek justice, and to build bridges of understanding. A sister city relationship with Wadi Fukin is not just a symbolic gesture, it is an investment in peace, education, and community development.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend. Our next speaker.
Eve, then Garrett Jacobs, then Wendy Horikoshi.
Welcome, Speaker Eve, and go ahead and make that microphone yours, yeah.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and council members and community. My name is Eve. I am a homeowner here in Alameda. I've raised my daughter and helped raise my nephews here, and love living here. And as both a mother and as a Jewish woman, I'm particularly thrilled for our city to form this partnership with Wadi Fokine. I'm thrilled that my city, the city I live in, as a Jewish woman, would be so wise as to build this bridge to this Palestinian town. As you may or may not know, most Jewish Americans have many personal connections to Israel. And we have many opportunities to bond with, connect with, and care deeply about individual Israelis. Many of us have visited the land. Many of us have family there. We have so few opportunities to get to know and build relationships with Palestinians. This is a huge missing part of our hearts, of our humanity. And building these bridges through a sister city would certainly deepen all of our commitment to all of humanity. As a teenager in the 1980s, I traveled to the Soviet Union to meet our enemies and found no enemies at all, but wonderful teenagers who are friends of mine to today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Garrett Jacobs, then Wendy Horikoshi.
Welcome, speaker. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Hi.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Garrett Jacobs. I'm a resident of Alameda. I've been here for about 8 years. I'm raising my stepson here, who was born in a house in Alameda, now attends Alameda High. I'm here with joy and gratitude for you all hearing this proposal. I would greatly appreciate if you voted to approve us becoming a sister city with Wadi Fokine. And I do this out of a long journey that I've traveled my own life. I grew up in a conservative Jewish Zionist community in Chicago. My parents owned a kosher catering business, so we were front and center in the Jewish community, and front and center to the anti-Semitic targets that put on our backs. But it's only been in my experience and my journey of developing relationships with my Palestinian friends and colleagues that I've learned to let go of that fear and embrace the interconnectedness that we have as people that has driven me so far into my career in community development, working in nonprofits, and being a bridge builder between communities. And so it's not only with my personal experience that I've had, both in Alameda this past year and a half, building relationships with people who I did not grow up with, that have made me feel safer, more connected, more loved and appreciated, that it also informs just my community development background to also encourage you to vote on this, because as an island city, why not develop a relationship with a community that's often cut out from its neighbors and needs to rely on its own resilience to survive? We too, if anything happens, will be on our own as an island city. So why not learn from the agricultural lessons, the cultural lessons of being able to sustain community? So I encourage you to build bridges, as we will as an island city, to Wadi Fokine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Wendy Horikoshi.
Welcome, Speaker Horikoshi.
Honorable Mayor Ashcraft and City Council persons and city officials. I am Wendy Horikoshi, an Alameda resident. Thank you for placing the sister city of Wadi Fokine on this agenda today. Just as you have created sister city status with many other international cities, I urge you to affirmatively to enter into this relationship building process. I commend the City Council, this City Council, for building relationships over the past several years with underserved communities, the unhoused, persons with disabilities, women, and the LGBT communities. Just as other sister city relationships have helped Alameda understand about people from other sister cities. We hope a sister city relationship with Wadi Faqeen will promote understanding. Please vote for this Wadi Faqeen sister city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Okay, we'll go to a couple remote. Dan Laufer.
Welcome, Speaker Laufer.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Hi.
Great. So my name is Dan Laufer. I'm a resident of Alameda. I own a business here. My kids go to public school here. Our city's unofficial motto is everyone belongs here. But to be honest, I'm wondering if I still belong here. When I take my kids to synagogue at Temple Israel, they notice that we have private security there, and they ask why. Every event at the synagogue requires private security. Even Tat Shabbat, an event for kids that are 5 and under, requires security. The church that's next door to the synagogue holds events regularly. They don't need to have security. You can walk into City Hall on a random Tuesday, and there's no security. My kid's school, she goes to public school, has no security. The only place that I know of that regularly requires security is Alameda's only synagogue. And it's not without reason. Anti-Semitism is surging here in Alameda and the Bay Area. And I appreciate that the people in the room today want to support other communities and have person-to-person diplomacy. And I wholeheartedly support them to do so as private citizens. But the reality is if City Council takes a position on this, it will be a dog whistle heard loud and clear by those whose intents are not as pure as the people in the room today. The overwhelming majority of Alameda Jews are pleading with you for our safety. If any other minority came voicing their concerns and pleading for their safety, would City Council platform a position that would further endanger them? We're not asking you to make a proclamation. We're not asking you for you to take an official position. We're asking you to please keep national politics national and please focus on local issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
David Nyken.
Welcome, Speaker Nyken.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can. Hello.
I appreciate the time. Thank you to the City Council and to the Mayor. I just want to say what a wonderful city we live in, that we have such great, respectful, dynamic conversation. But it was quite revealing about what this project would be and some of the questions that I have personally and I want to share with you. I did see so much goodwill and good intentions from our reverend here, from the high school students speaking, from other people. This is a group of people in Palestine who are looking to have a life of safety, and they deserve that. But again, I heard other overtones of political issues. I heard ideas about having some sort of solidarity issues. I heard political overt statements like the people of Alameda and the people of Wadi Faqeen would be together. And the mix of political and personal in this issue isn't something that needs to be decided, in my opinion, for the City Council. I would request that you look for a third path, perhaps abstaining from this vote and making it clear that our City Council doesn't need to bring in international issues that are divisive and clearly make certain segments, i.e. the Zionist Jewish people in this island, feel uncomfortable. But I do want to respect the projects that they're doing. The Buena Vista Church sounds like it has a really strong Buena Vista Methodist Church has a really strong fan base and supporters here, and I would be one of them if you'd like to do individual events, although I don't believe our city should take an official stance due to both practical, legal, and also, most importantly, personal issues. If I have a moment, I will say, tonight is my son's birthday. I skipped his bedtime to be here because I'm scared for his future. I'm asking you to please not do, my colleagues, my other folks here have said, please don't nationalize something and bring more attention from outside activists to then come here in a couple months and do a BDS thing and whatever else. I'm just asking that you take it neutral and keep a neutral position.
That time is up. Our next speaker.
Jonathan Minzer.
Welcome, Speaker Minzer.
Confirming you can hear me.
We can. Hello.
Thank you so much. I had to leave the meeting early because of the late hour, so I'm here on Zoom. My name is Jonathan Minzer. I'm honored to serve as the Senior Director of Government Affairs at JCRC, largest collective voice of Bay Area Jews. And today I'm here to ask the Council to pause and review its approach to creating a sister city relationship with Wadi Faqeen. We are concerned that this proposal is not about authentic cultural exchange, but rather will be used to inject one-sided political narratives about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict into city spaces, which we have already seen here tonight, both from the official presentations made and from some of the public comments. And as you've heard from many members of your Jewish community, regardless of their views on the conflict, many are feeling unwelcomed and unheard by the city. It appears that this effort is being made quickly and key questions remain unanswered. So I ask the council to ask, what steps to receive community input, including from the mainstream Jewish community, have been made? Does Wadi Faqin meet the criteria for a sister city relationship? What programs and initiatives will take place? What steps will be made to make sure it's inclusive of all Alameda residents? And was a corresponding sister city relationship with an Israeli city ever considered by the Sister City Association? And if not, why not? Regardless of one's views on the ongoing Israeli-Palestinian conflict, this council must act to take steps to ensure all Alameda residents are supported by its actions, especially given the political implications. Again, the main concern here is not about cultural exchange. It is rather about, are we injecting one-sided political narratives into city spaces, and what are the implications for doing so? It is my hope that we can continue to think about ways that we can bridge coexistence between our Israeli and Palestinian communities here and abroad. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
We'll go back to calling some in person. Grace Shea, Deborah Goldberg, and Brooke El-Amin.
And Madam Clerk, how many more speakers do we have?
We have like 25.
Poof. Okay, this is what we're going to do, people. We can't go too long without taking a break. It's hard on staff who are doing the audiovisual. You all need to get up and move around. But those three names that were just called, we're going to hear you, and then we will take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back. But I just want to say again, this is quite lovely. We don't all see eye to eye on these issues. We have all been respectful, and I thank you for that. Welcome, sir.
Hi. My name's Dr. Greg Shea. I'm a Alameda resident for the last 36 years. I worked as a pediatric lung specialist at Oakland Kaiser for 30 years. We've raised our 3 children in Alameda, and they went to school here, staying active also at St. Joseph's Basilica and every sport and scout troop imaginable. So when I think of the Sister City Project, I think of Rotary International, I think of Lions Club, Habitat for Humanity International, or Scouts, trying to build relationships with other groups. And I've worked on 35 medical missions around the world in the last 10 years, including in Bethlehem, which is the district near Wadi Faqin. Raising children in Alameda and in the East Bay, it's such an advantage for our children. We were drawn here for its diversity and safety and non-judgmental atmosphere. And there's such a rich array of multicultural activities for our families and our students that they can participate in and learn from, such as festivals at the Japanese Buddhist Temple, the Cinco de Mayo festivals, Chinese New Year, Japantown festivals, and more. Exposure to different cultures and projects helped me in my job in medicine and my children's ability to be more aware of different social situations and cultures in their careers also as they grew older. Our town, and more specifically children and grandchildren, will be more well-rounded in understanding of other people if we continue to have a Alameda sister city with this place.
Thank you so much. And thank you. Our next speaker.
Deborah Goldberg.
Welcome, Speaker Goldberg.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Deborah Goldberg. I'm a homeowner here in Alameda. I have 2 young children in the school district. I'm also proudly Jewish American. I wanted to read something briefly from Adam Kaplan, who's the vice president of Sister Cities International. When Boulder was considering a partnership with Nablus, a Palestinian city in the West Bank, he wrote the city council there, and just as a note, that resolution did pass. I would like to take this opportunity to clarify a few characteristics regarding sister city relationships. Some have expressed concern that Nablus does not share the same progressive values as Boulder. I would like to emphasize that a sister city relationship is not and has never been an explicit or implicit endorsements of the laws, values, ethics, or cultural practices of another community. In fact, through our now 70-year history, its greatest achievements are usually with countries with whom we have the greatest differences, from Germany and Japan to China and the Soviet Union to Iraq and Afghanistan. Given the breadth and depth of differences between communities, if this standard of quote-unquote shared values was a prerequisite for sister city relationships, then we would still be waiting for our first partnership. Indeed, if this standard were applied by other countries to the US, we might find that some of our own laws and practices would make us unmatchable in dozens of countries around the world. Some have suggested that the Boulder-Annapolis relationship could continue with its activities without formally establishing a sister city relationship. I believe that would be a grave mistake and would actually run counter to the interests of those that propose such a scenario. The sister cities movement has a well-established principles which guide activities across all sectors. These values include a commitment to peace, a collaborative approach to engagement, a pursuit of mutual respect and understanding, a long-time commitment to being communications, and a dedication to peace.
Thank you so much, and your time is up. And our next speaker is Brooke Alameen.
Yeah.
Right, welcome.
My name is Brooke Elamine, and my family moved to Alameda 4 years ago from Lebanon. I enthusiastically support establishing a sister city relationship with the village of Wadi Fukin. At a time when racism and isolationism are rising in the US, this partnership embodies the true purpose of sister cities, fostering global understanding through cultural, economic, and educational exchanges. Now more than ever, we should build relationships with communities that are often misunderstood and misrepresented, as you have heard today. Palestinian author Omar Suleiman wrote in a recent article, "To be Palestinian in much of the American political establishment is to be something lesser, to invite suspicion, hostility, punishment." But Wadi Fukin is a village of 1,500 human beings, and our relationship with them should be no different than with any other city in the world. A sister city partnership can help bridge divides through culture and make families like mine feel more welcome in Alameda and more safe. As a parent, I want my Arab children who attend AUSD schools to grow up in a city where they might have the opportunity to exchange letters or play soccer with youth from the Arab world. We say everybody belongs in Alameda. Let's make that real by embracing this opportunity to learn from the villagers of Wadi Fukin and to build a more inclusive community. I look forward to celebrating our newest sister city relationship with you. With my 16 seconds, I just want to add, I did not experience respect from all of the speakers today. I heard anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian racism, which is often veiled in other ways that many people who are not Arab or don't understand.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up, and thank you. All right, everybody. It is 9:28. We're going to call it 9:30. We'll be back at 9:40. So stretch your legs and get a drink of water, whatever. We'll be back at 9:40. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Sure, either one.
Everyone sit down, please. People in the audience, I need you to sit down now, please. It's not getting any earlier. That was my mother of twins voice. Please sit. Okay. All right. Okay. So we are back. Okay, and sit and be quiet, please. Thank you. My twins know I'm not that patient. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think we've had an agenda adjustment. Do you want to announce that for us, please?
Yes, so we are going to go ahead, because it is getting the late hour, we're going to remove 7C. It'll be withdrawn from a night, and staff will bring it back on another night. So that's the Climate Action Resiliency Plan update, and that will come back later, probably most likely April 1st.
April the 1st, right?
Yes.
Not an April Fool's joke.
Yes.
So if you're in the audience to hear the Climate Action Resiliency Plan update, not tonight, come back in 2 weeks or so, April 1st. And if you're listening remotely, you don't have to stay, but you're certainly welcome to. But we are still going to hear, when we finish the Wadi Fokine, we are going to hear the port settlement, and we're going to hear the Fernside issues. So don't go away if you're here for those. All right, where were we, Madam Clerk?
We were calling speakers.
We were calling speakers. Let's do it. Who's there
Okay.
next? Are you want to call the next three?
Yes, Sophia Ritchie, Savannah Cheer, and Stephen Chen.
I'm sorry, who was the first one?
Sophia Ritchie.
Sophia Ritchie. Speaker Ritchie? There you are.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I am an Alameda resident, and I am here in support of the Wadi Fokine Sister City proposal. I've been asked to read a letter, actually, from Sister Cities International that was sent out to different sister city associations. It's dated from March 1st, 2025, and it's signed by Dr. Rick Garrett, the president and CEO. So we firmly believe that having more friendships is better than less friendships. Whether two countries have friendly relations or whether they are at war with each other, we always advocate for people-to-people relationships. They are the most fundamental building blocks of peace. Next, we will always support keeping a sister city relationship regardless of what's happening in the world. Some may be tempted to suspend their relationship with another country based on a political or military decision, but this is extremely short-sighted. If you need an example of the true power of the kind of citizen diplomacy work Sister Cities does, look at Germany, Italy, and Japan. 3 generations ago, they were our sworn enemies, yet today 90% of you reading this have a sister city in at least one of them. If we can make such monumental progress in only 80 years, think about what the world could look like by the end of the century, but we need friendships to give peace a fighting chance. I'm standing in front of you as proof that I believe citizen diplomacy works. I had the privilege of living and working in the West Bank for 4 years. For much of this time, I worked with a nonprofit women's development and leadership organization that had a presence in dozens of West Bank villages, including the village of Wadi Fokine. Through this work, I had the chance to visit this lovely village. I was warmly welcomed into the village and greatly admired the grace, wisdom, and strength of the women who I met in the village. Wadi Fokine is a beautiful place, and I'd love for Alameda residents to have a chance to build closer relationships with this incredible community. And I just, I believe that.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker?
Savannah Cheer, then Stephen Chen.
All right. Welcome, Speaker Cheer.
Thank you. I don't have as many eloquent comments as everyone else, but I just want to 100% support Alameda becoming a sister city with Wadi Fokine. Just to, as a reminder, maybe a little historical context there, that many people here in Alameda, and you've obviously heard this tonight, have worked for a really long time at building a lovely, supportive, and a deep, personal connection with many of the residents of Wadi Fokine. So this is, this relationship already exists. Actually, it's not like just popping in our laps. So it's a beautiful connection, and it's really just an act of formalizing it now to do the sister city. So I'd also like to just reiterate that sister cities are very explicitly not political, and they're really about connecting humans. And you've heard that a lot tonight, but it just really bears repeating that it's just about this human-to-human connection, and that's really important. This is also a wonderful opportunity for you as municipal leaders to try out a little diplomacy as well. It may not, I don't know if any of you have ever been like international elected people or anything or done anything like that, but you're gonna, maybe get the chance to do that by this small act. So it's a beautiful reciprocal relationship, the Sister City is, and it's a way that municipal leaders can transcend policy, politics, governments, and just promote harmony and peace and understanding with humans, person to person. And that is such a beautiful thing that we should all celebrate, and obviously desperately needed in the times that we're living in. And I'm sure you're all feeling that. So I hope that you will support Wadi Faqin becoming a sister city with Alameda. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Chen. He's
and so I can
online.
allow him to
Okay.
speak. I just noticed that. So.
Someone had to take the kids home. I get
Okay.
it. Welcome.
Thank you so much for holding this council and taking on this issue. I'm a proud Alamedan. I'm a father of the twins that you heard tonight speak. I'm a physician and a Taiwanese American and a Christian. And all these aspects of my identity compel me to support having a sister city relationship between Alameda and Wadi Faqin, as it is an expression of Alameda's inclusivity and the values that I want to teach my children, and this community that I want to build together in Alameda. I just want to name that the pushback against this sister city relationship, this people-to-people relationship, is concerning to me. And the con arguments sound like NIMBYism. They sound like the redlining against African Americans and Asian Americans here in Alameda in our recent history. And if we go back further into the ordinances in San Francisco in the late 1800s that targeted Chinese laundries without any reference to the Chinese, I worry that the compatibility guidelines that we spent a lot of energy on at the beginning of this meeting are being weaponized against accepting Wadi Faqin as a sister city, and targets Palestinians and follows the examples that we've seen around NIMBYism, redlining, and these ordinances. These are procedural blocks that are often being erected out of fear, out of exclusion, and lead to the erasure and dehumanization of our Palestinian neighbors that we know here in Alameda and those that I've visited in Wadi Faqin. And I just want us to learn from history and not repeat that pattern of exclusion. Let's build that Alameda that continues to support dignity for all, care for each other, community, and attention to voices that are often marginalized. Please support this sister city relationship. Thank you. And please hold the vision of it.
Thank you. And our next speaker?
Naomi Vinberg and then Jennifer Rakowski.
Welcome. Speaker Vinberg is remote, or no, here. Okay.
Yeah, in person.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
And be
Thank
sure
you.
to
My
get
name
close
is
to the microphone.
Naomi Vinberry. Thank you, Mayor Ashcraft and City Council, for hearing us tonight, for hearing me. So I live in Alameda. I work as a eco-restoration gardener here on the island and in the East Bay. I'd like to just take a moment first, because it's become a practice in a lot of settings like this, to acknowledge the land that we meet on tonight is the unceded territory of the Lisjan Ohlone people. This evening, I'm here to express my support of designating Alameda and Wadi Faqin as sister cities. This type of coming together in peaceful community that fosters cultural exchange and supportive presence can bridge gaps across the global community. I think linking people with people across cultures is important work, especially as the national rhetorics and actions here and abroad continue to descend into further division and devastation. I first heard of Wadi Faqin at an event I attended held by Friends of Wadi Faqin this past year. People shared their experiences of what it's like living in this village in the West Bank right now. By showing up and listening, I was able to step into an opportunity to hear the stories and understand more deeply the challenges and that people are currently facing at this time. Michael Yoshi's interview recently posted on the Island City Beat podcast As well as his recent report back from the Protective Presence trip he and a handful of others went on this past January, which we heard about at the beginning, have helped to expand my understanding and respect for the people living in this village in the West Bank. And it's fostered an interest in wanting to learn more about the cultures of the region and the ways people are furthering opportunities for connectedness and learning. These events have helped to reveal the humanity of people in a place I generally only hear about in the news or through the perspectives of friends and colleagues. This real connection, it sheds light on what life is like right now for some folks living there. And thank you.
Your time is up. Our next speaker,
Jennifer Rakowski.
Welcome, Speaker Rakowski.
Thank you. I came to support Waterford becoming a sister city proposal. This has been more than 10 years in the making. And at a time when our federal government is pulling away from international connections, I am really excited that the city is looking to expand our successful Sister City program. It's a natural way for cities to express our citizenship in a global community. The City of Alameda and Waterford are a natural partnership that is supported by community connections that already exist. And many of those early supporters are key people that made me feel welcome in this community, that I could make this community home. A sister city relationship would enrich the cultural tapestry that is Alameda and create pathways for dialogue and cooperation around areas of mutual interest, including sustainable development, climate action, and humanitarian efforts. By sharing resources and ideas, we can cultivate an understanding and a respect for our histories and our challenges. And through that, our shared humanity. I urge you to vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
We'll go to 3 remote. The first is AA.
Welcome, Speaker AA. Are you there?
Yes, nice City Council. Thank you for letting me on. I'm a resident. Do not support this initiative. That is probably all I have to say. Well, I have a few other things to say. I got to say it's probably masterclass of the minister for the United Methodist Church propaganda that would make Yuri Bezmenov blush. I would also say this is probably the biggest waste of time for our city council. Completely ridiculous. Got a lot more important things to do in this city. I hope you are all doing a great job, and I want to thank you for the time. I'll yield the rest.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Jeremy Russell.
Welcome, Speaker Russell.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Wonderful. Hello, my name is Jeremy Russell. I live here in Alameda. My kids attend school here in Alameda. And I am also probably one of the few speakers here tonight who's actually been to the West Bank in the vicinity of Wadi Faqeen. And I've seen firsthand myself what's happening there and can say with confidence that we should not be making this connection at this time. There are other better ways to support people-to-people on-the-ground interactions that can assist peace without dragging our city into the mire of controversy. We have heard speakers talking about illegal actions in Wadi Faqeen. We've heard them talking about the encroachment of the settlements. It should be clear by now that Alameda citizens have incredibly strong, conflicting feelings about this situation. You're hearing accusations of racism, accusations of anti-Semitism. Such comments reveal the true bias of support and opposition to this action. It is inherently political and activist. The choice itself is inherently political and activist. We need to keep this conflict, out of our civic life. I spoke against this same initiative in 2017, and just listening to the speakers here tonight shows that we are still not ready for this as a community. We need to recognize our shared humanity, and that starts with our neighbors here. The proponents of this seem to want to skip that step and they're calling the opposition racist and they just want to move on. Let's not. Instead, let's support each other here in Alameda. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Is a remote caller with the phone number ending in 858. And they can hit *6 to unmute.
Welcome, speaker 858.
Hi, my name is Aurelia Mendoza. Can you hear me?
We can. Hello.
Hi, I'm a mom of 2 living on the island. Everyone under our roof lives, works, and goes to school in Alameda. Forgive me if my voice shakes. I'm having a hard time really understanding why there's so much opposition to a program that enriches children and their lives and families. And it just doesn't, it's upsetting. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't understand what people are so afraid of. Togetherness, culture, building bridges. Denying children of opportunities, that's something that you want to go for. It doesn't make sense at all. All the opposition is actually what terrifies me as a mom of young children, as a teacher, a caregiver, a human. We should want to combine cultures. And I plead with all of you to really consider this and vote with more so of your hearts and know what's actually the right thing to do, because this is just an opportunity. It's not taking a political stance. It's an opportunity, and we should be building bridges, as a lot of other people have been saying tonight. I don't know how else to stress it as a mom of young children. Please consider this. How else are we going to evolve, and how will there be progress? We certainly haven't seen it from higher government. If we focus on only local issues like the slow streets, is that what we should only be focusing on and getting rid of those barriers? That seems pretty silly, because there's bigger things that we can be a part of. And regardless if you approve of this or not, it will get international news. It will get national news, whether you approve of it or not.
Thank you. And your time is up. Our next speaker.
Is Paula Rainey in person, and then Emily Lynn and Hilda Paulson.
All right. So you've heard your names. Just be ready as the one speaker is finishing. Welcome, Speaker Rainey.
Well, thank you very much, council members and Mayor Ashcraft. I'm here to ask that you fully support this Sister City proposal. And reading through the letters from the Boulder Sister City Association and also the Sacramento Sister City Association, I want you to know that my spirits were really lifted. They pointed to the success that their associations have had in their communities, building bridges, increasing global understanding, and it just affirms for me the importance that you all give your approval to this opportunity tonight. And I really believe strongly that the people here in Alameda are interested in opening their eyes and reaching out to people in the Palestine West Bank. As previous speakers have said, it really is a time to hold onto our humanity and create relationships, build stronger bonds of friendship and understanding. And the Sister City Association offers this vehicle to do just that. And I want to say, in addition, I think the people here in our town that identify as Muslim, as Palestinian, as Arab, many are fearful to say this. And wouldn't they get a big spark of warmth and dignity and confidence to move forward in life and be part of our community, knowing maybe they really are welcome here and we do embrace them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is
Emily Lynn.
Emily Lynn, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, friends. My name is Emily Lynn. I'm a 25-year resident, a United Methodist clergy person, proudly so, a parent with 2 kids in Alameda schools, active in the PTA, and a staunch supporter of Wadi Fokine, and equally importantly, of collective liberation here and there. I speak tonight as a member of the Wadi Fokine Sister City Committee, formed in collaboration with ASCA to bring this proposal before you today again. Thank you for returning it to the agenda. I have been to Wadi Fokine twice, walked through their beautiful valley, eaten in villagers' homes, heard their stories over cups of pungent coffee, and the hospitality that they offer is so warm, so profound, that I have tried to recreate it in my relationships here, my community building and work here. I don't know about you, but the best possible sister city relationships, like all great relationships, are surely those that invite us into new possibilities, that challenge us to learn something, to shed old frames and perspectives, and that inspire us to see who we can be as humanity together. There's so many things that make Alameda and Wadi Fokine, quote, compatible. That's never been in question. What's more important is that there are so many things that make this partnership hopeful, transformative, and visionary. I want to raise a few concerns before closing. There's been accusations that our proposal is one-sided ploy somehow. Yet you were flooded with letters just yesterday by Christians United for Israel, a national lobbying organization with a clear one-sided agenda. We were also accused of being divisive, but not a single one of our letters used words like terrorist, dangerous, or having fake stories. So I have to wonder why that is. Tonight isn't about choosing sides or about making foreign policy. It's not about division. Tonight is about choosing humanity.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hilda Paulson, and then Anna Pillar and Ilana Dever.
Welcome, Speaker Paulson.
Hi. Hi, my name is Hilda. I'm a mom. I'm a proud American Jew. I enthusiastically welcome Wadi Fokine as a sister city. I'm a little mortified by what you heard from some of my brothers and sisters earlier today. I've been asked to read a letter from Sacramento Bethlehem Sister City, but before I do that, I'd like to ask the chamber to take a moment of silence in recognition of the 400 Palestinians who were murdered today by Israel. We applaud the years of dedicated friendship building between the cities of Alameda and Wadi Fokine. Indeed, it is this kind of sustained effort that is at the heart of a successful sister city bond, and Alameda's efforts are exemplary. We have no doubts this relationship will continue, but official recognition accomplishes these important things and more. We also write knowing you are hearing objections to recognizing this relationship, specifically from the Jewish Community Relations Committee, the JCRC. While upsetting, this is not a surprise to us. 15 years ago, the JCRC was opposed to Sacramento becoming a sister city to Bethlehem, stating it would be harmful to the Jewish community. Ultimately, we prevailed, and since then, the issue of Jewish community safety has never been linked to our relationship to Bethlehem. In fact, Sacramento Bethlehem has enjoyed the support of many Jewish community members. The JCRC's fears and allegations were and are unfounded. The same happened in Boulder, Colorado, when sistering with Nablus, Dayton, Ohio, when sistering with Salfit, and Muscatine, Iowa, when sistering with Ramallah. No one has been harmed. Quite the contrary, every one of these relationships has brought immeasurable added value to their respective communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Anna Pillar, Ilana Deber, and Max Gurovich.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Anna Pillar, and I'm an Alameda resident, a homeowner, a proud Jewish mother, granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, and I'm here to express my passionate support for the Sister City proposal. When I was 24, I lived in a Palestinian village called Hares, not far from Wadi Fokine. My time in the West Bank was the most meaningful experience of my life. It deepened my belief that another world is possible in which we are not enemies and all our children are safer. It deepened my Jewish faith. This sister city relationship opens the door to my own children and families like ours, building that type of connection. And contrary to what others might say, building relationships and understanding makes everyone safer. Those speaking against this proposal have not offered any explanation of how having a sister city threatens their safety. What is clear is that some people are uncomfortable with this idea, and I understand because I would have been too. But the idea that my Jewish children would be denied the opportunity to connect with Palestinian children, told that remaining forever segregated from one another is for their own good, is unconscionable and dangerous. As you've seen tonight, Alameda Jews have very diverse opinions. But I am not here as a Jew to say that it's okay for you to vote for this measure, because you do not need my permission or anyone else's permission tonight to vote for what you believe will enrich and grow our community. Tonight you have the opportunity to vote for hope and open-heartedness, or for separation and fear. Please vote in the spirit of the best version of our beloved city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Ilana DeBear, and then Max Gurovich.
Welcome, Speaker DeVere.
And you pronounced it right, thank you. Thank you to the council. I am a deeply and profoundly Jewish person. I'm a member of Temple Sinai in Oakland. I lived for 2 years in Israel in my 1920s. I consider myself a Zionist, and I strongly support this proposal, which I find inspiring. Too often discussions of Israel and Palestine turn into a binary, an either or. You're either for Team Israel or you're for Team Palestine. This is a false, heartbreaking choice. The only path to real peace in the region is to recognize that both Israelis and Palestinians deserve self-determination, safety, and a thriving future. This sister city proposal does not harm Jews or Israelis. It reaches out a hand to a Palestinian village under great pressure, exposes them to American traditions of democracy and pluralism, and introduces us to their vibrant culture. There are people who think they're helping the Palestinian cause by shutting down and boycotting cultural exchanges with Israel, like the Bat Sheva dance company that came to Berkeley a few weeks ago. I disapprove of that. Here we have people who are trying to shut down a Palestinian-American cultural exchange for the same reason, that reaching out a hand to one hurts the other. I disapprove in both cases. As a proud Jew, I urge you to reject the binary either or and support this sister city proposal and the human and cultural bridges it will build. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Max Gurovich, then Sarah Hussein, then Ivy Lickman.
Okay, Speaker Gurovich. Hello.
Hello, Council. Thank you for providing us all with time to speak. I'm a high school student in Alameda, and I just wanted to say that it's my opinion that Alameda is essentially bringing the conflict in again, and this is just going to create division in the city. Sister cities are supposed to be apolitical, and a lot of people claim that it is, but you can see from all the signs and the keffiyehs that it's clearly being used as a form of political activism. And that doesn't line up with the guidelines of sister cities being apolitical and not being politically involved. And I heard someone else mention that everything has a political reality, and that is true, but in other sister cities, such as, for example, the Chinese city that we are sistered with, Jiangyin, we did not see anyone coming here and making any political statements in regards to China or America when that happened. We're only seeing this now that we're bringing a Palestinian city into the equation. And additionally, the organization doesn't require city recognition to continue its operations. Not recognizing the organization won't shut it down. We can still foster these connections and still have this cultural exchange, but it's really not necessary for the city to recognize it, because that's just going to create more division, in my opinion. And the organization also did not survey Alamedans. They did not get either support or disapproval from Alamedans. So I don't think it's in the best interest of people from Alameda to have the city council approve it. and they did not demonstrate either that it would benefit the city in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Sarah Hussein, then Ivy Lickman.
Welcome, Speaker Hussein.
Thank you so much for the time. I'm a mother.
Bring the microphone down just a bit. Yeah.
My name is Sarah Hussein, and I live in Alameda, and I have two teenagers. So I think right now I just want to share with you. This is the month of Ramadan, like the fasting month for us, and I want to contribute with two Quranic verses that shape a Muslim view for human life and diversity. In chapter 49, verse 13, God says, "O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female, and made you peoples and tribes, that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of God is the most righteous of you. Indeed, God is knowing and acquainted." In another chapter, which is chapter 5, verse 48, God says, "To each of you we have prescribed a law and a method, and if God had willed, he would have made you one nation, but he intended to test you in what he has given you. So raise to all that is good. To God is your return altogether, and he will then inform you concerning that over which you used to defer." So the idea of a sister city relationship between Alameda and Wadi Faqin in the West Bank has filled my heart today with joy. It reflects a commitment to fostering dialogue between the people of both cities, bypassing politics and conflicts, hopefully, with the hope of creating a brighter and more peaceful future. As a parent, I see this sister city relationship with Wadi Faqin as an opportunity for future generations to gain alternative perspectives on a region that has often been misunderstood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Ivy Lickman.
Welcome. Hello. And go ahead and bring that microphone where you need it.
Hi, I'm Ivy Leishman, and I am the chair of our Social Justice Committee at Temple Israel. I'd like to acknowledge our rabbi and Reverend Yoshi, and take this opportunity to say that this is a very difficult time for the Jewish community. No matter where we come down on the Israeli-Palestinian situation, it's been difficult. The anti-Jewish sentiment is rising. In fact, we're having a speaker on it, and we're having trouble just getting someone to stop like bombers from coming in to the speakers. So it is rising, and our situation is quite tense. But what exactly will it cost to have a sister city at this time? I'm not clear what they want, what we're asking for. Do they need pipes to have water come in? I didn't see any numbers. I know that I'm from a town on the East Coast, Tacoma Park, where Jamie Raskin's from, and we adopted a city in Nicaragua many, many moons ago, and we had an exact sheet of what to expect from our sister city. But I don't see one here. Do they need pipes for water? I'm not clear what our sister city here needs, what we are going to be expected to supply for them. Great handshakes are great, but what exactly are they in need of?
Thank you.
Ooh,
Your time
that's
is
my
up. Our
time.
next speaker.
Now we'll go to 3 remote. Zach Bowling.
Welcome, Speaker Bowling.
Evening, Council. I just wanted to quickly say, sister cities, they exist to build these people-to-people connections, and they're not endorsements of any government or political movement. They're just there to recognize communities, their cultures, humanity. And throughout history, sister cities have been fostered understanding, especially during conflict. I mean, Alameda right now already has sister cities in China and the Philippines, both places with complex histories and political issues with their own federal government. But it doesn't matter because those relationships are with the people of those cities, not their national governments. I mean, it's in the name, sister cities. The idea that any community in Palestine should be excluded suggests that people there don't deserve that same dignity. And I find it deeply troubling to hear the claim that recognizing a city in Palestine is inherently anti-Semitic. The people of Wadi Fahim exist. Denying that connection to Alameda is an act of erasure, not really a defense against hate. Anti-Semitism is real. It's unacceptable. It should be confronted. But opposing the sister city relationship does nothing to address that problem. Instead, it reinforces a false and dangerous idea that acknowledging Palestinian communities is an attack on Jewish people. We can and must stand against anti-Semitism here in Alameda, but that does not mean we have to refuse to recognize Palestinian communities. Those two things are not in opposition. Building connections, not walls, is what Sister City is about. This is an opportunity for Alameda to affirm its values of inclusion and peace and global solidarity. And I will cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
SA.
Welcome, Speaker SA.
Good evening, Mayor Ashcraft. This is Sarah. It's nice to see you again, and welcome to the new City Council members. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that regardless of your decision here tonight, the seeds of solidarity, compassion, and human connection have already been deeply woven into the fabric that is Alameda. Thanks to community leaders such as Reverend Yoshi and Pastor Emily, it has been their very strong and welcoming leadership that recently led my husband and I to invest as new homeowners in Alameda. Growing up in Seattle, I didn't just enjoy and consume Japanese food. I also learned about the rich history, and I learned about Japanese people through the strong and one of the longest and first sister city relationships with Kobe, Japan. In times of genocide, the personal is inherently political. Palestinians have long been dehumanized in this country, and as a Muslim American, I know what that feels like. But I also know the power of people showing up for one another and getting to know one another on an individual basis. When guests visited our mosque and learn about Islam, those were the small acts of connection that made all the difference. So I strongly support the Sister City partnership, and I will continue to be a part of the community that supports this strong partnership and Sister City relationship, regardless of what you all decide today. Thank you very much, and Ramadan Mubarak.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Malia.
Speaker Malia. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, thank you. I'm a resident of Alameda, and today Washington State recognized my cousin Jimi Hendrix with a Medal of Merit today. His music and vision transcended borders, inspiring generations and proving the power of one person, one voice, one guitar that brought folks together from all walks of life. Jimi used music to build people-to-people connections. Meep Geese is another example of seeing the power of one. Being a docent for the Anne Frank exhibit in Seattle, as a high school student, it deeply shaped my worldview and the importance of connecting on a personal level with others. As a docent, I met Meep Geese, who was friends with Anne Frank's family and discovered her journal and provided shelter for the Frank family. Meep Geese was a Catholic Austrian-born Dutch and made a people-to-people connection with the Frank family. Inspired by that same belief, I stand in support of a partnership that I believe can have a lasting impact on future generations. I advocate for a sister city relationship between the city of Alameda and Wadi Fahim. This is more than just a symbolic gesture. It is an opportunity to demonstrate the power of one connection, one bridge between communities that fosters understanding and a cultural exchange. Just as Jimi's music brought people together, and just as history has shown the power of unity through great partnerships, we too have the ability to make a difference. The power of one sister city, one relationship, one shared vision can create opportunities for dialogue, collaboration, and most importantly, healing. In a world where differences often seem to define us, this initiative reminds us that we share commonalities. The power of one thoughtful action, like forming a bond between two communities, can inspire understanding, strengthen relationships, and move us forward to a more connected future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Sharon Nunez, then Austin Tam, and then John Oda.
And are these remote or in person?
In person.
In person. Okay, welcome, Speaker Nunez.
Good evening, Mayor.
Hello.
And council members. I'm Sharon Nunez. I have children here. I have grandchildren here. And I'm very invested in Alameda and what we do, how we are seen, how we relate to the world. And well, I want to thank very much the Baptist Church,
we won't hear you if you don't speak into the microphone.
All right, the Buena Vista Methodist Church for what you are doing and how you are reaching out and the contacts you have made. I think that is wonderful. I believe in one-to-one context. And I grew up as a minority in Hawaii and grew up with all kinds of different nationalities, food and so forth. So there are good people everywhere. I lived in Israel. I had Arab friends in Israel. But at this point in time, Alameda is not surrounded by hostile neighbors, as Wadi Fahim is. And I actually wrote to you earlier, but it didn't go through, I think. But I want to go ahead and read this here. Then I'm writing to ask you to please vote no on the agenda item, adopting a new sister city at this time. I know it's a small town, and I'm not sure how anybody except perhaps you council members could interact with them. And of course, there will be nothing you can't interact if they're right in the middle of a war right now. Let me go down here. I have to say that when I first came here, I'm running out of time, but please vote no.
You're out of time. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Austin Tam, then John Oda, and then Israel Quezon.
Okay, welcome, Speaker Tam. Is the clock running, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, we can start it.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Austin Tam. I'm a lifelong resident of Alameda since 1979. I'm a delegate to the Central Committee and the California Democratic Party Executive Board, and a disability advocate and one with a lived experience. I've been to Palestine and Wadi Fahim 3 times, and I thank you for doing this, and I support this sister city. I voted for most of you, and I know some of you. Tracy, we go back. I went door to door for you for city council. We went to Safeway. My phone was lost. You drove me to Dublin to go pick it up, and I appreciate your compassion, Michelle. You know how I feel about you, Marilyn, and everyone else. And you know, Marilyn and Tracy, you knew my dad, my beloved father, who you respected very much, and who would be supportive of Wadi Fahim City right now. You know, I want to just say that Tracy and Marilyn and Michelle, you 3 went to many Wadi Fahim events last year, and I know that you guys all 3 said you would support Sister City. I, along with many other people who could not vote, could not talk today, Stuart Chen, Alice Light Bitker, and McCarrigan, Tushawn, and countless of others are in support of this. I just want to say that, you know, I appreciate all those people who are here today. Some who cannot be here because out of fear of being discriminatory and other stuff. And you know, this month is my birthday. It was March 8th, unfortunately, the day that Mahmoud Khalil was abducted. And my birthday wish is for this to pass, for it to pass unanimously. You know, and I'm saying this is a litmus test. You know, I trust that you will vote your conscience when it comes to at the end of the day, because I respect all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
John Oda, then Israel Quezon.
Welcome, Speaker Oda.
Mayor Ashcraft and City Council members. I am a 33-year resident and voter in Alameda, and I strongly support this resolution. I think, reading it, it's a short and simple resolution. It's pretty easy, It calls for a sister city relationship between Alameda and Wadi Fokine for the purpose of promoting goodwill, mutual understanding, and friendship between the peoples of the two cities. What's wrong with that, I mean, I have to say, I wasn't originally planning to even speak here tonight, but I got very bothered by the fact that a number of speakers have tried to confuse the issue by talking about how this resolution will promote anti-Semitism or force Alameda to take a stand on the Israel-Palestinian issue. If you read the resolution, it does nothing of the sort. So I would say don't be confused by these people that want to try to, confuse the issue. I mean, I think if people wanted to oppose anti-Semitism, then maybe they should sponsor a resolution about that, which I would support as well, as long as it also opposed other forms of discrimination, including Islamophobia. But instead, they use their time and effort to attack this resolution, which is, like I say, a very simple and good measure, and I hope you will not be confused and will vote for the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is?
Yasria Quezon. Sorry.
Yes, Speaker Quezon, welcome.
Okay. In the 70s, a Caucasian employer asks her African-American maid, "Why do you fight to sit in front of the bus? Why do you walk 3 miles every day to take care of my children while no one takes care of yours?" And her response was, "Because I don't want your children to be afraid of mine." The spirit of the moment then and now is the same. Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, City staff, and members of the audience. I went to schools here in Alameda and have called Alameda my home. When I visited Palestine and Israel in 2023, I was welcomed as Israel by Israelis and Yaqub by Palestinians, both names I cherish. During my visit, a Palestinian Christian neighbor of Wadi Fokine said that if today were to be my last day, we will plant olive trees, the very thing they love and cherish, farming, olive trees, being in community, and that we refuse to be enemies. We can no longer afford to show up out of our pain or fear. We have nothing to lose but everything to gain. It's not about Jewish pain or Palestinian pain. To note, when we talk about anti-Semitism, we need to be accurate in knowing and including that Palestinians are Semites too. This resolution is the first step towards learning about Wadi Fokine, Palestine, and Israel. The sister city resolution between Wadi Fokine and Alameda has nothing to do with anti-Jewish hate. Why is it a yes for sister city between Alameda and Wadi Fokine? Because I don't want your children to be afraid of mine. Thank you in advance, council members, for voting yes to Alameda and Wadi Fokine being sister cities.
Thank you. Our next speaker?
Cam Bowie.
Welcome, Speaker Bowie. Is that in person?
Remote.
Remote. Okay, welcome. Never know where to look.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can. Hello.
Hello, Cam Bowie. I'm calling in support of this sisterhood with Wadi Fokine. Peace includes embracing diversity and our shared humanity, and that includes understanding conflict instead of blocking it out of fear or vilifying people with the same old scripts. I've attended the events with the Sisters Friends of Wadi Fokine program in the last year, and I'm just so thankful for them. Every event is infused with love, music, culture, and a deep reverence of life. I'd be proud to be in sisterhood with that. I'm so thankful for this reminder that staying connected is worth it, that relating with each other helps enrich our lives and make space for safety and understanding. It's a reminder that loss and grief and the impact of violence is alleviated. Excuse me. It's alleviated when we come together. In Vietnamese, we have a saying, Dia Boom. We split the grief by holding it together. I urge you all not to shrink into yourself or push others away or even foster fears of others in your grief. As individuals or as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, before we call another speaker, do I need to, is this, yes, I need to do a motion, right?
Yes, so we should make a motion to consider 7A and B. You don't have to do 11A because it's just your announcement, so you don't have to vote on that. So just
Okay.
7.
So just, this is a housekeeping item. Everybody, I know the mysteries, the things we do up here. That we have to, before 11 o'clock, vote if there's still action items to be voted on the council. We have to vote to whether we will take them and go beyond 11. We've already cut loose a couple of items, and the two that are remaining are time sensitive, and so we do need to hear them. So I'm hoping that I have a motion, a second, and unanimous vote to do this, to go past 11 to hear our two remaining action items, which are 7A and 7B. Yep. Okay. Is that?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Parr, seconded by Councilmember Bowler. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's everybody, right? Okay, that passes unanimously. Back to our public speakers.
Rayla Graber.
Welcome, Speaker Graber.
Good evening. 7 years ago, this sister city issue was decided and rejected by the City Council. The no vote was based upon good, solid reasons. These reasons have not changed as of 2025. Wadi is being supported and promoted by Friends of Wadi Faqeen, a group sponsored by Bay Area Methodist churches, which have a long history of BDS, or boycott, divestment, and sanction against Israel, which is illegal under state law now. In 2017, I saw it, Facebook showed photos of Reverend Yoshi involved with BDS in some measure with the Methodist Church. However, I'm sure that there's many members of the Friends who merely want the best for Wadi, and that is very admirable. However, this sister city promotion has a strong political history and basis, make no mistake about that. And should Alameda be involved? It does not seem reasonable. Since this would have a strong political basis, Alameda could consider sponsoring both an Israeli village and a Palestinian village at the same time. It wouldn't make more political sense if the city wants to get involved in international issues. If this issue came tonight before all the voters of Alameda, I'm sure they would vote no. Their common sense would outweigh their emotions and their sympathy, and the majority would vote no. Please use your good sense tonight and vote no.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
That was our last speaker.
Okay, with that, we will close public comment, and we will open the floor to council discussion. Who would like to start?
I can start.
Please, Vice Mayor.
Okay. I was going to say this in the second. I wrote 2 small paragraphs, but I just want to say for transparency, like I am Jewish, and
and I'm not picking sides. I am on the side of humanity. My mom is watching tonight, and I know that she would support this endeavor for peace and understanding, because my hope is not only to learn from one another, but to teach the next generation to be brave and to find joy in the pursuit of peace and fellowship. So I do support the sister city relationship with Wadi Faqeen. Many people may want to put this on pause or stop it altogether because it is controversial. But however, it is for this reason that we should act. We are global citizens, and a key to solving a complicated problem is listening. This discussion tonight is an excellent example, because in this safe space, people have expressed their fears and their hopes. So, in the pursuit of peace, this, it's going to be a drop in a huge bucket, but through heartfelt and warm, ongoing cultural exchange, the residents of Alameda and Wadi Faqeen can develop long-lasting friendships, and we can learn as a community to have difficult conversations and build understanding. And that's it. Like, we can be the change that we are hoping for. And those are. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, next speaker. Who wants to go next? We've got a few more items, so who would like to go next?
Sure.
Okay.
Many have said tonight, quote, this should not be controversial. This is about bridge building, we are told. Now, these views notwithstanding, it is clear that there is a lot of opposition to the proposal before us tonight, but there is support, maybe in equal measure. But this is unlike previous sister city proposals, which garnered basically no opposition, even to this day. I think the fundamental question that I have really comes down to, what do we know about the town of Wadi Faqeen and its town council and its mayor? Do we have enough information that tells us that they too are open to bridge building? I was struck and continue to be struck by the representatives who came before us on the question of whether the Wadi Faqeen Town Council acknowledged the right of the nation of Israel to exist. Shoulder shrugs. No one knows for sure. I was struck by that because on a question as fundamental as whether Wadi Faqeen leaders acknowledge Israel's right to exist, it seemed very odd. It's a very fundamental question. I simply don't have enough information about the town council of Wadi Faqeen to support the proposal before us tonight. Are they open to bridge building, the likes of which accepts a two-state solution where Israel's right to exist and a Palestinian state's right to exist are the future? But the reality is, let's not kid ourselves. Even the highest leaders of the nation of Israel are beginning to express hostility to the notion of a two-state solution. But if we are to enter into sister city relations with any town or city in that area, I think we owe it to ourselves to understand where people stand on this fundamental question. Let me end by saying that it is an unmistakable fact that we are discussing Wadi Faqeen sister city proposal against the double backdrop globally of what happened on October 7th and domestically of the unrest across elite university campuses across our nation. It goes without saying each council member can choose to acknowledge these backdrops or not to acknowledge it.
That is time.
I can only speak for myself, and I do.
Your time is up, council member.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
To make a motion.
I haven't spoken yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just, okay.
if it's not time to make one, I won't.
It would be respectful to let me make my remarks. Thank you. I am fully in support of this. And I want to say that I spent an hour yesterday with Rabbi Minster and with Raviv Moore. Raviv, I hope we have coffee. But this is not, our representative from the synagogue in Oakland or Berkeley, it was Anna Deaver, said so well, this is not a binary issue. If we support a people-to-people relationship with the village of Wadi Fokin, we're not supporting anti-Jewish hate. Nothing could be further from the truth. I will say that I am troubled, and I'm an Arab American sitting next to my Jewish vice mayor, who represents me on many occasions, and I know your mom. Hello. But as an Arab American, I am troubled. I said you all get 100% for your conduct in the meeting room, and you do. But some of the things that I heard said here tonight really deeply hurt my heart. There is just this assumption that there are good Arabs and bad Arabs, and the Arabs in Wadi Fokin, we can't, associate with them because they haven't, taken a pledge to uphold the right. There are 1,300 people. We don't know one way or the other. It is not for me to inject politics in what is just a person-to-person relationship. I am troubled also by the disparagement of the United Methodist Church. And anyone who knows, and by the way, my mother, the daughter of Lebanese immigrants, she was raised a Methodist, and it was very dear to her heart. The Methodist Church in the history of this country has stood for civil rights. They have stood for the rights of oppressed people everywhere. And so to disparage them for doing that is really unfortunate. We all come to our faiths in different ways. I happen to be an Arab Orthodox Christian. I lived in Lebanon for a year. I have traveled in Israel. I have been to Palestine. My father's family is from Syria. I've spent time there. When you live among people, when you have a chance to interact, you realize that people are people, children are children, and they all deserve to grow up and live in health and in happiness. And this is something we can do to say, yes, we don't need to be afraid. I feel like there's this effort to just suppress. Let's not talk about this. So I very much hope that there's a vote to move this forward. I think it would be very inspirational. But Raviv, I want you to know, and I said this yesterday when we met, he proposed the idea of a Jewish sister city. Let's do it not in parallel. The Wadi Fokin issue has been around for a decade, and I'm sorry to correct a misstatement, but we never voted on it. It never came for a vote, so it wasn't rejected. But the persistence is there. But I am willing to fast-track an Israeli sister city. They could jump the queue ahead of others, because Varatzi certainly jumped the queue, but right now is Wadi Fokin's time. So I hope we'll just remember and hold in our hearts, this is not a zero-sum game. If we say that there is peace and understanding and humanity to be discovered everywhere in the world, it doesn't take away from anyone else. We've heard Jewish residents who say, I don't feel unsafe because someone supports Palestinians. And I will be the first one, and Rabbi Minster, when we talked yesterday, talked about wanting to have a facilitated dialogue, a conversation. I said, I'll sign up. What does it look like? Where do we start? Rabbi Minster, I want to meet more with you about that too. But right now, here today, I firmly believe that this is the right thing for us to do. I hope there's the courage on the council to do it. And those are my thoughts. And did anyone else want to speak before I cede the floor to Councilmember Bowler to make a motion? Councilmember Jensen?
Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the Alameda Sister Cities Association, as well as the Friends of Wadi Fokin for their work to support citizen diplomacy, as well as international cultural exchange. And as has been mentioned, I actually have been to events in support of Wadi Fokin. I think that it's a great organizational support that what's going on with Buena Vista Methodist and the Friends of Wadi Fokin. These groups have been clear that recognition of Wadi Fokin is not political, and all Sister City supporters that have spoken and shared emails have expressed their belief that Alameda will benefit from this relationship. I've been a board member for both the Alameda Unified School District and Alameda Soccer Club, and believe me, I would love to see the image, I love the image of Alameda youth sharing the soccer pitch with soccer players from the occupied West Bank. That would be terrific. We've also heard from speakers that an official partnership between Alameda and the occupied village of Wadi Faqin will make them feel unsafe, uncomfortable, and even targeted. And the images, unfortunately, and the words from the presentation by Reverend Yoshi suggest that may be the case with the occupation and the settlement and the fact that Wadi Faqin is governed by Israel. So both of these and all of these opinions have value. Both groups have valid objectives. And regardless of the decision that this council makes tonight, the Friends of Wadi Faqin, Buena Vista Methodist, and many members of our community will remain and continue to support the village, regardless of whether a Sister City MOU is signed tonight by Mayor Ashcraft. Alameda can someday host Wadi Faqin soccer players, import Wadi Faqin olive oil, and take action to support the people of Wadi Faqin. Goodwill, mutual understanding, and friendship between members of our unique communities will continue regardless of any action tonight, and especially my action. Last year, I listened to Alameda and I led the amendment of our investment policy to eliminate investments in companies that make weapons of war. Tonight, I listened to Alameda residents who feel strongly that a sister city with Wadi Faqin will support peace and global understanding, and I also heard Alamedans who voiced concern that the action will make them less secure. This is a hard decision for me, but one that I can make by leaning on Alameda's motto of everyone belongs here, and our vision statement that Alameda is an inclusive community and Alameda government is committed to equity. Tonight, I heard supporters and opponents describe those who disagree with their position as NIMBY, racist, or insensitive. So I concluded this proposal is clearly divisive and there's no evidence that it would improve the lives of either community, and I cannot support the proposal to recognize Wadi Faqin as a sister city.
Thank you. And your motion, Councilmember Bowler?
Just a motion to extend time for each council member, adding 3 minutes to each clock. That's all I wanted to do. Sorry.
If you had told me that.
I didn't think you wanted me to speak more, so
Well,
sorry.
It
I
seemed
wanted to be
like you
respectful.
were trying to make a motion before I'd even had a chance to speak. You can tell me that. Okay. Oh, because, are you out of time? Almost out of time? Okay, council members, you make your motions.
I'll second.
There's a second. Okay, so the motion is to add 3 minutes to everybody's time? Okay. It's been moved by Councilmember Bowler, seconded by Councilmember Jensen. We need 4 votes to pass. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
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 Okay. All right. Would you like to go next?
Thank you.
And I apologize
Sorry for the misunderstanding.
if I didn't read your mind correctly, but, just spit it out next time. Go ahead.
So I do think that this process started, well, really before 2017, right? It's been going on for more than 10 years. But the concern, some of the questions that I brought up was about what's been happening recently, because I think it's obvious that the Friends of Wadi Faqin, the other proponents of this, have good intent. They're doing their, really good work, and there's absolutely no reason why Alameda can't have a good sister city relationship with a community in Palestine. The question is, should the city take formal action without having all of the information before it, and is this the best we can do in terms of building community consensus? Because if you do research on sister cities, there is a lot of writing about this and examples about how when there is greater community consensus and when those conversations have happened, some unfortunate things happened in 2017, and it sort of stopped some of that process. You've heard, we don't know if there's been, it doesn't sound like there's been recent conversations with the highest ranking officials in Wadi Faqin, at least not with the city, and that's concerning. And also the fact that in the Sister City International process, the planning phase is important. The work that's done, and even in our own Sister City guidelines, we have a guideline that says there should be a 5-year plan that talks about what are the community organizations in each, what are the private organizations, what are they going to do So at this moment, we don't have as much information and as much analysis. I mean, the idea, if you took everything aside and just said, look, we're talking about doing a partnership with a sister city that has 1,300 residents. It's in a rural area. It doesn't have any major geographic similarities. It doesn't have major industry similarities or that many cultures, but it has some really close connection with some people between these communities. I think anyone just putting it aside where these locations are would say, okay, I have questions about that. How is that going to override some of the, how is that going to be the one thing that sustains this? And that's why you have to have outreach and do the work ahead of time. I'm not suggesting that this can't happen, but there are things, and I've observed conversations during the break where people were extending olive branches, having conversations between people that are on both sides of this issue in this room tonight. So I don't think I'd be doing my job as a council member if I didn't try to continue those conversations to get to a stronger place to make this happen.
Councilmember, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Would you, I think what I'm hearing you say, but I don't want to put words in your mouth, is if you had more information, if there was connection with like our counterparts in Wadi Fokine, you would be willing to consider this?
And that's part of what the work that needs to be done, I think. I think there needs to be more conversations that surround how does this proposal, definitely meet the guidelines of our, but that's a major piece.
But maybe more simply, could you support a proposal to make Wadi Fokine a sister city if your criteria and questions were answered? Because I've heard from 2 council members who could not, but would you be, it sounds like you might be saying with more information you could support, but I don't want to assume that.
I just think we're coming at this with not enough information, and I would like more.
So what would
I
that look
definitely
like?
have an open mind, and
So
the
what would that look
people,
like?
many of the people in this room know that I've had a lot of conversations and tried to do quite a bit of work on this. So I don't want to answer the question directly right now because we don't have that information before us. But what I would suggest and would make a motion is that we continue this hearing a few months to do that work, possibly to late July. Because I think what can happen is staff could do a little bit more work. There could be more conversations among persons in this room. We could try to find a common ground that is stronger, and we could get a better picture of exactly what our sister city looks like in terms of who its leaders are, what their position is on this sister city proposal, what organizations are involved, all those factors.
Okay. So you want to make a motion, but your time is up. If you jotted it down, would you like me to express what your motion? How do we do this? Don't worry about it, Councilman. Just
Extend the time again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
For him to make the motion.
I move that we extend the time by 1 minute.
You can do it in 1 minute. You're a lawyer. You can talk fast. A second. Okay. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. What's your motion, Councilmember?
Just a motion to ask staff to do some further work and ask the Alameda Sister City Association to report back and address some of the council comments and some of the questions that were proposed tonight, and consider some type of outreach so that Alamedans can weigh in on this in the next few months.
And further work on the village of Wadi Fokine possibly becoming a sister city.
Wadi Fokine or portion of Palestine that includes Wadi Fokine.
Okay. All right.
I will second that, and I
Will
would.
you? Okay. Let me just see something. I need to check on something. Madam Clerk, did you get that down?
I got the first part, and then it kept going, and then, yes.
With huge apologies, I do this to her. What have you got?
So it was basically moving approval of directing staff to do further research and work with the sister city to report back in several months, including doing outreach, and then there was clarifying questions for you.
May I, before you even hear a possible second, may I ask a community development director, a communications director, did I just give you another title? Sorry, we have to go through HR for that. Can you just come up and explain what a next step might look like? Because I think there's a channel or a process.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I wanted to point you to the table that is in the staff report. So with every sister city relationship, the first step is to do the kind of work with ASCA to develop the, the committee and all of that, and to bring it to the table for the city to sign an MOU. The MOU is establishing that the city is interested in entering into a sister city relationship with the city. After the MOU is formed, then the work goes to develop the MOA, which is the memorandum of agreement instead of the memorandum of understanding. So when you look at Dumaguete, for example, they did their MOU in June 2015, and then in November, through that work from June to November, they developed that agreement, what it would look like, what the projects are, what those relationships looked like. For Yeongdeung-gun in South Korea, the MOU was established in 2017.
Okay, so Ms. Henry,
sorry,
laid
yes.
out
Oh,
hour
yes.
of over 7. What could, is that a vessel for the motion that Councilmember Bowler
Well,
is
so
making?
certainly by tonight's action is simply approving the MOU, whereas then we would come back with an MOA, which would define the relationship and would define whatever outreach was being asked of. So we could put the next steps in terms of community outreach in that direction into the efforts that go into the MOA.
Can we make a motion out of that? Sorry, no. Can, Councilmember Bowler, do you?
I would just clarify, the motion is to continue the posture that we're in tonight for further workup before we go into an MOU, before we do an MOU.
So you want more information about,
We'll get it all in
Okay.
provided to staff. We'll
Okay.
get it in the minutes. It'll be.
I mean, yeah, just to be guided by council's inquiries and comments, but it's basically to continue the hearing from this point to.
but it's to look at Wadi Fokin or an area that includes Wadi Fokin, maybe even Wadi Fokin and beyond. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay. And I don't think we give so much, give staff direction of when to come back, but to come back.
Yeah, so basically, if you're not continuing this hearing, because there'll be new information and you'll have to have another, full discussion and everything. And if you were continuing this hearing, it would be like just to bring something very specific back, to a date certain. So basically, it'll just come back as a new agenda item, end of July, I think was what.
Yeah, I just want to temper expectations. I mean, we have a 2-year budget that we're working on right now that will come at the end of June, and then we have 7 negotiations ongoing with our bargaining units, which will be hopefully brought to you in July. So I don't know that staff will have a lot of time to focus on this. We'll try to bring it back in July, but we have a lot that's on our plate right now. So it may, if I prefer not to have a timeline, if you want this to be staff directed, but we'll do our best.
I think that seems like there may be a place for the Sister City Association to help gather some of that information. Was that your sense? The court reporter could not take down a nonverbal. Yes. Okay. I commend that creativity. So maybe, Madam City Manager, the fact that the Sister City Association that has some of those connections can help provide information might take some of the burden off staff.
Yes, well, absolutely, we'll work with them.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds good. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I was going to second it, but I wanted to make a comment as well on the motion, but I'm not sure, maybe you've already moved beyond it. I wanted to, one of the reasons that I'm not supportive, I heard from a lot of speakers about Boulder, about the policy in Boulder and Sacramento, both of which have an Israeli sister city and both of which have a much, much more robust policy regarding sister cities. And I think it sounded like my colleague, Councilmember Bowler, was pointing to our policy and asking if we're in fact even meeting the requirements of existing policy. And I would go further and say that our policy is very weak and may not even address a lot of the things that people who aren't supportive of the sister city proposal would like to see. And so I would even go further and ask that the policy be reviewed, which was established 8 years ago.
So I would not support that this time. I think we've spent a lot of time. I think my colleague has put together a very workable motion as is, and I think it's better to keep things simple and straightforward. Is there someone else who'd like to second?
I second Councilmember, sorry, Greg, I'm tired. Councilmember Bowler's motion, yeah.
That's what it is. Okay.
Just a clarifying question, was Councilmember Jensen making a motion about adding the policy?
I was adding guidance, which the mayor did not want to support.
Well, I just think that's a much longer, more detailed, possibly to come back at another time. And given your opposition to this anyway, I think that I think we should just stick to the motion that Councilmember Bowler made. That's what I would favor, but you are the maker of the motion, my friend. I'm calling on him.
Well, if there's like a request for a friendly amendment to it, I don't know. Is that what we call that?
Yeah, my point and my comments about the other policies, especially the policies in Dallas, policies in Sacramento, and particularly in Boulder, include provisions that establish in the policy and in the requirements that this would not be used for any political means. Our policy says nothing about the politics or the advocacy in nationally or internationally that such a decision could be used for. And so that would be why I think our policy could be strengthened tremendously, and I could change my vote, honestly.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, okay. I understood when the Sister City organization were speaking that Sister Cities are not political, it is cultural. So I thought that was already established in the Sister City.
Audience, your perfect score is going to suffer. I just don't want to have to go through a whole survey of what Dallas did and Sacramento and Boulder, but if we could specify that in our policy there must be, that is something that I would expect from the survey.
Well, I think sort of the work that we're speaking of fits the spirit of what Councilmember Jensen is saying. I don't think there's any harm in consulting with other guidelines from other cities as part of the process of trying to get to more community support for this.
I think we have a lot of community support, but I think that's probably something the Sister City Association can do, since we even had speakers, right, from the Sister City International who spoke remotely.
So
Okay.
if I could include that in the motion, I would like to.
He's out of time.
Okay.
Again.
Can I make a substitute motion that would include having the language about you said, that's similar to the International Sister City regarding non-politics.
Okay. So that's a substitute motion then by Vice Mayor Pryor, seconded by, since it's essentially your motion, do you want to second it?
I don't understand the motion. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was adding an amendment that would include the language that is similar to the existing language in the Sister City Internet. They spoke to it tonight, but it was that it's a non-political in nature, like these relationships.
I think she's amending the motion rather than making a substitute.
Amending it, yeah. So keeping everything you said and just adding the language that.
Specify that our policy be non-political.
That sounds
Specifying that
fine.
our
That
Sister
sounds
City
fine.
policy be non-political.
Sure.
Okay. So you're acceptable with
Sure.
that motion?
Sure.
Okay, so it'll still be your motion?
Right, and Madam Mayor, you also asked me what the reaction was to Councilmember Jensen's, and I'm just indicating I'm willing to add that to the motion as well. Not from the standpoint of revising the whole policy, but simply consulting other policies in the work.
I think that's the direction
Okay.
to the Sister City Committee and staff to whatever extent. All right. Madam Clerk, is that decipherable?
Yeah.
So is it moved by Boulder, seconded by Pryor, I think, right?
Yes, and then Pryor amended and Bowler accepted.
I'm easily confused at this hour. So who's the motion maker? Somebody. Okay, yeah. Okay. And second is Pryor. Okay. We have
Comment.
comment? Yes,
I still have 3 minutes.
of course.
So,
Have at it.
I think the concern that I've raised about our lack of information on the town council of Wadi Faqin still is important to me. And, there's that saying, being more Catholic than the Pope. While I certainly don't want to come across as more Israeli than the Israelis, for me, the question of the nation of Israel and the two-state solution has always been a big concern of mine. The first time I ever came into this city council chambers as a senior in high school in 1984, I think it was probably April of 1984, I was asked to speak on the nation of Israel. And to me, even leading up to that, I welcomed that opportunity to talk about the nation of Israel as an 18-year-old here in this chamber for the first time. Because even in the 70s, I had great admiration for the nation of Israel. Maybe I read one too many Leon Uris books. So for me, it is an important question. It has always been. And for that reason, it's knowing where the town council of Wadi Faqin stands on a question as fundamental as that is important. So I will continue to vote no.
And Councilmember Daysog, with all due respect, I do believe that a two-state solution or a one-state solution for Israel and Palestine is beyond the jurisdiction of the city council. We have a motion, we have a second.
I have a comment as well.
May we have a comment?
Thank you. I just want to thank my colleagues for the amended motion, and also point out, I brought this up because many speakers pointed out that Boulder had a sister city relationship and it was effective, and even read letters from Boulder, Colorado. And so I'll put into the record right now that Boulder's policy says specifically, by entering into a sister city affiliation, the city of Boulder does not recognize or endorse political actions of the respective sister city government. And I want to be clear that if this ever happens here in Alameda, that would be specified and very clear.
And I think we heard that language stated by many of the supporters. I hope, that's my hope too, that we keep it apolitical. All right, we've had a motion by Boulder, seconded by Pryor. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? The motion carries 4-1. Thank you, everyone, for speaking this evening, and thank you to the Sister City committees. And we need to move on to our next agenda item, Madam Clerk. So please, I ask everyone to just leave quietly, because we've got a couple more agenda items to cover. Please introduce that one, and then who's coming up? Planning, Building, Transportation Director Alan Ty.
7A is a recommendation to approve and authorize the city manager to execute a settlement agreement between the Port of Oakland, City of Alameda, and Citizens League for Airport Safety and Serenity regarding the Port of Oakland's final environmental impact report for the Oakland Airport Terminal Modification and Development Project.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Member City of the City Council, Alan Ty, Planning, Building, Transportation Director. So I'm going to try to move fairly quickly on this one, given the late hour. I'm here before you tonight to present a settlement agreement on the Oakland Airport Terminal Modernization Project.
Please, everybody.
So the proposed project by the Oakland Airport, operated by the Port of Oakland, is to demolish a 1960s era older terminal building, replacing it with a new facility, resulting in a net add of 16 gates. There will be no expansions to the runway or airfields, and the whole purpose really is to have a new terminal building that meets current safety, seismic, and efficiency standards. So we've been working on this project for a little over a year. In the fall of 2023, City Council directed staff to submit an extensive comment letter that addresses community concerns. We followed that up with another letter in 2024 in response to the final environmental impact report. And basically, the community concerns can be summarized into 4 buckets: noise, air quality, traffic concerns, as well as a desire to know more about what the airport is doing, community outreach. Given the larger number of collaborative projects between the city and the port, the council and basically both governing bodies of the council and the Port of Oakland directed staff to try to negotiate our EIR differences rather than pursue litigation. And so in December, city class representing Harbor Bay Isle residents and the port entered into a tolling agreement. And since then, staff has been meeting twice weekly to negotiate these differences, and staff has also been receiving direction from the city council throughout February and early part of March on these issues. So I'm not going to go through the settlement items one by one. There are over 20 settlement terms in the settlement agreement, but the 10 key benefits for Alameda are on the screen. I will highlight the most important ones, I think. Number one is really having a new airport noise plan. This is something the community have wanted for over 10 years, that staff has been following this issue. We finally have this memorialized in writing. Basically, it's documenting the airport noise abatement procedures and how to communicate and procedures around the noise office. Taxiway Bravo is another key one. Taxiway Bravo congestion can lead to more flights over Bay Farm Island, so having a plan for that will ideally prevent more aircraft over Bay Farm Island and East Alameda. Concerns about noise and air quality. There will be a construction noise plan during construction. We'll have clean air vehicles. There will be air quality monitoring at the fence line installed by the port. Traffic management to avoid more traffic trips through Alameda. A commitment from the Port of Oakland to increasing community engagement, including meetings with the City Council, the community of Harbor Bay Isle, HOA, before construction and during major airport events. And most importantly, I think, and last but not least, it's really the first time ever we are acknowledging that flights from San Francisco have an impact to Central Alameda, and that has been memorialized in the settlement agreement. So with that, the settlement agreement before you has already been signed by the Port of Oakland and class, and staff is recommending the City Council approve the settlement agreement and authorize the city manager to sign. And before I wrap up, I really want to extend a thank you to the Port of Oakland staff who really have genuinely tried to listen to city and class concerns and was available to offer creative solutions, as well as our two volunteers from class, John Hamilton and Matt Porvazani. I believe they're still in the audience.
Still awake? Oh, yes.
Right. And lastly, City Manager Jennifer Ott, City Attorney Shen, who at their executive levels really made a difference by setting the tone of the negotiations, which made the staff work that much more easy. So thank you.
Well, and I know this is clarifying questions, but I just want to say, Planning, Building, Transportation Director Alan Ty, you did a masterful job working with all these individuals, and Cara Silver also, I believe, from City
Yes,
Attorney's
Cara
Office
Silver.
was on the team. But CLASS, which represents 3,000 households in Harbor Bay and is really astute, they've got, aviation professionals as part of them, and but all of you, including the port and port staff, and it was, it didn't start out where everyone was of one mind, and it was contentious but respectful and civil, and I'm very impressed and pleased with where you have come. So, and thanks also to the council who, provided a lot of great feedback. Council, do we have any clarifying questions before we go to public comment? Okay, let's go to public comment.
John Hamilton.
John Hamilton, come on up. And you all get like an extra medal for being here. Oof. Okay, we got to speed this up because my goal is always to finish a council meeting in the same day we started. So, pressure's on people. Good evening.
Hello. My name is John Hamilton. I'm a retired engineer, and I'm a 33-year resident of Bay Farm Island. Now, Bay Farm Island has about 15,000 residents out of the 75,000 in the city, and CLASS represents 3,000 homes of the community of Harbor Bay Isle. It's about half of the houses of Bay Farm. CLASS meets with the homeowners in 20 HOAs on a regular basis. Once a year, they'll have an annual meeting, and CLASS is there. During special periods where things are going on, we'll meet much more regularly with residents, and that's important because I want to make sure that you're aware that CLASS isn't operating independent of the residents that we are representing. So class and K-Job, which is the Berkeley Hill residents, San Leandro, and of course the city of Alameda, they were involved in a lawsuit 25 years ago, and that yielded a very good agreement. So we're starting off at a good space. But there were some little areas that could use some improvement. So today before you is a settlement agreement that's been worked out by city staff and attorney, the port, class volunteers, and its legal representation. Class recommends that the council vote to agree to and to sign on to the settlement agreement this evening. The existing agreements stay, that's important. Enhancements are made, that's important. And the noise abatement procedures become part of the official agreement to address noise impacts from flights over our communities. So I thank you, and I hope that you will vote to sign on. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Matt Porfarzana.
You're getting a perfect score here tonight, Madam Clerk. Welcome.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Matt Porfarzane, and I've been with the class for a while. Let's put it that way. John did a lot of the introduction, so I'm just going to say why I'm here. I'm here to ask you for your support and approval of the settlement agreement regarding the Oakland Airport renovation and expansion. This agreement is a result of negotiation over the, I should say intensive, because this was started about 2 years ago. We have been working with the port. As a result of staff of the city, with the Oakland officials, and of course representative from class. What I would like to mention is that class has been actively involved in working with Oakland Airport for the past 30 plus years. So we have gained a lot of extensive knowledge and familiarity with aviation and its effect on noise and safety. We think that this agreement will aim to mitigate the extra noise, safety, pollution that might be resulted due to the expansion. So we are very happy with this agreement, and I want to acknowledge the professionalism of you and also Alan and Kara, who really were diligent in what they were doing. They were very professional and throughout this negotiation, and I really enjoyed working with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did also want to acknowledge our city manager, Jennifer Ott.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Pardon?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
We have two remote speakers.
Please.
Madeline Sadek.
All right. Welcome, Speaker Zadek.
Honorable Mayor, council members, and city manager and staff. Good evening. Madeline Sadek, President and CEO of the Alameda Chamber and Economic Alliance. I'm here tonight representing Alameda's business community from construction, engineering, healthcare, hospitality, and tourism. The Alameda Chamber stands in strong support of the Oakland Airport Terminal Modernization Project because of the significant economic benefits that will bring it to our city. In November 2024, we formally signed a letter of support recognizing the thousands of jobs and increased business opportunities this project will generate. So the project really matters a lot to Alameda because local hiring and small business utilization, ensuring that Alameda workers and businesses directly benefit. Sustainable job retain. Oakland Airport is already a key employer for Alameda residents, supporting jobs across multiple sectors: airport operations, engineering, maritime, legal, and administrative roles. Strengthening the airport means strengthening Alameda's workforce. For that reason, we really support accepting the argument, it's too late now, accepting the agreement, and by doing so, you're really supporting Alameda's future economic growth, the job creation, and business success. Thank you and for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Julie Yim.
Welcome, Speaker Yim. Are you there, Speaker Yim?
Yes, and now I've hit unmute, now I'm really here.
Yeah.
Can you imagine waiting this long and then forgetting to hit the unmute? Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm here speaking on behalf of Supervisor Lena Tam. As you know, we represent Alameda, Oakland, San Leandro, San Lorenzo, and a little bit more of the unincorporated area. But the first thing she wanted to express is how cool it is that the city of Alameda, CLAS, and the Port of Oakland were able to work together to make a good project even better. And as you know, Lena and I both live here in Alameda, so we're especially happy for the agreement that has been developed between you. Aside from the traffic issues and the noise issues, and what else do we have here? Pollution, okay? So we feel very comfortable that you guys have looked at it and are protecting the citizens of Alameda. So we just want to commend you, thank you, and hope that you'll support this so we can move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker?
That was our last speaker.
All right, we'll close public speaker. Do we have any council discussion or just a motion? Either way. Yes, Councilmember Dazak.
Say a
You've
few
been
things.
on the committee, haven't you?
Yeah, well, yes. First off, I want to say thank you very much to our staff who really did wonders in turning this around and getting us in a great place. And also incredible thanks to an organization called CLAS. So I, look forward to this. And but I will say one thing. The one thing that I will say is, let's not forget what Ronald Reagan said about the Soviet Union when he and Gorbachev were coming to agreements on, missile armament agreements. And he said, trust but verify. And so that's what we have to do. We have to trust but verify. And what this agreement does is it definitely puts in a process for us to check and have opportunities to review what the Port of Oakland is doing with regard to their expansion. So while I'm very happy to see where we are, let's keep in mind what Reagan said, trust but verify.
Thank you. Also, I wanted to acknowledge in the audience, Matt Davis from the Port of Oakland. Hello and thank you. Any other comments or do we want a motion?
I just quickly want to commend Ellen Tai, Jennifer Ott, Eben Chen, and staff from the Port of Oakland, the representatives from CLAS. I mean, you guys worked tirelessly on this agreement, and I no doubt this process, it's frustrating and slow and grueling at times, but together you have all shown tremendous tenacity and a commitment to our Bay Area communities, and I just want to thank you for your hard work and dedication.
That was nice, thank you. Do you want to tag a motion onto that? And Councilmember Jensen, and you're also, have you been on this committee?
Yes, and yes, and I also want to echo everyone's comments. I think not the best thing, I had some specific concerns about the environmental impact report that were addressed through lengthy conversations with staff and between the port, and I appreciate that. And I also wanted to say that knowing that CLAS has been working very hard to ensure that the agreement meets the needs of all residents of Bay Farm, it's really one of the best and most rewarding parts of this final agreement with the port, between the city and the port, is to know that a lot of the objectives that CLAS has been working on for many years are now final, thanks to the, odd as it is to say, thanks to the Oakland Airport Expansion Project. A lot of the things that have been discussed for many years for Bay Farm residents are happening. So I definitely will support this.
Great, okay. You're the Bay Farm resident.
I actually am, yes. I have the pleasure of living close to the airport, and it is a pleasure because I fly often and appreciate the business. But I have had a home close to the airport since 1997, and I have a memory of all the hard work that CLAS has done over the years, and certainly I was very much appreciation for the city staff that we've heard, said tonight too, and the representatives of the Port of Oakland that did all the hard work here, and along with, the Airport Noise Forum, which I am looking forward to being part of because I am the city's designee. The mayor put me on that particular committee, and a shout out to Councilmember Jensen for going to the last meeting and covering, and we look forward to building even stronger relationship with the Port of Oakland on other projects going forward.
All right. So someone make a motion so we can move on to the next item. And this is a great item to
I'll move
support.
approval.
I think Councilmember Daysak had his hand up first, so you be the
Well,
motion.
I'll move
and you be
approval
okay.
of staff recommendation.
Councilmember Daysak moves approval. Was that Jensen? And Councilmember Jensen seconds. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. This motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone who was involved. Really great work over time. All right, you all can go home and get to bed, some of us. Okay, so let's bring up everyone for 7B.
Recommendation to endorse design concepts for the Fernside Traffic Calming and Bikeways Project in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. This project is category exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15301C, existing facilities, minor alterations to existing facilities, including bicycle facilities, and section 15304H, minor alterations to land and the creation of bicycle lanes on existing public rights-of-way.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor Pryor and council members. I'm Lisa Foster. Oh, sorry.
Hi. Is the time is good?
You're okay with 10 minutes, correct?
Yeah, I think in the
We're really
given the
okay
hour
with
of
10 minutes
night,
at this
we'll
hour.
make 10
Yes.
minutes work.
Okay.
Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall I?
What do you need, the next slide?
No, I wanted to.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Oh, yes.
I'm Lisa Foster, Transportation Planning Manager for the city, and I'm happy to bring the Fernside Boulevard Traffic Calming and Bikeways Project design concepts to you. We're going to give a little review of the project, talk about our concept recommendations for near-term and long-term, and then touch on the Fernside Boulevard High Street Gibbons Drive intersection and next steps. This is a 1.3-mile corridor project in the long term, all the way from Tilden to San Jose. And then in the short term, we have an opportunity to include improvements on Fernside west of High. We've done 2 rounds of public outreach, and we are now in our final hearing of the design concepts, and then we expect to resurface and restripe west of High on Fernside in 2026. Our goal for the long-term project is 2030, depending on finding funding. Our goal is to reduce traffic speeds and improve safety and mobility for all. We are coordinating with pavement resurfacing and implementing plans and policies, such as the Vision Zero Action Plan. This is a high injury corridor. And relatedly, we found high speeds on this street, and also relatedly, a higher crash rate throughout the corridor compared to similar streets in California, especially Fernside between Tilden and High. It is also in the active transportation plan shown as a low-stress bikeway and pedestrian improvements, and shown as a separated bike lane. And in the regional San Francisco Bay Trail, it's a segment of that. This is mostly off-street trails along the water, but this is an important roadway connector where we can't build a shoreline path. And then it's an important key school access route, particularly near Lincoln Middle School. We had great participation with our public outreach, including 2 phases. We had 200 people attend 5 Fernside project-focused public workshops, 5 public hearings before this one, over 1,000 responses to 3 online surveys, and more. I'll skip these in the interest of time. And now I'm going to pass to the principal consultant from Parametrics, David Parisi.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm David Parisi with Parametrics, and I'm going to go over the near-term and longer-term recommendations very fast. Next slide, please. So as Lisa mentioned, near-term recommendations looking between Tilden and High Street, and there's a photo of existing conditions on top and a photo simulation of the proposed conditions down below. And the next slide will show some of the features that we're thinking about. Next slide, please. Fantastic. This is a plan view that shows the roadway would eliminate the center two-way left turn lane and provide narrow traffic lanes as well as some curb extensions. There would be pedestrian median islands wherever there's four-legged intersections to really slow down traffic, but also provide pedestrian refuges and shorter crosswalks. And then, of course, bike lanes, just like east of High, with the buffer bike lanes, but the opportunity to do some hardening, which are some raised devices, so cars don't enter those lanes. Next slide, please. From a pedestrian safety standpoint, we're very excited to come up with a plan that would actually reduce the length of the crosswalks, as I mentioned, from about 60 feet to 48 feet, including the refuge area, so a much safer facility. Next slide. And as I mentioned, bikeways would be provided, buffered bike lanes, as shown here, with some hardening before and after at certain locations. Next slide. The parking would be retained on the street. There's actually an error here. There'd be 25% of the parking would be removed, not 35%. So we're happy about that. And mostly that is for daylighting as well as installation of some of the pedestrian median islands. Parking occupancy is much less than 50% of the capacity of the street, so there'd be plenty of parking left. Next slide. And of course, the proposed roundabout at Tilden and Clement would be, this would transition right into it perfectly when that is constructed in the next year. Next slide. There's been a question asked about why not just do floating parking and have separated bikeways for the near term, either with bike lanes in each direction or two-way. Well, it'd be about twice the cost. There'd also be higher maintenance costs, and there's a lot of driveways, and that would mean that a lot more parking loss. So those are some of the reasons. Plus, the public feedback we heard was that it could be pretty visually cluttery, and the parking loss and floating parking is something that's probably not too appreciated by most of the neighbors in this area. Turning to long-range recommendation, which is from Tilden all the way down to San Jose, again, a photo at the top, and then the proposal shown at the bottom, again, a simulation which shows many of the same things as I showed you previously, but with a raised two-way cycle track along the water side of the street. Next slide. In plan view, here's what that would look like. Again, center lane removed, two-way bikeway on the water side, curb extensions, pedestrian median islands to really calm traffic quite a bit, as well as a buffer strip. Next slide. Here, the crosswalks would actually be really shortened by about at least more than 50% in length compared to what they are today. Next slide. And of course, long-term concept would provide this two-way cycle track all the way down to Lincoln Middle School. And you can see here that it would be a little bit wider than the path that's down there today. There's been some questions about how cars would get in and out of driveways, and we like this because there's a great opportunity to do two-stage crossings instead of having to go out and navigate through a parking lane and a bike lane, a traffic lane. Drivers would be able to do this in two different steps. First off, keeping an eye on pedestrians and bicyclists, crossing that path when that's free, and then having a buffer zone where you can still store your vehicle before you enter into the traffic lane. Next slide. On-street parking, again, curbside parking and long range for the entire stretch would be provided on both sides of the street. There would be about 23% of the parking removed, again, mostly to comply with the daylighting rule, as well as to provide the refuge islands. Again, the parking is plenty out there to accommodate this. Just real quickly, again, visitor loading, unloading would be right against the curb. There's the ability at the Marina Guard Nursing Center to put a loading zone in there as well. Slide. We've also looked at a potential scenario, if need be down the line, to do a at-grade bikeway instead of a raised bikeway. It would be lower in cost, so that's a could be a benefit. It would provide a lot of safety benefits too, but there are some downsides. The parking loss would be higher because you wouldn't be able to park as close in some of the areas, and the less ability to integrate some of the curb bulb outs that we showed you earlier. Finally, the Fernside High and Gibbons intersection, very complicated intersection with 5 legs, some uncontrolled movements for pedestrians and cars. Is an area that came up late in the game. Folks said, hey, we should really take a look at that. So we did investigate it a little bit, and we came up with a long-range solution. And that's shown here in this diagram, which this is a tentative concept, but it does show eliminating some of the free traffic movements, providing shorter pedestrian crosses, and really simplifying the geometry. And with this, I'm going to turn it back to Lisa to talk about next steps on this intersection.
Thank you. So while working on that final draft design concept, staff identified the opportunity to potentially update the, he's taller than me, southwest leg of the intersection with the 2026 pavement program. We are constantly looking for opportunities to improve safety, and it saves money and time to do this with a bigger project like the pavement program. We went to the community very quickly after identifying this opportunity because the Fernside project and relatedly the pavement project are both on specific timetables. We held a pop-up with over 50 people and conducted a survey. And then following that, we had a pair of public hearings on the full project where we did hear comments on this. So to do this update as part of the Fernside project, it needs to happen in time for the pavement project or wait until the full project in 2030. So the staff recommendation that you got in your staff report showed a 2030 implementation. But based on the need for safety interventions and on the totality of public input, both received initially in November during our pop-up and then further on afterwards in public hearings and other forums, we have updated our recommendation.
Ms. Foster, we're going to need to give you a little more time. What do you think you need? 3 minutes, 5 minutes?
I would say 2.
Well, I would say 3
I'll
or
move
5.
3 minutes.
Okay.
additional. I second.
Okay, we need 4 votes. We've got a motion to add 3 minutes. Motion by Jensen, seconded by Pryor. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Okay, 3 minutes. Take it away. Thank you.
Appreciate it. And so our current recommendation is to pursue this concept for the near term, pending findings from a traffic study. So our next steps are to conduct that traffic study and bring it back to City Council for review. And then pending that, we would conduct final design on the Fernside Gibbons High intersection and start looking for long-term project funding. And then in 2026, we have the resurfacing, and 2030, the full corridor project pending funding availability. And our staff recommendation is to endorse design concepts for the Fernside Traffic Calming and Bikeways project. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Any clarifying questions from council? Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Desag.
Hi, I hope you got the email that I sent. I put it together a schematic. So if you go to slide, I think it's 29 of 39 on your presentation. So the question that I have is, you know, the daylighting, I think, has to be, what, a minimum of 20 feet? So the daylight, the 20 feet length is on this slide, basically at the intersection of East Shore Drive and Fernside Boulevard. Well, the other side is called Garfield, but whatever. East Shore Drive and Fernside Boulevard, at that intersection, 20 feet represents roughly the dashed line. So the question I have is, why do we have a daylighting? I think the thick red line is a daylighting that's further than the 20 feet. And then on the intersection of Liberty Avenue and Fernside, it's even longer than 20 feet. So that's the first question. And basically, this is as a result of a resident who lives there who feels that this is resulting in a loss of parking spaces. And so if we can address that, that's the first question. The second question is, in the schematic that I put together, as you look at, I call them bulb outs. What do you call them again?
Same thing.
Okay, bulb outs. In your bulb outs, it's kind of has that kind of curvilinear aspect to it. Say where, again, looking at the intersection of Fernside and East Shore, instead of having a curvilinear aspect where the word stop is, why couldn't we have a hard edge that is perpendicular to the sidewalk or to the street in an effort to save space for a vehicle? So these are ideas that I'm throwing out. Obviously, I'm not the engineer, but to me, it's like, we're trying to do whatever we can to help the residents.
No, those are great questions, great, wonderful observations. And keep in mind, these are schematic diagrams. So the red zones won't be as far in real life as shown here. We're just trying to make a point. But partially what we need to do, because of the refuge islands that we are proposing, we will need to provide a little bit of a transition there. So there will be an area, we want to make sure nobody runs into a parked car. So those red zones that are 20 feet long will probably be a little bit longer wherever these islands are. So that's to be determined, probably not as long as what you're seeing here for sure. So that's an area that we'll be refining during design. Similarly with the bulb outs, we can take a look at that too, where they're tangent, where they're curved, really to try to at least achieve that 20 feet and really good pedestrian crossings. But that'll be a design detail that we can we'll definitely take in mind.
So engineering-wise, so what is it about, the thing that's, what do you call that in the middle of the street?
I call it a pedestrian refuge area. Okay. It's about a 6 foot wide.
Yeah, what is it about the location of the pedestrian refuge area that influences that part of the bulb out?
It's because we are, it's a traffic calming measure and a pedestrian safety measure. So if you put yourself as a driver in the middle of the street, like where it says Fernside Boulevard and you're heading west, we're deflecting the car a little bit by about 3 feet before you go to the intersection as a means to slow down the traffic, but also provide that refuge for pedestrians in those areas. So by doing that, we get a little closer to the curb. Okay, so where we get closer to the curb, we don't want to get too close where it gets too close to a parked car. So it's that fine line during design of balancing that out.
I see what you're saying. So someone who's crossing the crosswalk might temporarily step on the pedestrian refuge. That's what you're saying.
Not to step on it. It'll be a little off the crosswalk, but it'll be raised like 6 inches high.
Okay.
So it'll be a nice little island that can have special paving on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, long and short, if you could take a look at that, I know this is all about talking about it's these kind of details that we're, because I love the idea of having, the 2 bike lanes on one side of the street as the long-term solution. It's kind of elegant to have that going across the city of Alameda. It'll be really nice. But if we could get a win-win for everyone, that would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other clarifying questions? Councilmember Jensen.
If you could go back to the slide of the Gibbons High Street intersection, I have 2 questions for either of the presenters. One question, and this intersection was established and the stoplights and the crosswalk many, many, many years ago. And so I just have a question, maybe for Mr. Parisi, about having traffic engineering and having a stoplight, having the configuration of stoplights at this intersection. I'm sure you've seen it before. It seems unusual, and I've never seen something similar, not in Alameda, certainly.
Where there's a traffic signal?
Where there's 2 signals and then an extra signal for the slip lane, I guess you call it, or for Gibbons Drive, where Gibbons enters High Street.
Yeah, that would be unsignalized at the Gibbons.
The way it is now, I'm talking about how it is now with it has
it is
a light, and then beyond that light, there's additional stoplight. There's additional traffic lights. So there's 1 light at the end of Gibbons, and then.
Come on up and introduce yourself.
Yes,
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner Jensen. Scott Wickstrom, City Engineer. Because the existing traffic movement on Gibbons northbound goes directly into that intersection, it has to have its own signal, its own phase. And so there's an extra light that is angled at roughly a 45-degree that's specific for those northbound driving vehicles on Gibbons, that basically, when that signal turns, that's the only movement that goes at that time. And those Gibbons drivers essentially drive north. Most of them go straight across onto the High Street Bridge. A small percentage turn right and go down Fernside. But that's why it's there. It's the extra signal head specifically for that.
Is that a common practice or to have a number of signals at an intersection like that? Or do
you have to have signal heads for each approach to the intersection. What's uncommon is a 5-legged intersection in Alameda. There are other cities that have them, but generally speaking, we try not to have those because it's what it means is you have extra signal time that you have to share amongst an extra leg, so it's a longer signal time, and it also is potentially a little more confusing as well as two approaches come in at a slight angle to each other.
Thank you. And my other question is regarding the crosswalk. The crosswalk at that intersection has two, we were talking about refuges, and that crosswalk is relatively narrow, not as wide as the crosswalks that we were discussing on Fernside, but there are two refuges, I guess you would call them, two concrete places where people might avoid a car, I guess.
That is correct, and you're referring to the crosswalk that crosses Gibbons. The one thing that's a little bit unusual and I'll say unique and presents a potential safety issue is the other 4 legs of the crosswalks on there, the ones that actually cross High Street and Fernside, have pedestrian countdown timers and pedestrian heads. This particular crosswalk on Gibbons does not have any controls to it. So it's up to the pedestrians to look and make sure there's no cars coming. There's no signalization to let them know it's okay to go or safe to go or not. You are correct that you have the two pedestrian refuges there.
And is there any code for the refuges, for the length or width, or where people might cross to avoid either the right-hand turn lane or the through lane? Because they seem to me to be relatively small for a bicyclist or a wheelchair.
Yeah, they are tight. They are a little bit narrow. I will say if you were to look specifically, they do not meet current ADA standards. We have 3,000 curb ramps in the city. A number are existing non-conforming that we're working to prioritize and bring up. These ones, while they're not conforming, are not the worst we have. They are a little bit narrow. They're missing the truncated domes on both ends, but they are functional. Just they do not meet the strict letter of the law.
Thank you.
And we would upgrade those if we did this intersection for sure.
I have a clarifying question, but I'm not sure. We don't have anyone from Public Works here, correct? Public Works. Sorry, Scott. Sorry, Mr. City Engineer. Well, but this one I sent to Aaron Smith. Back in late February, I did a site visit with 3 dads. I see a couple of them here who live on Gibbons Drive in that block near the intersection with High Street. While I was out, we did a walk and talk around the neighborhood, but I did notice the sidewalks in the, what block is that? I want to say 3100, that are horrendously raised. And so, I mean, it's almost like you're hiking up an incline. So I took pictures and I emailed them, and I was told that this was back on, it's been a couple of weeks, but that you're working on, that it's complex. I get that, but we think we have a path forward. Where are we on that? Because we definitely need to address the safety issues for bicyclists, pedestrians, our different streets and street speeds and all that. But just walking down the sidewalk shouldn't be a hazardous activity. So where are we on that?
And this is really a better question for Aaron to
I
respond
know.
to, but I'll do the best I can. We, from Public Works, have approached Gibbons Drive and the sidewalks many different times over the years. And we've tried a variety of approaches. We've used asphalt, we've used rubber mats, we've used a lot of things. Fundamentally, the issue at the end of the day is we got very large, I will admit very beautiful, but very large tree with a very large root crown that's physically lifting up the sidewalk. To just remove and replace that sidewalk in the same position, it's probably going to have a life of 5 years. It's not a very good investment of our resources. So what we're looking to do is look at alternative ways that we can, there's a variety of options we could have. One would be to potentially, widen, shift the sidewalk further away from the tree. We do have a little bit of right-of-way, but that then encroaches on the people's landscape areas that is within the public right-of-way, but they've used. We could also then widen out towards the street and potentially lose a parking lane, or, either way, there's a lot of sacrifice that would have to be made to repeat the status quo and just replace sidewalk in its existing configuration is not a really good investment of our money. What it entails is going to be public outreach to the community to really understand what does the Gibbons community want in the context of here are the trade-offs that we are facing and how do we best come to a decision on that. And so I think the game plan is to re-engage that process again.
Okay, so I hope that's in the work plan, because regardless, I would imagine that the Gibbons Drive neighbors want safe sidewalks, and given that there's street trees and city trees, I'm concerned about the liability for, I don't want anyone to get hurt, and I don't want the city to get sued, so thank you, and apologies for, it's getting late. Okay, so can we expect?
Can I just have one question?
I will get to you, I will. Can we expect that will be coming back to us, the plan for the public outreach, if that's the way we're going?
Yes, we've already talked, we talked even before that, before the email about engaging consultants to do the outreach and starting that conversation. So there are technical solutions, but it's engaging the community on how we want to try to approach that. But we are actively engaged in retaining consultants to help us kick that process off.
Okay, and I know that money doesn't grow on trees, it's a little bit in short supply now, and even as I hear you talking about looking for funding, I'm mindful of what is going on in Washington, D.C., and some of our federal funds went flying out the window recently. But the thing about those trees is they're even older in the root structure, the root system's more, dramatic than they were back then, so
it's on our work plan, so we're going to move forward with it.
All right,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Vice Mayor Pryor, you had your hand up.
I have a question. I like a lot on, I am on the long-term concept for Fernside High Gibbons. I don't see the page number on here. Thank you. Okay. So Gibbons going north, so Gibbons going south from High Street. Like I can see, oh, okay, I got off the freeway, I live on Gibbons, I go through the signal light, it looks pretty easy. But if I'm on Gibbons, like if I live on Gibbons, but I need to go to Oakland, is that a right turn only lane, or how do I go north?
Yeah, the Gibbons outlet would be forced to turn right.
Okay.
Onto High Street there. Yes.
Is there, okay. I guess I'm just trying to figure out if I was a resident, is there just smaller slide streets I can make a left onto High Street or right onto Fernside?
And my colleague Jimmy Jessup, who's been looking at the traffic patterns, describe that a little bit.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. Typically, we would think vehicles traveling north on Gibbons, looking for a way to access High Street and the freeway or Oakland, would try to maximize the number of right turns that you take and minimize the number of left turns that you take, and the left turns that you take for those to be at facilitated intersections, that is one with a traffic signal. So that pattern would look like taking a left turn from Gibbons onto a street prior to High Street, Yale or Cambridge Drive, taking a right turn onto Fernside, and then using the traffic signal with the left turn phase to turn north onto High Street. That would be an expected detour, but that's one of the aspects that we'd look to study further in a traffic.
So I might need to go just a tiny bit south on Gibbons, get on a smaller street to get onto Fernside.
That's correct.
Okay. I think this looks great. I just wanted to figure out, though, how people were going to go north. Okay.
I have one more question.
Please.
Thank you. Can you tell me, Gibbons Drive, in the Alameda Transportation Plan and the street classification, what sort of a street is Gibbons Drive? Because there are streets that are intended to access all of our bridges and our bridges especially, or to be through streets. So I'm wondering about Gibbons.
It's designated as a local street.
So it's intended for people to use to access the bridge?
Our local streets are not intended as connecting streets.
So to my council members' concern or comment, my colleagues, vice mayor's concern or comment, the street of Gibbons is used, as we know, as I know very well, for through traffic, but it was not intended, it's not classified, and it's not actually safe for traffic to be going through to access the bridge.
You're correct about the classification. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other clarifying questions? Okay, and then we got to get to these patient members of the public who've been waiting a long time. But yes, Councilman, we haven't heard from you.
Thank you so much. A few more questions about that intersection. So a few more questions about the intersection. There was some discussion about it being a high injury corridor and a higher crash rate than similar corridors in California. I guess I would ask, how does it compare to other intersections in Alameda? Is it in the top 10 of vehicle crashes? Is it in the top 20?
So the Vision Zero Action Plan identified high crash intersections as well as high injury corridors. This didn't quite rise to the level of being labeled as one of the high crash intersections in the whole city. However, if you look along Fernside, which is a high injury corridor, this is the intersection with the most crashes on Fernside.
Okay, and I know there's one potential advantage is the time savings with the shorter signal times. If this is no longer a 5-way intersection, can you in any way to quantify that? Like, how much of a savings is that? How big of a benefit is that to people who are trying to navigate this intersection and either go into Oakland or go some other part of Alameda?
Yeah, that's a great question. And as I mentioned before, when you have that fifth leg on here, when the Gibbons-bound northbound traffic goes, it's the only signal phase that goes. Whereas when you're on Fernside, you have eastbound traffic and westbound traffic, so you have more cars going. Mm-hmm. This one just restricts to just a single leg going at that time. Looking at it, you always have to factor in when any time you do a signal, there's the green time plus the yellow time plus the all red time, all the safety factors thrown there. If you look at the timing sequence, it's roughly about 25% of the cycle length is dedicated to Gibbons, when there's a much smaller percentage of traffic that actually comes out that way. So to your point, Councilmember Bowler, minimizing down to 4 legs gives more cycle time for Fernside and High, that those approaches become more efficient. They have more green time and more vehicles will be able to get through the intersection. So it should actually improve the overall functioning of the intersection. And that's something we would look to define and basically validate with the traffic study.
Thank you. Other alternatives, roundabout, not feasible?
Roundabout was looked at. The biggest issue is it's tough to fit it in there. Certainly a roundabout would not fit because of some property concerns on the southeast corner. We looked at ovalized ones and very complicated ones, and we quickly spin out of what is practical or reasonable. So we are referring back to just keeping this as a standard intersection.
And as far as like pedestrian, bicycle safety, other alternatives, like even like adding pedestrian signals, more of a marked and controlled crosswalk that in that one leg that doesn't have it currently, how do you compare the benefit of just making that change to this overall proposed change?
Well, the couple of big things that are happening for pedestrians is if you look, you can kind of see it here, but the actual pedestrian crossing length shrinks dramatically as you cross High Street. Right, because right where the bus is on the photo there, that is pushed out and it's shrunk considerably. The crosswalk going north of us, Fernside gets direct, instead of being at the angle, it's direct and it's shorter. Those would both be signal controlled crosswalks with ped heads, with, the walk symbol, the countdown timers and that. The crosswalk at Gibbons right now is basically vehicles coming off the High Street Bridge can be coming at a relatively high rate of speed, and they come right through that intersection. There's no control. It's only a few feet past the other crosswalk. It's kind of confusing for drivers. With the proposed sequence, if we move forward one slide, that secondary crosswalk of Gibbons is further away from the intersection, but more importantly, the people coming off the High Street Bridge are forced to make a sharper turn, and that will slow them down. So it separates the activity. So as a driver, you're coming across the bridge, you get through the intersection, you slow down, and then you have one more crosswalk to cross. And it's also a shorter crosswalk, so it'd be a safer one by that same context. The pedestrian improvements here are pretty significant for what we're doing.
So in other words, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you feel that this overall change is a marked difference from just simply adding better lights and control to that one portion. This makes a big difference doing the
Correct.
overall
This is a
change.
significant safety improvement particularly for pedestrians, but also for bicycles as well, but particularly for pedestrians.
Because some bicyclists will use the pedestrian lanes and walk that way? Is that what?
I'm sorry?
Because some bicyclists will choose to walk through the pedestrian lanes? Is that what you're thinking?
Correct. And even for the bicyclists, the crossing distance across High Street is also shortened by the same measure. So.
I noticed in one of the slides that it says it requires further traffic analysis. It's actually this slide we're looking now in the upper left, right? So my question would be, is the intent that, if I understand the staff report tonight correctly, and I think there was some misconceptions about this in correspondence with citizens concerned about this, is the intent tonight that if we approve the staff report, we're just saying, look, we're not totally signing off this idea yet. We want to do traffic analysis still. Is that true?
Correct. That is correct.
Before we decide for sure this is what we're doing.
That is correct. Yeah, that's how the supplemental memo is written.
Okay.
Is to basically have a traffic study done and then come back for a final decision on this intersection. You wanna?
Can I?
Please, City Manager Ott.
Yeah, I just want to, so the change, we still want to, in both scenarios, we wanted to do a traffic study, get more data. I think in the updated recommendation is to really try to do that as quickly as possible and try to include that south leg, not the full intersection, but the south leg of that intersection as part of the pavement management. So just kind of acknowledging that we want to go a little faster, we want to bring that data back to you quicker, but to really try to stay on that schedule so that we can include some of these improvements in the payment management program implementation that's next year.
Right. Did you want to add anything else?
Well, actually, I would really like to get to the public comment. We've had a lot of people who've been here hours and hours. So how about if we have any more clarifying questions of council? Otherwise, let's start hearing from our members of the public, and then there may be some questions that arise that staff can address. But I am mindful of the hour. So, Madam Clerk, who have we got waiting in the wings?
They're going to get 2 minutes each because there's over the amount. So the first three are Jim Strelo, Cindy Mills, and Vicki Tang.
Okay, and as you hear your name, just kind of be scooting to the aisles. Welcome, Mr. Strelo.
Mayor, council members, staff. After you spend $15 million on this Fernside Boulevard project to just slow down people, there'll still be ways to speed up along Fernside. Gibbons Drive was a major street handling traffic from High Street into downtown Park Street businesses and elsewhere before the 1970s. Once Tilden Way opened in the 70s, Gibbons Drive was no longer a main corridor into the downtown. I have here an engineering diagram from 1968 showing when they put in the cement island that is at Gibbons Drive to slow down vehicles coming off of High Street onto Gibbons Drive. After that installation of a cement island in the late 1960s, I cannot recall any incidences of accidents on Gibbons Drive once that island was there. There are no major traffic incidents or injuries along the 3100 block of Gibbons Drive that warrant the spending of taxpayer monies to alter Gibbons Drive's access to High Street. City staff promised that they were not going to make the recommendation to City Council until after conducting traffic studies, and now they've gone back on their word. This intersection design will increase greenhouse gases. Changing Fernside is one project. Changing the High Street intersection with the Gibbons Drive element without more public meetings is an outrage. A Fernside project with a Gibbons Drive element means that Councilmember Jensen must recuse herself from the entire agenda item and vote as she lives on Gibbons Drive. Remove Gibbons Drive from the project, and then she can vote on it. The proposed design will divert traffic onto narrower side streets such as Cornell, Yale, and Bay Vista. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is
Cindy Mills, and she's now remote, so I'll.
Okay. Welcome, Speaker Mills.
Thank you. I have to say I agree with everything the prior speaker just said. My husband and I are lifelong residents of Alameda. We've raised our family here. I work on the island. We've lived on Cornell for 25 years, and I have a very good understanding of the traffic patterns in that area. I was surprised to see the Fernside Gibbons High Street intersection on the agenda for tonight because I was under the impression that after significant feedback, the city had decided they would do a traffic study before any recommendations were made, and that made sense to me. As you've seen from the presentation, the city has approached this issue as one of bike and pedestrian safety on the Fernside High Gibbons intersection. But the fact is, the issue is much bigger than that. It's a traffic flow issue and the safety of bikes, pedestrians, and residents on the smaller surrounding streets. Gibbons may be considered a neighborhood street, but it is an artery to exit the island and access the High Street Bridge, and it has served as an artery for decades. 60 years ago, my family, when we had to leave the island, we drove down Santa Clara. We lived mid-island. We drove down Santa Clara, turned left onto Gibbons because it was a straight shot to the bridge. Hundreds of people continue to use that artery today. By eliminating bridge access, you are closing an established artery at the end point. I can't imagine the city doing that on any other artery at the end point without a traffic plan in place. Without a plan in place, we know exactly what's going to happen. All of those cars are going to speed down side streets that are much more narrow and not equipped to handle the traffic. I urge you to do a traffic study before you endorse any
Your time
plan.
is up. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Vicky Tang.
Welcome, Speaker Tang. Hi.
Thank you. I appreciate the time to address the council today as we get really late in the evening. This is very dear to my heart and important because I'm a mother of 2 young children in pre-K and kindergarten, and I'm an advocate for walkable, bikeable streets, don't get me wrong. I support a lot of the elements of the Fernside project, but for this specific issue, I'm concerned about the recommendation for the Gibbons High Street Fernside intersection, and I'm concerned that proper public process and engagement has not been completed, and a comprehensive analysis of the impact has also not been completed to even understand the safety effects on the broader community. And as a resident, to be totally honest, it just doesn't feel right to rush this specific part through with the broader Fernside project that has had a lot more visibility and engagement. It's concerning that a vote would happen without some fundamental analysis, including a critical traffic study and engagement that was promised the last time the RECA was raised in November. Many of us not living on Gibbons Street have been following this issue, and we're not asked for more feedback, and we're not aware this was even being reviewed again today until Friday of last week. And so the recommendation seems to be almost a foregone conclusion for some of us, with a critical traffic study used to identify new traffic patterns instead of honestly using the traffic study to make better recommendations. It's unclear if there have been any measures taken to improve the intersection with painting and lighting and all of these other things, and there's been no mention of the impact of the surrounding streets. A lot of what was said was assuming that people know to take a left. What happens if they take a right? There's U-turns. They're going to have to do that on small streets. That's a lot that needs to be considered beforehand. And I also ask, Councilmember Bowler, I appreciate that you were asking for that full analysis before. And also, Vice Mayor Pryor, I appreciate that you recused yourself from a prior motion. And I would ask that anybody that lives on Gibbons Street that would be affected by this, by living on that street, would recuse.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Jenny Swee, Marilyn Bowe, and Jake Olson.
Good evening. I almost said good morning. Well,
Hi.
hello.
I live on Bay Vista, and I know how I went into traffic during rush hour in the morning. So when I on Bale Vista and High Street, I want to make a left turn during rush hour, I cannot make a left turn because there's no light, there's a stop sign. So what I do is I make a right turn, and a right turn, and go back to Gibbons, and that's the only way I can get on the freeway because there's a light at Gibbons. So if there's no more left turn on Gibbons, and everyone's coming down to the side streets like my street, I believe it will definitely create more traffic jam, and parents who has to take their kids to school in the morning will have trouble backing out of the driveway. So I am against not having a left turn on Gibbon to the bridge. And especially when they close the bridge for the boats to pass through, it's even worse. So when you guys conduct a study, do it at that time and do it in the morning when there's morning traffic and rush hour. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Marilyn Bowe.
Welcome. Hello.
Hello, I'm Marilyn Bowe. I live on Bale Vista, and I've been there for 36 years, even though I'm only 36. And we've seen all different iterations of trying to block Gibbons. But just like the lady that called in, it's a major artery on all the maps when Alameda was even established. It's the largest street in Fernside. And all the other streets, like Bale Vista, all of them are small. We barely get by just driving. And one of my main issues is the due process. It's only because somebody called me about tonight, about the pop-up in November. It's like, and they said, well, we told people 125 feet from the corner. But we're one street over on Bale Vista and Thompson, and all of them weren't notified. They don't know any of this is happening, so we've been calling each other, and they're mortified that the city, I guess, missed the mark, that it's the residents that live there that should be discussed and talked to, so you can either get them on board or get their concerns, rather than just feels like it's being shoved down us, like, well, too bad, you're gonna have to now turn right on Fernside, no, on High Street from somewhere, and then it says it's okay to make a U-turn on High Street if you wanna go over the bridge. I mean, that's absolutely insane. Or people driving down Southwood to Bale Vista or Fairview or Thompson, these little bitty streets, all of the city instead of Gibbons. What's wrong with Gibbons? As we've said as residents, there's never been an accident that we know of, and I've been there 36 years, there's never been an accident on Gibbons. So we're trying to not have traffic on the last block of Gibbons and have everyone turn left or right on Cornell and go round and round.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank
Our
you.
next speaker.
Jake Olson and Alex Olson. They might be gone. I don't know. Okay, they did have to leave.
Okay.
Gordon Williams.
Welcome, Speaker Williams.
Good evening. Hi, it's been an exhausting evening. It's amazing that we've gone from Israel-Palestine to Gibbons Ave, but it's that important to me that I've been here for 5.5 hours. I had a speech, but I'm gonna skip it because I saw the presentation. Okay, yeah, that intersection, there are definitely accidents that occur, but I'd say go back and look at the data. It's not because of Gibbons that are occurring. That is the most major intersection along that route. That is where the High Street and Fernside meet. All the other intersections are much smaller intersections. So more cars is gonna be more accidents. It's not the Gibbons traffic that's causing those accidents. I could get into it. I'll write another note about what it is, but it's something to do with the light from High Street. Doing this is not gonna help out the speed of cars on High Street. We still have people exiting. Sure, they're gonna come to that sharp turn, but immediately they're gonna accelerate down High Street, or down Gibbons as they come off the bridge. They take that, now we have that sharp turn that they were talking about, but they're gonna accelerate right away. We could put speed bumps in there. That would slow things down. As far as the pedestrian crossing, like the city engineer identified, like, this isn't the worst one, but there are some low-hanging fruit we could do here to make that pedestrian crossing better that doesn't close off that street. Closing off that exit route onto High Street, like everybody's saying, it's gonna push things on to the smaller streets that are more narrow and not designed for this. and going to make things so much less safe. I care about the safety here. I love the Fernside stuff, the bike lanes, super into that. I know you guys want to vote for something that's going to make things more safe. This is not that. So pull out this intersection thing. Don't rush it. Let's study it first and then make recommendations. Making recommendations and then studying is to justify it is the wrong way.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Travis Morgan.
Welcome, Speaker Morgan. Do we have two people with the same name?
No.
No. Oh, okay.
Good morning. I'm Travis Morgan. I'm a resident of Gibbons Drive, a parent of 2 elementary-aged children. I'm a runner, a bike rider, a bus rider, a ferry rider, and a car driver. I'm also the co-chair of the Edison Elementary Walk and Roll Committee, a PTA group encouraging kids and families to get out of cars to enjoy the physical, mental, and environmental benefits of a reduced car lifestyle. I first want to thank the City Council, Mayor, and Transportation Commission for the strides Alameda has made enhancing our pedestrian and bike infrastructure. I recently took my 6-year-old on the Cross Alameda Trail to the water taxi to Jack London Square, and it was awesome. I support Vision Zero and efforts to push for more bike and pedestrian-friendly changes. I support bike and pedestrian improvements to Fernside and the simplification of the Gibbons and High Street intersection. For safety reasons, I wish the Gibbons and High Street intersection work would happen today. Living near this intersection, I don't trust drivers to understand the non-standard signals and make safe choices, and the infrastructure doesn't protect pedestrians and cyclists from these drivers. Indeed, the Transportation Commission's 2024 Fernside Boulevard presentation illustrated 5 crashes reported in that 2017 to 21 period. There was 1 crash between pedestrian and driver and 1 crash between a cyclist and driver. How long until one of those is fatal? As the intersection is now, I jaywalk in the middle of the street where I can actually see oncoming drivers rather than use the narrow, unsignaled, tiny island crosswalk. Do you know who doesn't have the option to do that? People who are visually impaired, have mobility impairments, and children. So they're the most vulnerable population that Vision Zero is designed to protect. I don't have my children use this terrible intersection to visit their friends across the street and wouldn't recommend anyone else use it either. All this said, I support a traffic study. At the conclusion of the study, I hope the City Council and Transportation Committee weigh the benefits to pedestrian safety against the cons of driver inconvenience. Thank you again. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
William Morrison.
There you are.
Oh,
can we make
James,
the red stop? Thank you. Welcome. Hello.
I'll text.
Thank you very much. I know my time allotment is brief, so I'm going to focus on what was sent out, which was the memo accompanying the, and also supporting the supplement request that is coming in here. And I'm working off of my observations for you also in asking the questions you want to ask. 2 things I noted in the background of the memo was that the intersection is described as having long pedestrian crossings and a layout which encourages high speeds, okay? I would like to reply to this from the viewpoint of the intersection originally was 4 lanes for Fernside, 2 lanes for High Street, and then of course the 2-lane section for Gibbons as far as that goes. But it was 4 and 2. And from that viewpoint, the basic thing was that, let's see where I am here. Entry onto Gibbons westbound was only performed after negotiating a stoplight. In other words, almost in every instance, you come up and that light is controlled. So when you make your turn from Gibbons onto going north across High Street, on the High Street Bridge, it's always controlled, or it's always, everybody else is stopped. And that's one of the things that you know, from that viewpoint, it makes it a very, how would I say, safe method for someone to leave Alameda. More safe than trying to take a left turn off of off of Fernside if you're coming down from Tilden Way to get on the High Street. And Now, I will say the other side of Fernside has a good situation because they actually can bypass the light. Now, the other little thing is that High Street, as far as it goes, is heavily controlled, signal as well. And the point being that because it's signal, oh,
Your
I'm already
time is
done.
up. Thank you. Next speaker.
We'll get a four remote speakers. Lori Zupan.
Welcome, Speaker Zupan.
Thank you, Mayor Viescraft. Thank you, Council. Good morning. Boy, it's been quite the slog for this meeting. I first want to endorse the comments. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Hi.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard somebody start to say something like they were going to say, "Are you there?"
Yeah.
I want to say that I appreciate the improvements to Fernside, although I do feel that the elimination of the middle lane on Fernside is particularly dangerous if you're going to try to drive traffic off of Gibbons. If you're going to try to cut off Gibbons, there's nowhere to turn into. There's no safe place to wait to turn left when people are coming up behind you. If you're trying to not come in off of Gibbons Drive, there's a number of issues with the proposed plan for Gibbons. It considers only the intersection, and it doesn't consider all of the unintended impacts of closing off that intersection, the traffic to the side streets, the safety of the crosswalks and controls in those surrounding side streets, how people are going to actually drive, and what it's going to mean for school routes as well as for people who are driving or bicycling. I am very much not in favor of the proposed changes to Gibbons Drive, as have been most of the speakers tonight. And I am largely in favor of the changes to Fernside, but I am very concerned about the lack of turn lanes for people who are trying to turn off of Fernside to those side streets or turn from those side streets onto Fernside. And I would hope that the traffic study would take a look at that. I also would like to thank the members of the council tonight for raising, as you did, Mayor Ezzy Ashcraft, the sidewalk conversation. Those sidewalks are dangerous. They are not at all ADA compliant. They used to be beautifully maintained, and the city has been obtaining community input now for decades.
Thank you, and your time is up. Our next speaker.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Cindy Johnson.
Welcome, Speaker Johnson.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm calling on behalf of Bike Walk Alameda to express our overall support for the enhancements proposed here and appreciation to staff for the work that's gone into this project. The long-term proposal of a two-way bikeway will complement and connect with the other bike facilities well and play an important role in our low-stress network, as well as the Bay Trail. Our only feedback on the long-term proposal is that we much prefer the at-grade design over the sidewalk level design because it's $6 million cheaper. That's a lot of money. Without the burden of that additional cost, the at-grade design is much more likely to get built as planned by 2030. We also support staff's updated recommendation to study and improve the Gibbons High Fernside intersection sooner rather than later. We're less excited about the proposal for the near-term plan of buffered bike lanes. While they will improve on what exists today, they're still just paint, and paint is not protection. The perceived and real safety impacts won't be nearly as effective as the alternative of quick-build separated bike lanes. The timeline for the more impactful long-term improvement may stretch out beyond 2030 because of the challenging funding landscape we face under the new federal administration. And if we go the route of the buffered bike lanes now, we'll likely have to live with them well beyond 2030. Tonight, you have the opportunity to make our community much safer for years to come, starting in 2026. We urge you to fully take advantage of it. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Brad Hayward.
Welcome, Speaker Hayward, like the city. All right, welcome.
Yes, hi, thanks. Brad Hayward. I live in the Fernside neighborhood, and like others, I appreciate all the work that's gone into these issues, and particularly on the Fernside Boulevard part of it. I also want to speak to the Gibbons Drive part of this. I do not have the sense that the spillover impact on these little narrow neighborhood streets that are adjacent to Gibbons has really been addressed here in any meaningful or substantial way. And I'm really worried that it is going to create new safety concerns elsewhere in the neighborhood. One of the consultants acknowledged a few minutes ago that what will happen is that traffic that's being funneled to the bridge is going to go to some of these other neighborhood streets like Yale, Cornell, and Cambridge. And, you know, even acknowledging what was said that Gibbons is not classified as a thoroughfare, these other streets certainly are not. They are much narrower than Gibbons. There's lots of cars parked on them. Lots of kids live in this neighborhood. Lots of senior citizens are walking on the streets every day. These are not streets that are built to funnel traffic to the High Street Bridge. And the supplemental memo that's in the agenda packet talked about the public input process in November, and it said, quote, you know, feedback predominantly included significant concerns, particularly about spillover traffic onto nearby streets, unquote. I am just not seeing evidence that there's been a real effort to address this in a substantial way. And I really feel that a study that includes these other streets, not just this one intersection, but a study that includes these other streets really should occur before you make the decision on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Zach Bowling.
Welcome, Speaker Bowling.
Evening, Council. Yeah, I just wanted to say I strongly support these safety improvements, especially just getting the 2026 stuff done. I think would be great, but I agree though with Bike Walk Alameda that paint's not protection, and buffered bike lanes are better than nothing, but this is somewhat better. I think, as we know, shrinking car width or car lane widths and making the lane, frankly, more uncomfortable for drivers will naturally slow them down with having that horizontal deflection on there. And I think that's a marked improvement. As somebody that bikes on that road, it would make me feel safer. So I'm highly in support. But I think we know Gibbons isn't meant to be a thoroughfare. I know we're talking a while back about like even the entries onto Gibbons, making them less appealing to use as a thoroughfare, getting people so that they avoid it. And so all the traffic that's on it is local traffic. And so that would avoid people trying to use it as a pass through, get people back on Broadway, get people back on Versailles, and get people to avoid using Gibbons as their primary route through. And then these changes don't seem as drastic on the end. While I don't know if this is the final solution, the status quo isn't good. And so we can continue to work on it, but I don't think it has to stop us on the 2026 improvements, because I don't think there's been too many statements against those improvements so far. They could be better. I wish we could do some of the 2030 stuff sooner, but if we can get that ball rolling, and I think the biggest gripe is on this intersection with Gibbons, but I think if we think about Gibbons as a whole and try to reduce traffic on it, then I think that could alleviate some of the pain. But that's my statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We'll go back into it in person. Matt Bartlett, Andy Wong, and Anna Williams.
Okay, come on up, Matt Bartlett. We're all going to go out to breakfast afterwards. No, we're not.
Thank you, Mayor Ashcroft and City Council. My name is Matt Bartlett. I live on Cornell Drive. We are all still here because we want to improve traffic safety. And it is with that as our guiding light that I strongly urge you not to approve the Gibbons Drive portion of this agenda item without the traffic study that the staff promised us this fall. This part of the plan does not eliminate traffic. Those cars still have to get off the island. They're going to go somewhere. Where are they going to go? On the narrow side streets. Staff just admitted as much. Cornell Drive, Yale Drive, Bayo Vista, streets that are not designed to handle this increased vehicular volume or the speeds of people trying to get off the island in the morning to make it to work. This proposal would create significant safety issues for the individuals who live on or near those streets. My daughters, age 7 and 10, play on the sidewalks and ride their bikes on those little side streets, as do Vicky's kids, as do Gordon's kids, as do so many of our neighborhood kids. And so shunting off-island headed traffic through these little tiny streets is going to create a risk not only to all of our kids, but to all the other people that love walking in our neighborhood. Finally, I am deeply concerned with how this has been handled. As staff admitted at least once tonight, this has been rushed. This has been added last minute, and the considerations are not thorough. As outlined in the supplemental memo this fall, more than 50 people attended a pop-up event and 180 people filled out an online survey on this Gibbon Drives portion of the project. In short, community input was predominantly against the proposal, citing these safety concerns on the side streets. Staff recognized that and recommended further public engagement after a traffic study. This is a common sense approach and I support it. And yet here we are, discussing an attempt to ram this project through in spite of the community's significant concerns and without the information the community needs and this council needs to evaluate this proposal. I strongly urge you not to approve it until you get that traffic study and can understand all the facts.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Andy Wong, then Anna Williams, and then Cheryl Martinez.
Okay, come on up, Speaker Wong.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Andy Wang, Gibbons Drive resident, supporter of 2026 for staff's Gibbons intersection improvement. Staff has done a lot of heavy lifting on pedestrian safety here. Their outreach shows a majority of respondents in support of the change at Gibbons. We have an endemic speeding problem. The city's data shows that the intersection is unsafe. Staff's proposal would slow traffic inbound to Gibbons and eliminate outbound speeding. Neighboring streets don't connect to the Gibbons, to the Fernside High Street traffic light the way that Gibbons does. So there won't be an incentive to alternatively speed down those streets as a consequence. It would be a win for Gibbons that would be neutral for those streets. A traffic study is absolutely needed. But it shouldn't take 5 years at the cost of another 5 injury crashes to confirm this. I want to talk about my work for a little bit. I've been working on a development that's nearly 30 years in the making. It's just coming out of the ground now with the promise of an entirely new transit-oriented development. Late last year, we had $20 million in federal grants lined up to fund new ferry service, new shuttles, and other transportation. And then overnight, that funding disappeared. My point is, slow and steady progress is a really nice idea when things are good. In reality, as we've seen very trenchantly, very recently, progress is not linear. It's forward 1 step, backwards 2 or more. Staff has put together a specific design for 2026, and they have a clear and cogent path on how to get there. What I ask you is, don't take long horizon future progress for granted. We're only going to wake up tomorrow and find that the opportunity ran away in the middle of the night. Today is the day to muster the will.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker.
Anna Williams, then Cheryl Martinez.
Hi, thank you. I can't remember the last time I was up this late. My name's Anna Williams. I live in the 3100 block of Bayo Vista, and I absolutely love this city. I'm an avid cyclist. I have 3 kids that ride daily to Alameda Public Schools every day, that bike themselves there, and I'm very passionate about bike safety. I'm very thankful for all the bike lanes that you have put in and all the successful installation projects we've already had. Thank you, they are awesome. I have a lot of concern about the closure of the Gibbons right turn, the left turn onto the bridge. As others have said, I also have struggles turning left off of my street, Bayo Vista, to turn left onto the bridge to go to work in the morning because of all the traffic backed up on High Street, and often do sometimes go around my street, right, and then enter the bridge from Gibbons because it is the one protected away with the signal to get onto the bridge. I'm also concerned about people that are want to get to the bridge, and it's going to put, if they are not able to take that left turn, it's going to increase the traffic on our very narrow streets that we can barely navigate two-way traffic on Bayo Vista already because of cars parked on either side. Essentially, we already need to have somebody kind of quasi pull over and slow down just to have 2 cars pass each other because the street is that narrow, and we can't afford additional volume on those already strained streets. And I also think that if people want to make the left turn from Gibbons onto the bridge, and are forced to turn right, it's going to encourage people to make illegal U-turns either at Bayo Vista or Monte Vista, which is another unsafe condition. And so I just asked the council to honor the process to do this study, as long as that study understands and is coherent.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Cheryl Martinez, then Glenn Yajko maybe, and Jody Taylor.
This is a tough bunch, I'll tell you. Good evening, morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and bring that
I
microphone.
am past my bedtime.
Me too.
This is a very important situation.
We'll
and
hear
I
you
wanted to
better
come-
if you bring the microphone down to you. Thank you.
My name is Cheryl, and I have lived in Alameda for 40 years. 35 of those years, I lived on Webb Avenue, right off of Everett. And I would never take Park Street to get out of Alameda because I didn't like the exit freeways. I would always go down to Gibbons. Now I live on Fernside, in the 3100 block of Fernside, and I am not happy with the city and their bike lane situation that they want to put across the street and change up Fernside totally. I think that Oakland had a great situation that they took care of on their high street, where they put center islands in the middle, and right next to them, they put speed bumps. That has slowed down their high street, which Alameda should take a better look at. I am not happy with any of the things that you are wanting to do for the Fernside district. And I just recently found out that now you want to stop the Gibbons and make it to where you can only make a right turn. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. People are going to turn down Cornell, which is a small street, or they're going to continue to make their right onto High Street at the end of Gibbons, and then turn and make a U-turn or make an illegal left turn to do what they wanted to do in the first place, which is to go over the High Street Bridge. So I ask that you look into it a little further before you, and thank you for mentioning the sidewalks. I won't even walk on Gibbons because of the sidewalks. Please fix them.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Glenn Yajko.
Come on up, Mr. Yashkov.
Good morning. Thank you, Council, for this time. First of all, my name is Glenn Yako, and I lived in Alameda. My wife and I lived in Alameda for 30 years on Bayo Vista. First of all, I want to applaud the efforts for trying to keep pedestrians, bikes, and cars safer on the streets in Alameda. You guys have done a wonderful job. That said, this feels very rushed. Yes, there needs to be more done to slow down traffic on Gibbons, but more needs to be done to factor the impact on the surrounding neighborhood streets before a lane closure or a right turn only access away from the bridge is implemented. Right now, Bayo Vista cannot accommodate two-way traffic on its street. It's just too narrow. And one of the other people had mentioned a traffic study conducted should include times like when the bridges are up, et cetera. But also this, I would believe that this traffic study should also include at times like during Halloween and during Christmas time, when there's an influx of extra traffic on our streets, and how are they going to get in and on and off the island? I just want to just end by just saying, please ensure that a thorough traffic study is done prior to moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Jody Taylor.
Welcome, Speaker Taylor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jody Taylor, I live on Southwood. And why is this so rushed? You know, people don't know about the traffic study. People, getting 50 people at a pop-up isn't really the representative of Fernside. So I would ask that we just take a breath and do it the right way. There's a lot of investment here. This is based, the Fernside has Edison in the middle. It's K through 5. These kids are walking in the mornings. They use all the small streets to get there, teeming with kids. These small streets don't have stop signs going off of Northwood because there's not that much traffic. So now you're going to put, I'm not at all in favor of turning right. We need to keep turning left, and I agree it's a little crazy, you need to have better signage. You need to have maybe some kind of lights that show people how to go, because it is confusing, and I've lived there for 15 years. But there's ways to do that with signage and lights on the street. And again, I agree that we need to have this traffic study before we vote on this. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Next.
We're going back to remote. Elliot Blake.
Welcome, Speaker Blake. Are you
Can
there?
you hear me okay?
Yeah, hello.
Hi. Thank you for taking my comment, Madam Mayor and City Council. I just want to comment on, in particular, the Gibbons Drive aspect of the renovation plans. And I do agree that Gibbons is an effective thoroughfare. It's a large, wide street with great visibility. If not designated as a thoroughfare like High and Fernside, it certainly functions well as one. Doesn't function so well for walking, as you mentioned. But the side streets where traffic would be diverted are not designed as thoroughfares, certainly, as many other speakers have noted. Cars have to veer into driveway lanes in order to allow opposing traffic to pass. They're just more safety issues caused by diverting cars to the small streets than having them use Gibbons Drive. Furthermore, I don't see any evidence that changing traffic from Gibbons would address the safety concerns at that intersection. I think that that is something that the staff had mentioned earlier, is the crashes aren't necessarily designated to traffic coming from Gibbons. So I just want to point out that of an overall safety concern, diverting traffic to the smaller streets instead of using Gibbons as its traditional thoroughfare status seems to increase safety concerns rather than decrease them. I think that there are alternatives on how to make that that intersection safer using high visibility, speed bumps, signage. So thank you very much for taking my consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Jay Alden.
Welcome, Speaker Alden.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can. Hi.
Great. So I have a somewhat unique perspective on this. I both live on Southwood Drive and I have historically worked on Google Maps. And generally speaking, when you see a pair of streets like Gibbons and Bay Vista that are parallel, you end up with traffic moving along one or the other. And in the case that we currently have, where Gibbons exists and has a stop sign on the Southwood Northwood versus Gibbons Drive intersection versus the Bay Vista on the Fairview Southwood Bay Vista intersection, you have traffic that moves one or the other. And the proposal that we see right now has some sort of intervention for the Gibbons High Fernside Bay Vista like intersection, but you don't have any changes to the corresponding intersection on Bay Vista, Fairview, and Southwood. So we see a reduction of traffic on Bay Vista, but no corresponding reduction on Bay Vista. Sorry, you see a reduction on Gibbons, but not a corresponding reduction on Bay Vista. And the fear that I have is that all of the traffic normally going northbound on Gibbons would end up on Bay Vista or Southwood as it goes off of Gibbons.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker.
Bobby Winston.
Welcome, Speaker Winston.
Hello. May I respectfully object to this item, which unduly favors residents of Gibbons at the expense of residents of the neighboring streets left to cope with diverted traffic. My neighbors and I do not understand the sudden rush to leave off the previously announced 2030 planning timeline for this change. I don't know, Council Member Jensen, but it has not been properly explained to us, her neighbors, why the traffic burden on Gibbons should fall on us. Gibbons was a designated thoroughfare. People, when they bought their homes, knew that. We've been led to believe there would be time to achieve consensus and redress some serious shortcomings by way of community outreach on this item, which council needs to know doesn't seem to reach much past Gibbons. I respectfully ask that you table this item because rushing this decision can only sow discord. Thank you for the chance to speak, and may I thank you all for your volunteerism.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Tommaso Boccia, maybe?
Welcome, Speaker.
Tommaso.
Boccia? Tommaso.
Thank you.
Oh, hello.
Thanks, Oli. My name is Tommaso Boccia. I run a community bike shop on the west end of Alameda. I've ridden to the airport through this area, so I'm very thankful that y'all are making it a little safer for people who ride bikes and walk around the neighborhood. I want to speak to an issue that we've heard of, the issue of drivers taking a little bit more time going to work. We've heard the issue of the mistaken issue of cars being diverted through slower streets, which has been disproven over and over again in all of these projects throughout the world, including congestion pricing in New York, when the same concern was brought up and it's not paid through. So I just like to urge you to remember that California is supposed to reduce vehicles miles traveled by 25% by 2030. At this point, this is an entirely unrealistic thing because your government body, as long as most government body in California, have totally ignored this mandate from the state. That is the mandate derived from the scientific imperative to reduce the climate crisis, of which we as Californians are mostly complicit of around the world. So this is not only an issue of traffic safety, of pedestrianization, all that, but also achieving our moral responsibility to address the climate crisis. And all these people who prioritize not spending 5 more minutes in their air-conditioned living room on wheels is frankly embarrassing. Y'all should consider a little more about future generations that are going to be needing to live in your island and not having it go under the sea. So please stop running every single bike project through council. It is insane that we need to spend all these hours on public comment on what your city is so behind on. So thank you for your time and appreciate you making the right decision on bike lanes.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
That was our last speaker.
All right, we will close public comment. So before we go to council input, comment, discussion, I would like to ask the city attorney to just give an explanation. We've heard some concern raised about a member of the council who is a resident of Gibbons Drive, and if I could call on our city attorney, Ibn Shen, to explain the situation, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, Madam Mayor, members of the council. With respect to the question on conflicts, state law specifically provides that the public generally exception would apply to a member of the legislative body if the project at issue is essentially a roadway safety project that encompasses more than 50 residential properties, which this project qualifies for. Accordingly, recusal is not required under state law.
Thank you for that explanation. Okay, who would like to lead off on this?
I would.
Okay, Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you. I actually want to start with a question or a clarification, and it could be to the city manager. There's been a lot of comments and about this being rushed, but I want to clarify first that there is a traffic study that will be done before any project or any changes at the intersection of Gibbons and High Street. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that'll come back to the council.
Right. So there will be a traffic study before anything changes on Gibbons, to be clear. My other question for you is that with regard to the comments that project is rushed, what would be the, it is being suggested that it should move forward with the Fernside project, which has already been approved to move forward. We're going to do additional approval tonight as well, but that project is in the works, as I understand it. And so if the Gibbons portion that's been discussed, the supplemental agenda item, were not to be included, would there be any fiscal ramifications if this Gibbons was done later?
I guess if I'm trying to understand, I think if let's say the traffic study comes back and the council decides not to move forward with that intersection, we would have to study it further. If we don't, our intent is to try to get that data to see if we could keep it on schedule with the 2026 pavement management plan. And that if it feels rushed, there is some time sensitivity around because we already are spending millions of dollars to improve that area, to add that as very efficient use of city resources. So that's our intent. If the desire isn't to move forward, let's say with that, then it would be the future intersection and changes to that intersection would be part of the 2030 project. So it'd be significantly delayed. And I think the implication and why we're, one, because of the pavement management and being efficient with resources. The other is because staff does have concerns with the safety of that intersection. And the longer we wait, we do think there are safety implications. And we'd like to try to make some changes and address those issues in the near term, if we can, and based on once we have the data from the traffic study.
So to improve safety and be fiscally responsible. And, okay, well, thank you for that. And I also appreciate the city attorney's comments, and thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up. I know that you have experience with this from Grant Street with recusal, which was a similar project, which you were able to participate in the discussion and the vote. So thank you for bringing that up. And I also wanted to ask or point out that that I do live on Gibbons, as we all know now. And I know that a lot of my neighbors on other nearby streets, particularly Bay Vista, have pointed out that they have children who walk to school. I had a son who walked to school from my house on Gibbons. And I would say that there's at least 12 young people who attend school on the 3100 block of Gibbons. So there are children in all parts of the neighborhood. It's not just speeding cars on one street, the 3100 block, or any part of Gibbons Drive are dangerous, and it doesn't really, I appreciate the comments, and my goal is to protect all the pedestrians, kids, adults, seniors, and bicyclists throughout all of our neighborhoods. And my second comment that I want to make is that there are accidents on Gibbons Drive, and even on the 3100 block, and I can say this, and I know this from personal experience, as I was my vehicle was hit by a car in front of my home by a vehicle that was speeding to make the light at the corner of High Street and Gibbons. So just to be clear, this isn't the safest street in Alameda. It's not the least safe street either, but there are cars that drive unsafely on this block of Gibbons, and because of safety and because of fiscal responsibility, this is a good time to do a traffic study and look at the potential for improvements on Gibbons Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to just go down the line? Sure. Vice Mayor Pryor.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to make this bigger. Okay. Okay. Okay.
At this time, it's whatever they'll do.
It does make a lot of sense to have a traffic study, because I think many of us have a lot of opinions. For example, I don't live in this neighborhood, but I often, Gibbons was my commute route, because it's like you get off High Street and you go down Gibbons. But if it were more narrow, if there were, I'd probably stay on High Street. So I feel like with this traffic study, it's not just the people that live in the neighborhood, it's how all of Alameda accesses Gibbons. So I think that this is why I agree with the traffic study, because this is what I think, but doesn't mean I'm correct. Essentially, we're just looking at the traffic that would be reduced going north. So southbound traffic is essentially the same, because you get off High Street, you got to slow down. So that's one thing. So it's not like traffic both ways are effective. It's traffic one ways, and then sorry, I'm tired. And then And then it would be, so I would not, like living on 8th and Central, like I would not go down a smaller side street in that neighborhood. I would just stay on High Street, or I would stay on Fernside. However, I don't live in that neighborhood, and I don't know how this would turn out. So I do think it would, a traffic study would be important. And that's it. Sorry, it's late. And then, I definitely would like speed bumps. Do we need signal lights? I don't know, but thank you. Oh, and I just want to really quickly agree with Tracy about City Manager Jennifer Ott about the Council Member Jensen, sorry, about the efficiency and with resources and safety. That's why I also felt this was a good idea.
Thank you, Councilmember Bowler.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
I would just ask that if this is approved tonight, that there be plenty of opportunity for the Fernside neighborhood to get that traffic study well in advance of any meeting where it's going to be decided, since it wouldn't be decided tonight. That wouldn't be decided tonight, is my understanding. That would be my request.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Daysog.
Thank you. First, I do want to circle back to the issue, if we could take a look at, I guess it's called pedestrian islands. I mean, if there's different ways to configure it in an effort to, free up space that, even if it means saving one parking space or two that might be lost. I mean, that's everything to residents, not just between Liberty and East Shore Drive on Fernside, but other parts. How you relook at those pedestrian islands, I don't know. We'll have to leave it to you guys, the traffic engineers. Definitely on Gibbons and High and Fernside, definitely we definitely have to do a traffic study first. And I think we need to go into it looking at what's in front of us on page 35 of 39, basically kind of as a soft concept. Because I see everything else on Fernside, on the length of Fernside, as kind of strong concepts, because I think there's a lot that we can really sink our teeth into there. Take a look at the pedestrian islands and the 20-foot daylighting. That would be great. But in terms of Gibbons Drive, there's something got to be said for residents to stay up this late, to come out. So I think we need to honor that because it's been a long night and people are still at it, and because like all of us, we love our neighborhoods and our calm and safety. So definitely, if we could take a look at the study of that. I guess one of the things I just want to make sure to say, what exactly is it that we're studying? I mean, are we trying to prove that? And I'm talking generally. Are we trying to prove that traffic gets diverted, or are we going to study different alternatives going down Gibbons? Like, for example, if you put speed lumps, how does that change the safety issues? So, I think we need to get a firm grip as to what is it that we're studying. Clearly, the residents, I think, want to understand to what extent traffic is indeed diverted. But I think, are there other things that we need to study with regard to understanding safety issues? So I'm kind of rhetorically asking that question. It is late. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to make it a little later, but I'll try to go quickly. Thank you to everyone who stayed here and stayed up. I am so impressed with you. I think that there are competing interests. We need to figure out a way how to balance them. I want to disclose that in February, late February, I did make a site visit out to your neighborhood at the request of a couple of the speakers, Andy Wang and Travis and Phil Mataresi, whose father I've known for a long, long time. We were on the council together. They're all fathers of young kids in Gibbons, and I did notice, I rode my bike over, I'm a bicyclist, and I also went to the pop-up that time in November, whenever it was. I did notice being on Gibbons, there were a lot of cars that came around that corner quickly. It's kind of heads up, I would be telling people, don't stand too close to the curb, and so it is an issue, and that is, as the experts showed us, that's those intersections wouldn't pass muster today, and something I do think needs to be done. I also hear you, the folks on Bayo Vista and by the way, a long time ago, before our twins were born, we lived on Cornell, and I love that neighborhood and their charming streets. I did hear some of the speakers talk about how they're not able to turn left from their side street onto High Street, so they turn right, and right again, which kind of sounds like they're going down side streets. I know that these are the ones who are driving 25 miles an hour, and I don't mean to be facetious, but we may need to do some diversion. But even when we were out and we walked around the side streets onto Bayo Vista, and when I did the walkabout with the fellows on Gibbons, and so one of the things that came to mind, and I am nowhere near a traffic engineer, but is speed bumps sometimes are necessary, and I mean, this is like something for everyone to hate, but sometimes maybe you need to do one-way streets, because I heard folks talk about how you can't, two cars can't pass. I have to say, I was there, maybe it was a Friday morning, kind of late morning, and there weren't too many cars parked on Bayo Vista. I imagine it's different when there's, I'm seeing the bobblehead, so yes, when the cars are parked there. But, I mean, when we're doing a traffic study, we do need to address what happens. Lori Zupan, we served on the planning board together. And the other thing is, and it makes people upset, and I get upset, is notification. I do understand that we are required to notify that 300-foot radius. I have a saying, which is, it is impossible to over-communicate. So even if we are limited to that we're only required to notify that 300-foot radius, what if we said, gosh, the changes we're making on this street will impact this, and this street, more than 300 feet away? What if we were to mail, or however we communicate, to everyone, so people didn't feel like they weren't being included in the conversation? And our plans are better when we hear from all of you. And you were all right, the things that you said, but we can't give you everything you ask for. So the notification, I would like to see it extended to every side street along the way. And the thing about accident statistics and how we classify our streets, there are near misses too, and there are cars that get hit, and I mean, at least it was a car, an inanimate object, not a child, or any person, or a dog, or whatever. So these are all the things that I would want to have studied, but I do understand that if we just kick the can down the road, we're going to lose the chance at funding. So I believe that we're not etching anything in stone. We're just saying these are among the concepts. We've had a little public hearing tonight and heard from people. I'd like to hear from more of them. And so let's work together to see how we can make this better and safer. But if we don't move forward now, then we truly risk the chance of losing funding to go forward. I will tell you, Friday, luckily I was in Yosemite, which was beautiful and snowy. I was at an environmental policy conference, but I was so grouchy because that's when the budget bill somehow passed the federal government, and almost immediately we got an email from our federal lobbyist informing us that funding for this project, and this project just went away. That's a reality. So we don't want to play around with risking losing, let's not make the perfect the enemy of the good. Let's make what we're looking at better. Let's make it address the concerns of the folks we've heard from. I think we're able to do that, but this is about the competing interests I'm talking about. We have to balance, and I think there's a way to do it It might be a little pain for everybody, but I think we can come up with streets that are safer for all users. It shouldn't burden anyone. And I know people will just appreciate being a part of the conversation, feeling that they were included from the beginning. So we can do that, right? Okay. So with that and with all those caveats, I was just looking back at what we were asked to do, which is to endorse the design concepts, but the, somebody want to just run down the sequence of city manager, just of what happens
Staff can
next?
correct me if I get this wrong, but we'd ask that you endorse both the near-term and long-term concept for Fernside. Those I didn't, and then really the traffic study before we make any final decision on the intersection improvements that would be part of the 2026 improvements.
And those intersection improvements specifically being at Gibbons and High and Fernside that.
Yeah, the southern leg of the intersection.
That we
And that,
heard
we're gonna
some-
do that traffic study, bring that back. We would like, hopefully, to endorse the rest of the near-term concept and long-term concept for Fernside. Kind of two different actions, right?
Right, okay, but nothing is moving forward at the Gibbons intersection there until.
The traffic study is done, and we bring that back and we have another hearing.
Yeah.
And as soon as we have the results, we're on a tight timeline, but as soon as we have the results from that traffic study, we'll be happy to share them with the public. Certainly, the couple weeks before the council meeting, but we'll try to do it even sooner.
And timeline, do you have estimated dates? Soon.
Yeah,
Soon we will.
We're
And
gonna
we'll
go very
notify-
fast,
Okay.
fast. The timeline's fast.
Okay, and we can do what I asked for in the communication to all the side streets?
Yes, sure, absolutely.
Okay. All right, anything further before I ask for a motion? Gotta stay awake to make a motion, people. Okay. Okay, to accept the staff recommendation?
To accept staff recommendations as outlined by the city manager.
Okay, and with the additional direction about the extensive communication?
As, definitely.
Okay. Okay, do we have a second?
Oh, I'd like to make a friendly, hopefully a friendly amendment, with further analysis regarding the pedestrian islands and daylighting, particularly around the areas. Yeah.
At Liberty and
East
East
Shore.
Shore.
Yeah.
And just,
Or anywhere where that might potentially be an issue, actually.
City manager?
yeah, and can we do that as part of the engineering so we'll look at it very carefully, because the next stage for the Fernside is to get into that next level of engineering to get ready for the pavement management plan. So are you okay if we do that extra analysis and really try to, as part of
City engineer,
the.
that makes sense?
Yeah, when the analysis occurs, I'll leave it up to
Exactly.
you.
Okay.
But if we can
Perfect.
include that in the motion.
That sounds great.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Did
I
you
make
get
a
that,
motion
city-
with those suggestions.
Did you get that, city clerk?
Yes.
Okay. There's a recording, too. Okay, so we have a motion, and Desai, Councilmember Desai, you want a second?
I'll second it with a comment. My quick comment is, my view on the Gibbons situation is that it's a concept, and to me, it's a soft concept. But, and whether it becomes a hard concept is subject to, and I'm sure this is true for all of us, subject to the study that's forthcoming. So that's my comment.
All right. Anything further?
I just want to reemphasize, because it's so late, I want to reemphasize what Councilmember Daysog just said, that we will absolutely take the traffic study into consideration, and that we're not just rubber stamping. Yeah, that's it.
And all the public input. All right, we've had a motion by Councilmember Jensen, seconded by Councilmember Desog. All those in favor, signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, abstentions? That passes unanimously. All right, y'all are dismissed. Thank you for all your comments and input, and staff too for all your time, and consultants. Okay, we are not hearing 7C, 7D, item 8, city manager communications, passed tonight. Any more oral communications? No, they're all leaving. Okay, and so we have no council referrals. I wonder if on council communications, we might want to just do them at our next meeting when there's somebody listening. I do have to really quickly, though, announce for item 11A, my nominees to a couple of boards and commissions. I am pleased to announce, and we will vote on this at our next meeting, that I have 2 openings on the Commission on Persons with Disabilities. I have filled 1 position. I am nominating John Lipp, who many of you know from FAWS, who to be a commissioner on the Commission on Persons with Disabilities. And then on the Golf Commission, we have 2 openings, and I am nominating Lily Boris. She is a physician and a golfer, and she's an active golfer, and I love that she said in her applications that she would like to serve the community of Alameda and promote golf to women and the children that reside in and around Alameda, County of Alameda, because I believe in the power of positive sports and promoting health throughout all decades of life, even into our 90s. And we should use our voices to promote sports like golf, which support the physical and mental health of our community. And she was delightful to interview. We had really strong candidates. And then my second nominee is Hamil Sarant, and he is youngish, and he and his wife recently moved here. They have a 5-month-old little boy. He has golfed for like 8 years, but he has this ridiculous handicap. He's really a talented golfer. He does acknowledge that with a 5-month-old, the handicap is slipping a little bit. I said, I hope so. But he has, he's been involved in golf. Oh, and fun fact, he did the interview for the Golf Commission from the golf course. He was out there, and I said, are you going to show us your swing? He goes, I just my clubs away. But I thought that was kind of novel. But anyway, I'm excited for you all to meet our new commissioner, the appointees at our next meeting, and we'll vote and swear them in. And so with that, my goodness, thank you all for your perseverance. Let's try not to do this too often. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Thank you, staff. Drive really safely going home.